The Halo franchise revolutionized the gaming world overnight. With the insane lore and storytelling, a competitive multiplayer with a modest skill gap, and enough custom games to give you way more than your money's worth, and I just so happen to have played and ranked every single one, including a few you probably haven't even heard of. One game being the S+ ranking be deemed the best Halo
very
game
certain
of
I
all
own
time,
every
another
single
the F
Halo
ranking
game.
and be the worst game in the franchise. With so many Halo games out
Halo
there and
5
a lot of
and 4?
polarizing opinions, I'm destined to ruffle at least a couple feathers with this video, so go ahead and drop your favorite and least favorite Halo games
If he puts Halo Combat Evolved anywhere besides S rank, I'm just liking the video.
down below.
That's hot.
The place where it all began, Halo Combat Evolved. A revolutionary launch title for the original Xbox that capitalized on the success of other FPS titles on consoles such as GoldenEye, and also refined them to be the objective best first-person shooter at the time. I hadn't played Halo CE since Master Chief Collection initially dropped, and I still had a really fun time with this playthrough, setting the stage for what the Halo universe had to offer while creating a smooth experience from level to level with clean controls, sandbox-like level design, and rounding things off with a fairly difficult game, which would be a reoccurring theme Bungie would take pride in moving forward. Playing a game that's over 2 decades old, you'd expect at least some quality of life problems or some things that just don't age
is
as
that
well, and I
mic
still can't
stand
find much
thing?
to complain about this game. It holds up very well. If I had to knock it for one thing, your friendly AI sometimes like stops progressing the levels for like a minute or two, and that's it. And it happens a good bit, but at the end of the day, you're just sitting there for like 1 minute extra versus like going seamlessly through the level, which really not a big deal. The levels are fairly long and often longer than some of the more recent installments, which is impressive. However, longer doesn't necessarily always mean better. Pause. But what I mean by that is that some of these missions can feel a little stale. You're just kind of doing like the same thing over, going from A to B, and not really much objective to it. The arsenal is much more narrow in comparison, but we did get the best version of the assault rifle and magnum, which makes this game so much fun to play. As far as the story goes, it is spectacular. Getting introduced to the Flood in this game, especially if you didn't experience the newer games first, had to have been pretty scary if you weren't ready for it. And of course, we can't talk about Halo C without glazing over the soundtrack.
Loved
The
it.
soundtrack is up there with Ocarina of Time.
Soundtrack,
and
10 out of 10.
Bungie also takes pride in is just like making sure the LAN party that was kind of before my time. I wish I could have. That sounds like just such an epic night of gaming. For the most part, my experience with Combat Evolved multiplayer is running up Blood Gulch with one of my neighbors and playing 1v1 on the biggest map in the game, mind you, and screen peeking the living shit out of each other. Even without online support, it's pretty clear to see that Bungie actually put some thought into this multiplayer for what it is, but it's definitely not as good as the later installments when it comes to multiplayer, but for the time was still very fun. Combat Evolved to this day is still a very good time, and it's so satisfying seeing the whole Halo universe unfold this way. But looking back at it, I do think it's a weaker installment, not because it's bad whatsoever, but because the games that come are just so perfect. So I think a B tier is appropriate for Combat Evolved.
Bitch, I wasn't fucking lying.
Combat Evolved may have capitalized on GoldenEye, but Halo 2 capitalized on Combat Evolved. And all I gotta say is 3 words: breaking f***ing Benjamin. Continuing right after Halo 1, Halo 2 has that same gameplay loop, but is refined in every single way. There are tons of new weapons, such as the fan-favorite Battle Rifle, Energy Sword, and SMG, with the latter having a dual-wield option, which would become a hearsay to the franchise. Also, I don't know why, but this is the only game you can run dual-wield
Except
dealer,
for 4 and 5, I think.
There's other quality of life improvements to the overall gameplay, such as hijacking vehicles and improved melee with the lunge mechanic and boosting with the ghost. And of course, since this is a newer game, it has better graphics than Combat Evolved, and with that we get the absolute first profit teeth. Not the graphics really matter that much, but just thought it was worth a shout here. But this campaign rocks. One of my favorite parts about this campaign is you get to actually play on planet Earth as it's getting invaded by the Covenant, which is something that's always kind of just talked about off screen or not even really depicted whatsoever. Beginning to experience it firsthand is awesome, and these also are some of the most fun levels in the game. And if Chief wasn't enough of a badass in Combat Evolved, he goes
the Earth
full
level
Tom
is
Cruise
our
Mission
like top
Impossible
tier
in this game. The bomb sequence in the first level is just crazy in that regard. And like we talked about in Combat Evolved, this game's difficulty is insane. If you play on Legendary, it is just f you hard. Bordering the line of like so hard it's not even fun. I think Combat Evolved's levels were solid, but Halo 2 took a more objective-based approach and gave the game a bit more of a cinematic feel. On top of having great level design and refined gameplay, the narrative itself is the best in the franchise. Seeing the Arbiter go on a redemption arc as you flash in between Chief and him until they unite and form an alliance between the Covenant is one of the most satisfying stories.
I don't know how to explain
I
it,
do not remember the story being
but
good,
Halo
but
1
it
and
is
Halo
so well,
2,
and it keeps
just
on giving you
Halo
so
1
much more
feels
lore
like
that Halo
2001,
Combat Evolved already gave
and
us,
then
and I think
fucking
Halo
Halo
2 is
2
that got
feels
people
like
really start to,
2009.
nerd out over the franchise. But now we move on to Halo 2 multiplayer, which I think is a significant step up from Combat Evolved for a handful of reasons. We can begin with the introduction of Xbox Live, which single-handedly popularized online gaming on consoles and especially online FPS gaming. Again, I was pretty young for this, but I think at this point, online gaming, especially for FPSs, was just kind of a PC thing. However, like Combat Evolved, I wasn't able to find a game in 2025, but I got to experience a good amount of this as a kid. All those new guns and techs are in multiplayer, which in and of itself make it a greater experience. There are tons of options and sliders for creating your own custom games with tons of modes to choose from. And there's also a ton of great maps and a couple map packs that were added post-launch for paid. And then I think like 2 or 3 weeks later, again, I was not around for this, they were made retroactively free. Don't know why they did that, but that's probably like the most generous thing Microsoft has ever done in their life. I think this is where Halo multiplayer would become equally as important as the campaign, and I think that shows with the next couple of games we're about to talk about. I don't really have much else to say about Halo 2 other than I want to reiterate that this is the best campaign in the franchise and arguably one of the best linear style campaigns of any game I've ever played. The multiplayer saw a big improvement, and I think the success of Halo 2 multiplayer is the reason online gaming is where it is today, and I'm giving Halo 2 an S ranking.
I'll deal with that. Did Halo 3 come out in
Halo 3 to this
2007?
day is still the
Wait.
best-selling Halo game of all time. Launching on the 360, it perfectly encapsulated everything
Wait,
great about the Halo
2009?
franchise this far, while
Fuck
adding
am
some
I talking
absolute
about?
game
Halo
changers
2
that would
coming out
redefine
in
what was
9.
expected of developers moving forward. This campaign is pretty close to Halo 2. I do think Halo 2 is better.
Oh,
but
wait, no,
Halo
I
3's
was
campaign
9
is still
years old, I
insane.
think.
Seeing Chief wake up and threaten the Arbiter without the knowledge of the truths that have been established between the Covenant and humanity is still one of my favorite moments in the franchise. The sandbox level design is still somehow evolving with Halo 3, and the epic battles against the Scarabs with an entourage of Marines at your side really help you feel like you're fighting a war and not just completing objectives. The game ends with an extremely satisfying tie the bow moment for what might be the greatest trilogy in gaming history, with great arcs coming to a close for multiple characters. And if you didn't shed a tear at 9 years old during the death of Sergeant Johnson, can you even call yourself a Halo fan? On top of a
Oh,
great
shit.
ending to a story, this also has one of the best last missions in any game I've ever played. Not to be cringe, but I still got chills running it back for this video while I'm on a Warthog and Halo is exploding and one final effort is blaring in my ear. I would not be surprised if a lot of you skip to this exact point in this video where I talk about Halo 3 multiplayer, because boy is it a good one. Similar to Halo 2, we now have a handful of new guns.
Not gonna
like
lie,
Spartan Laser
I'm
and
not a big
Gravity
fan of
Hammer,
Halo
and
2,
a new feature
3
was the equipment,
multiplayer.
which played a very big part in this game's multiplayer since there was a wide variety with what each did. But where things really started to get interesting are the new vehicles. The Chopper being a fan favorite just because of how unique it was. The Hornet just to give players an option outside of the Banshee as far as air vehicles went. The Mongoose, which I totally thought was in Halo 2 but was first implemented in Halo 3 and is really important for something we'll talk about in just another minute. And then you had the f***ing Elephant, which is exclusive to the map Samtrap, but gave you just like this mobile base with tons of turrets on it and just made for crazy sequences in big team battle. But since we're talking about maps, we can go ahead and run through some of the bangers of this map. We have Valhalla, High Ground, Rat's Nest, Standoff, Foundry, and of course,
Stupid fucking Snowbound. Veto this shit, you assholes.
with all this, the playlists were very extensive and you would never run out of stuff to play. This is the first game that I had played with a consistent double XP weekend, with some party modes like Griffball being the focal point that would give you endless fun. But if there's one thing Halo 3 is known for above all, it has to be the introduction of Forge. I don't know what the f we did to deserve this, but Forge is one of the craziest bonus modes to any game.
Forge
and
was
it's a
so
whole
fun.
game in and of itself. Giving literally every asset within the game to the entire community to cook up whatever they want is one of the most genius.
I want to
things
know
about
how
it.
many
Since the
how
game
many
began
hours
with
I
that
spent in
amazing
Forge
physics
on
and good
Halo
engine,
Reach
people made all
alone.
sorts
Like,
of
holy
side games
fuck.
like Fat Kid, Jenga, custom infection maps, and of course Race. And the beauty of Forge is you didn't have to be the creative one to enjoy it, because they made this file share system, which on a side note is kind of crazy technology for 2007. Forge would come back in later installments, but for what it was, this was more than enough for us. And then you also have the theater mode, which was surprisingly way in depth for, again, just no apparent reason. Red versus blue, that's all because of theater mode, and then just reliving some of the craziest interactions that happened in a multiplayer game forever because of theater mode is awesome. And there's still plenty of multiplayer games that just don't have any type of functionality like this. If you haven't caught the vibe yet, it should come to no surprise that this is the greatest Halo game out there, and it gets the S+ ranking. And although this was my very first
not
Halo
mad
game,
with that.
I still think it's the best one. That might be some bias, but this game is just so perfect.
I I got
If you
my
watched
years
Lord of
all
the Rings
mixed up.
video, you
What
would
the
know
fuck?
that I'm just
I
not
thought
an
Halo
RTS
Wars
guy.
came out in
So
like
ranking Halo Wars was
2011.
pretty difficult. With so many factions and large-scale
I like
battles,
Halo
it's only
Wars.
fitting that Halo Wars exists. And I'm also going to come clean that I had no idea that Halo, the original concept, was going to be an RTS game. Totally news to me. So it's kind of cool to see this full circle moment happen, and Halo Wars is that moment. And I'm so f***ing sorry, but this game was just not made for me. My brain likes shoot thing, my brain don't like click thing. I don't have much to reference here, but it's much more
Boo!
user-friendly
I love
than
my
other
RTS
I've tried
games.
to play, but something I would never come back to. This game is
And then
very
it's
much
also
so a
Halo,
game,
so, like,
even though apparently
fucking
343 had
S tier,
practically nothing
don't
to
care.
do with it, and that would also be why the story basically stands aside on its own and doesn't really have much to do with what we've seen in the game so far. So to me, that kind of feels like a forced project, but again,
Nah.
I don't have the authority to talk about this game really. The game did have a pretty good soundtrack and was underrated, and I for sure appreciated that, and it kind of goes unnoticed. I'm gonna be
Right, now I wanna
final
fucking
here.
play
I was
it.
giving it a C tier because I don't really know how to rank this game. The way these games work is I start to learn them, and by the time I'm like halfway through with it, I start to catch on, but I really just didn't have fun the whole time. As far as I've read, as people who really like RTS games, this is a really like dumbed down baby version of it, and I still don't really understand it. So go ahead and comment your experience with Halo Wars. ODST is a spin-off DLC title based off of the
S
Halo
tier.
3 engine that takes place during the events of Halo 2. You play as the orbital Drop troopers who get split up from each other as you try and reach
Every game
throughout one night. Detective work
is S tier,
flashbacks, and
except
street
for 1
sweeping
and
are the
or
name of the game here as
except
you go
for
through an
4 and
entirely new
5.
setting for the entire game. I stated that I really
Oops.
like the Halo 2 segments where you play in Metropolis and like the whole city vibe, and Halo 3 ODST is only that, so I really enjoyed this. Seeing things from more of like an actual military perspective instead of just like the Spartan like mega soldier is pretty unique, and the whole vibe of the game is just different. Aside from the setting, you have like the silence guns, which as far as I'm concerned didn't change how they functioned at all. Pretty sure if you shot these like from super far away, the enemies would still hear it, so I don't know why they did that, but I still kind of enjoyed using them. And the soundtrack, holy shit, the soundtrack is so good in this game and has so many like just beautiful sequences. This first level has this Pink Floyd trip sequence that feels like you're just like transcending humanity, and then other parts just feel like devastatingly sad and bleak, and it's just so perfect. Also, since you're not a Spartan, the health system is a little more traditional, with health packs being the focal point, which takes some getting used to, and I think a lot of people hate that for this reason, but for the sake of continuity, you're not a Spartan, so that kind of makes more sense.
I like
Playing
the
as
health
the rookie
pack
and
system.
other members of the squad gives you a taste of each character and has some of the more like upbeat and funny moments for the franchise. This game also houses one of my favorite missions in the entire franchise, where your squad hijacks a Phantom and you escort the Phantom, and they like don't know how to drive, and they're kind of like crashing into shit. Pretty cool. Outside of the short and sweet campaign, this is the game that gave us Firefight, which has become another fan favorite. This is one of those modes that could easily feel like it's just shoehorned in last second, but Firefight went pretty hard for no reason. It's the Onslaught mode, which was the, you know, the craze of the time. You know, there were zombies and Horde and all that stuff, which it's in the conversation. I'm not sure if it's better than either of those. Probably not, honestly. It was pretty fun for what it was. What I really liked about it is that there was a ton of customization for this mode. You could change what guns you use and all types of difficulty sliders and skulls. All of that was here right at launch day. And Firefight, kind of like Forge, would spawn a subgenre of players throughout the other games, which was really cool. We already established that this game is short and sweet, and since it's like a DLC title, I think it MSRP'd for like $40, which games were $60 at the time, so it definitely was not supposed to be like a full-fledged game. But one thing I really liked about this game that I think is worth mentioning as far as like the value of it is that it came with the second disc that had Halo 3 multiplayer with all the DLC included. And for me, I never bought the Halo 3 DLC multiplayer, so buying ODST and getting this was definitely like somewhat valuable at the time, and I think that gave it enough content to almost make it a full-fledged game. Halo 3 ODST is a fun experience, and I'm putting it up there with Combat Evolved. It gets a B. Halo Reach sort of falls in the same category as Halo 3 ODST. Not in that it's a DLC game, because it's definitely not that, but that it's more so like a standalone title that doesn't have much to do with Master Chief whatsoever. You
That's
follow
fine.
Noble Team and play as Noble 6 as you defend the human-inhabited planet Reach from the Covenant, and you get to know each member of the squad with some of the more diverse set of levels, including a dogfight mission. And replaying this mission for this
I
video
never
made me
liked
question
the
why 343
dogfight
hasn't
mission.
made some stupid cash grab game that's like a Starfighter clone. There are new gameplay elements, and I want to talk about the arsenal first, which is really fun. Guns like the needle rifle, pistol, grenade launcher, and the DMR in place of the battle rifle. And then on the more polarizing side of things, you have new armor abilities, which come in a few different shapes and sizes. The armor lock, a basic sprint function, jetpacks, invisibility, this super roll thing, and a hologram as well. Where I think this campaign really shined is the tear-jerking ending. It is so devastating, and it's kind of like Star Wars Rogue One. It's just like everyone's a martyr. Spoiler alert, but watching every single member of Noble Team basically sacrifice themselves to enable you to save Planet Reach, and then you in turn die as well, is just pretty devastating. The multiplayer is a lot of people's favorites and definitely one of mine with how varied it was. The biggest new feature was the loadout system, which is kind of the reason a lot of people don't like this game. It's not too polarizing for the most part. It's basically just choosing which armor ability you spawn in with. And I still don't know how I feel about this, because part of me thinks if sprinting's in the game, everyone should have it, but then some of them are so not good and others are really good. You're probably only going to use like the same 2, maybe 3 at all times. A lot of these are just situational at best and a lot of times just irrelevant. And this is where a lot of people started to say that Halo turned into Call of Duty, which I don't agree with that, but it was definitely different than what we were used to for sure. I for sure prefer finding the armor abilities, or basically like in Halo 3, the equipment throughout the map scattered and then you just have it as like a one-off. But having these like static abilities did change it, and not for better or for worse, it's just different, which doesn't always mean bad. But where this game starts to go absolutely sicko dummy mode is the Forge. You know how Forge World, which is basically a blank canvas and huge map to just make whatever you want. And
God, I
there's also
fucking
more
love Reach
assets
so
and more
much.
structures that you can also just make even more complex things. They even added a dedicated race mode with checkpoints and stuff to like actually track who's coming in first and who's the fastest and stuff. In some ways, it feels like they spent more time on Forge than they did on the multiplayer, because a lot of the multiplayer maps in this game are just Forge World maps that the devs created, which isn't a bad thing, but it kind of makes the setting feel a little stale. And the reason I say that is because the other maps that aren't on Forge World, like the original maps, just don't feel that good. And while we're on the topic of pre-existing modes, I have to give Firefight a shout here. This is the best game for Firefight. I already said Halo 3 ODST, Firefight was phenomenal, but this gave even more customization to it, which I didn't even think was possible. And I feel like there's even more maps and just more content, and they just kind of refined and built upon what Halo 3 ODST did with Firefight, and that's great. Reach was a great way to cap off the Bungie era of Halo games, and is just another masterpiece to add to the catalog. The game took custom games and added it to a new level that we didn't even think was possible, and also gave us one of the most devastating stories to go along with it. Halo Reach gets an S tier. Well, here we are, the first game made by 343. Halo 4 brings back the story of Master Chief and as he deals with the new Promethean faction while Cortana is deteriorating. And
Skip
all there really
it.
to be said about this is I don't give a about literally anything that goes on in this game. I should care that Cortana's dying, but nothing around this situation really is compelling enough to be invested in the game in the first place. As far as campaign goes, it's kind of the same gameplay loop, except now there's a ton of guns that just
The enemies are
not fun to
so
use and just
squishy.
pathetic
I
guns. And the
hated
whole
it
game is
so
basically
fucking
centered
much.
around you using those guns because it doesn't give you enough ammo for like the assault rifle and other guns that
That's
you're used to
also
using.
true.
I would make
Pissed
it
me
short and
off.
sweet. I think this is probably the worst Halo campaign out there as far as like a mainline installment. And you can't blame 343 too much, because pretty much no matter what they did with this game, people were going to be pissed. I mean, I still don't think this is acceptable, but I mean, at least they tried. It's not the worst thing out there, but it's
Did they?
pretty damn close. And the last level, or last boss fight, I guess, being a quick time event is the dumbest shit of all time. It won't come to surprise either that you can't find a game in 2025 for Halo 4. But surprisingly, I actually spent a good amount of time in this multiplayer back when it launched. It's actually not
gonna lie,
terrible. This
I
is
fucked with the
actually, though,
multiplayer.
where Halo started to become Call of Duty. Now you have creative
I
class
really,
that actually
really,
has perks
really
and other
fucked with the
types of
multiplayer.
modifications, like what
I really
grenades you
loved
spawn
it.
in with,
It
which
felt so
I don't
smooth
like
and
that at all.
satisfying to
Within
play.
the context of being a good multiplayer game, it's actually not that bad, but for Halo, this is where like innovation turned into like deterioration. And then other huge changes to the gameplay loop were that the dedicated power weapon spawns are now completely random. Part of Halo's whole entire gameplay loop was fighting over the power weapon spawn so you could have it for your team and, you know, in turn win the game.
Were
But
they
now
random?
having that element moved from the game entirely is another reason this just does not feel like Halo. And if you don't have a power weapon, chances are if you run out of ammo, you're going to be picking up one of those stupid Promethean guns that no one wants to use in the first place, so also not helping this game's case at all. I did really like the SAW LMG though. But of all things, where this game gets the biggest thumbs down is how bad they f***ed up Forge. Forge, I Island was this game's Forge world that didn't come
Yeah,
out until a year
like-
later, and this game's maps were just not Forge friendly whatsoever, meaning you couldn't really like create anything you wanted to, like you couldn't.
I kind of
Halo
went a
Basically,
little
there was
hard
no
in the
type of custom
Forge.
game support, and there was now even less options within Forge itself for customization.
Did not like
Mind you,
it
by now,
as
at this
much
time,
as
there is a
Reach, but
dedicated
still fuck with it.
subgenre of players that only play custom games, and they just couldn't really do that with Halo 4. If Halo Reach was the perfect amount of innovation without too much to ruin it, Halo 4 was way too much innovation to give the game a damn near identity crisis. I would argue that so far of every game we've talked about, this has the worst campaign and the worst multiplayer to go along with it, and I'm giving this a D tier. Quick dishonorable mention to Halo Master Chief Collection for being one of the worst launches I've ever firsthand experienced in my life. The idea of every classic Halo game all in one title for a pretty decent price at the time is one of the best out there. However, 343 clearly did not give a shit about this launch because it did not function properly whatsoever. There was not a single title that worked for its online support.
It's been 20 minutes. 20 minutes of searching. Nothing. Not a single match.
Matchmaking couldn't find a game, and the few times that it actually would get a game, it would just be super laggy and unplayable, and this would not be fixed for several months after the fact.
You gotta be kidding me. They didn't fix a goddamn thing.
Not to mention, you could even kick people out of a public game, including ranked games. This might actually be the worst thing 343 has ever done to Halo. Halo Spartan Assault was a mobile game that eventually saw a Windows release. It's 343's second attempt at a game, and they thought a top-down Dead Ops arcade-like gameplay was necessary. This is another game that's pretty hard to rank because it's technically just a mobile game that's like $2 or $3, but I'm still going to be pretty harsh on it because at the end of the day, it is just like a time waster, like iPad baby game, and I'm more so mad that this game just exists entirely whatsoever. The levels are extremely short, and I mean like 45 seconds short sometimes. The gameplay for what it is isn't bad per se, but there are a million other
The
games
45
that
seconds
might as
short
well
is
be this
debatable,
exact same
but
game.
whatever.
It also bends the lore pretty hard to where like things just don't make sense. Like there's brutes and elites fighting at the same time, where at the timeline that just wouldn't be a thing. But where this game takes the most offense towards the Halo IP is that this game is a paid-for game on the App Store and then has microtransactions within the game. There's a whole loadout system within this game.
I have
where you
this
can
on
customize
Steam.
what gun you have and other sorts of trinkets and stuff. And this whole feature is basically locked behind a microtransaction. If you want any type of armor power up, you basically have to pay money, which is so stupid. As stated before, within the context of being a mobile game, this isn't the worst thing out there, but I'm still going to be harsh. I'm giving it an F tier. It is the worst game in the franchise. Spartan Strike was a sequel to Spartan Assault, and it's basically the same game, only Spartan Strike has a lot more depth to it. The story actually is pretty cohesive and has dedicated voice acting and an overarching narrative that actually makes kind of somewhat sense. That's the biggest change to this game, is that the levels are way longer and actually have somewhat enjoyable to complete. Not to mention, I didn't see any type of microtransactions when I played this game. So as far as I know, that was removed entirely, which gives it at least one letter grade knocked up. It's still not worth your time. I mean, it is free if you want to just like a time waster on your phone. I'm sure it'll tickle that itch, but it's still a D tier. Go ahead and pour one out for me because I had no idea that Halo 5 was an Xbox One exclusive and still hasn't had seen like any type of PC port. Meaning I had to rev up the old 2013 Xbox One dinosaur that doesn't even function unless I have it hardwired to my router. F this game, fuck this console. Halo 5 Guardians is 343's second attempt at a mainline Halo game, and as far as I'm concerned, this is basically Halo 4 all over again. The campaign is super uncompelling, and the marketing almost made it a mystery as to what the f was even going on. Is Master Chief a bad guy? Is there like a Master Chief doppelganger? Did the USNC turn on him? What the hell is going on? That was what everyone thought before this game came out. I never played it after it initially launched. But then you
I
played
remember
the
I
game
was
for the
actually
first
so
hour,
hyped for
that
number
whole
5
entire
and then
conflict was
actually
resolved,
played it,
has
and
nothing to do with
I
that. Gameplay is very
Yeah,
similar
it
to
was
Halo
just
4,
so
except now
fucking
it
bad.
feels like they want to be a Call of Duty clone, but for all the wrong reasons. Remember that whole jetpack era of Call of Duty for like 3 years? Well, Halo 5 wanted to cash in on that, even though Call of Duty players didn't really like that either. And for the sake of Halo, it does make a little more sense. The thruster pack movement and stuff isn't terrible. I don't really mind it that much, actually, but I do think it actually had something to do with Call of Duty doing the same thing. I'm just gonna go out and say that. And just like Halo 4, there's even more guns that no one likes using. They just feel like filler weapons, and people just want their classic, you know, assault rifle and sniper and shotgun and just the classic UNSC lineup. I will say I did notice there's a new revive system that is in campaign even when you're playing solo. And so if you're playing on Legendary, the fact that I'm assuming this mechanic still exists where if you die, you're just going to get revived by your squad and keep going. Kind of defeats the purpose of how difficult these games are supposed to be, which I'm sure Die Hard fans are not too happy about. And cap off the story with Cortana turning bad, and I still just don't give a f. I should, but I just don't. On the multiplayer, where there are tons of people who swear up and down that this is one of the best Halo multiplayer experiences out there, to which I have no response because I never got to play it. Like I said, I missed the launch window for this game, not because on accident.
Absolutely
I had no interest in
hated
this
the
game.
online.
And now when I try and load into a game, I even like
Wait, am I not going the right?
search parameters, which is kind of cool. You can do that in this game, and I still can't find a game. I thought if people liked it so much, it'd be at least some type of dedicated fan base for it, but that doesn't seem to be the case. I also did try playing it like on a Tuesday at like 2 o'clock, so maybe that's why. Apparently this game, like most modern titles, had an extremely rocky launch but was in a solid state a year after. But I'll leave this one up to you guys. I wish I could play this because it looks kind of fun, but there seem to be a lot of polarizing opinions about it. Probably something I would have enjoyed, kind of like Halo 4. At least I would enjoy it a little bit for a while. But overall, with my experience with Halo 5, it is pretty much like Halo 4. I'm giving it a D tier.
F tier, come on now.
People seem pretty opinionated as to if Halo Wars 1 or Halo Wars 2 is a better game. And since,
Halo
like
Wars
we
1.
said before, I'm not the guy to ask about this. I'm probably going to piss someone off with either any opinion I'm about to have on these. Developed by
I hated the art style of number 2, and that one AI character I fucking cannot stand her. She is so annoying. She's like a fucking emotional, like, high school bitch. Like, god damn.
Was upgrading your guys' abilities and like what they could do as soldiers. And Halo Wars 2, this seems to be a much more sidelined experience from that regard.
Not even a
Halo Wars
like a
2, I
fucking
just
middle
basically
schooler. Like,
ramp
god
up until I have
damn.
a crazy army and then just swarm over the level and beat it like in one go. And again, that kind of ties back into how this is supposed to be a simpler RTS game, and I think that's what it was. So I'm pretty indifferent about the two. The cutscenes are really beautiful. I did appreciate that, but that only gets you so far.
Cutscenes
as far
were
as
pretty
I'm
good.
concerned, these games are
In number 1 and
interchangeable.
2, the
If anything, I might
cutscenes are
Halo
like
Wars
top
2
tier.
more just because of how easy it is. And
Just,
again,
I
not the
wasn't
guy
a
to
fan
ask
of the
about this.
characters,
I'm giving
and
this
the
a zero
gameplay
for
art
Halo
style
Wars
was
1.
shit.
But now we're at the most recent installment, being Halo Infinite. Probably one of the most anticipated launches for a game in recent memory, and it
I liked
did
Halo
surprisingly
Infinite.
well. The campaign took
probably
the
gave it
ambitious
like a
open world
8 out
approach
of
that I
10.
don't think a lot of people were asking for, but was done okay. To this day, I don't know how I feel about Halo going open world, because Halo's whole thing is like very
I didn't mind the open
story-driven,
world.
so
I had
when
fun
you
with
just
it.
like have an open world hub where you're not going from mission to mission, which is the whole purpose of Halo, but you know you're always up to something cohesively for the story. Doesn't really make much sense to me. And on top of that, this gameplay is a little bit repetitive. I don't think it's bad whatsoever. I actually think this is the
it
best
kind of
modern
made
engine
sense.
Halo has ever ran on. But back to the story, it is a little stale just because I don't really care about any of the new characters. And then Cortana dying for like the 4th fucking time is just stupid. But I want to spend the majority of Halo Infinite talking about the multiplayer. This game had a beta, and I really dig the beta, and I was super excited for when the game came out. And then the game came out, and it was just the beta all over again. This
Yeah.
game launched with no fucking content. It had like 2 big team maps and 2 or 3 other playlists, which I don't know if you remember, but that's kind of like Halo's jam, is having a shit ton of variety in the multiplayer when it comes to playlists and game modes and team sizes and custom games. And if those things weren't bad enough, this game didn't even launch with Forge or co-op campaign or split screen. However, the gameplay itself was a ton of fun. Guns felt very balanced. The new armor abilities had just the right amount of versatility. There's no creative class whatsoever. It truly felt like Halo was back, but it was just missing the canvas to play on. However, when I loaded this game up for this video, I was overwhelmed with how much they turned this game around. Playlists, and even more playlists. Tons of new maps. And now Forge is here with the most customization it has ever had, hence why all the custom games in Infinite go stupid. It's hard to judge this game because it really did launch in a terrible state and followed the trend of unfinished game at launch and then finished game a year or 2 later. And I think a lot of people, myself included, saw this game as just completely written off at launch and I was never going to come back to it. And I think a lot of that has to do with this game going free to play. I think it just launched in an unfinished state because they can use the whole free to play model to give it live service updates, which just is not fun. I want to be harsh on this game, but I can't deny that I really enjoyed playing this game for this video in the current state that it's in, and it is definitely one of the greats. This is the best engine Halo's ever ran on, aside from like maybe Halo 3, and it kind of feels like Halo Reach in that regard, where it's just the right amount of innovation without being too much. Although the campaign is not my favorite, it's still way better than Halo 4 and Halo 5, and that is a huge step forward for 343, and this is probably going to be the most controversial ranking for the entire video. I'm giving it an A tier.
I
If that
feel
didn't
like an
piss you
A
off
tier is
enough,
good.
take one last look at the entire list, because this is what we're working with. What do you agree with? What do you disagree
Oh, God,
with?
wrong way.
Please
Fuck
go ahead
me.
and let me know down
Stupid.
below. I have no idea what other Halo games are
Halo
planned in the future,
1
but I
being in
hope they at least
B
just
tier
release an Infinite
is
State with everything that Halo
heresy.
has now, just not 2 years later. But go ahead and check out some
How the
other
fuck
videos.
you gonna have
I'll
Halo
give you a
Infinite
flavor of
in
every Lord of the
nature
Rings
and
game or
not
every Far
combat
Cry game.
evolved?
Click on screen now. And if you liked, leave a like. If you didn't, leave a dislike. And thank you so much for watching.
The year is 2005.
No, it's
John
not.
Cena is the
It's
WWE
2026.
champion. 50 Cent had just released The Massacre. Tom Cruise jumped for joy for some reason. And Kanye West has released a prolific message across the globe.
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
But most importantly, a little game called Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition releases in April. To say this game was a cultural phenomenon would be an absolute understatement. This game would not only shake the racing game genre to its core, but it would also intertwine with the hip-hop and thriving car culture of the 2000s perfectly. It's one of those games that feels like a time capsule of early 2000s car and hip-hop culture. It's not just a racing game, it's a whole vibe, capturing a time when street racing, custom cars, and hip-hop were all intertwined. What makes it so special is how much the game leaned into the influence of hip-hop, not just as a soundtrack, but as a core part of its identity. In the early 2000s, Dub Magazine stood as a prominent voice in the automotive world, celebrated for its focus on luxury car customization and the vibrant urban lifestyle. The magazine showcased vehicles transformed with oversized rims, custom paint jobs, and lavish interiors, reflecting a culture where cars were more than just transportation. They were personal statements. Recognizing this cultural movement, Rockstar partnered with Dub Magazine to develop Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition, released in 2005. This collaboration was significant, as it marked one of the first times a video game integrated real-world automotive customization trends so deeply into its gameplay. The partnership aimed to infuse the game with an unparalleled level of expertise and understanding of the latest and hottest trends in the automotive industry and street customization scene. The influence of Dub Magazine is evident throughout the entire game. Players have the opportunity to customize their favorite vehicles extensively, choosing from a wide array of options that mirror the styles featured in the magazine itself. This
Right now, I
includes
feel like
selecting
I'm playing
from
Vice
various
City.
rims, trims,
I don't know why.
and upgrades, allowing for a personalized and authentic car customization experience, and even unlock vehicles that were pre-customized by Dub themselves in-game.
She's an instant classic. That's incredible. And those dub guys really did that thing up right. She's beautiful when she's dubbed out, ain't she?
What the fuck?
The collaboration between Rockstar Games and Dub Magazine was a groundbreaking moment in gaming, bridging the gap between virtual entertainment and real-world car culture. It provided players with an immersive experience that resonated with the automotive trends of the time, solidifying Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition as a culturally significant title in
Jesus
the racing
Christ.
game genre. But how did we get here? How did Rockstar land such a lucrative deal in terms of marketing to the mainstream industry? Well, you can't have a number 3 of a series without a 1 and a 2, right? Precisely. So allow me to give you a brief history of the Midnight Club series. The first game in the franchise, Midnight Club Street Racing, released in the year 2000 and was developed by Angel Studios, later known as Rockstar San Diego, and published by Rockstar Games. It served as a launch title for the PlayStation 2, making it one of the earliest games available on the platform, and was
Damn it, I
also
can't do
released
the
for
race
Game Boy
right
Advance. This game introduced players to the concept of competitive street
I'm
racing.
so bad at
in an
losing the
open world
fucking cops in
environment,
this game.
specifically in condensed versions of New York and London.
Fuck.
The gameplay was inspired by the real-life Japanese street racing scene, known as the Midnight Club, which raced on the Bayshore route of Tokyo's Shuto Expressway. The game was well received for its innovative open-world racing, but was noted for its simple graphics and gameplay mechanics compared to later titles. Following the success of the first game, Midnight Club 2 was released in 2003, also developed by Rockstar San Diego. This sequel expanded the racing grounds to include 3 cities this time: Los Angeles, Paris, and Tokyo, each with distinct atmospheres and racing styles. The game improved on its predecessor with enhanced graphics, a broader selection of vehicles, and more
They
complex
escaped?
racing
Nice.
dynamics. The development team focused on refining the open world experience, allowing for more freedom in how players could approach the racing challenges. The game also introduced a narrative where players could progress through different levels by winning races and gaining respect amongst the city's underground racing scene. Midnight Club 2 was pivotal in establishing the series' reputation for high-speed, arcade-style racing. The development of Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition marked a significant shift for the series, both in terms of its scope and the challenges faced by Rockstar San Diego. The idea for the third installment was to leverage the growing popularity of car tuning and customization. Like we mentioned before, partnering with Dub Magazine, which was known for its focus on custom cars, this partnership led to a game where players could not only race, but also customize their vehicles extensively, both visually and performance-wise. The development process for Midnight Club 3 wasn't all smooth though, and Rockstar did face quite a few challenges. For example, they did face some technical hurdles. The transition to new console hardware, PlayStation 2, Xbox, and later PlayStation Portable, required significant adjustments to the game engine to handle more detailed environments and vehicle models. The team had to balance performance with increased graphical fidelity and the physics of car customization. Not only that, but
I miss my
introducing
PSP.
customization meant a vast expansion of the game's content. The team needed to design numerous parts, manage how they interacted with the vehicle performance, and ensure variety in customization options without overwhelming the player or slowing down gameplay. Midnight Club 3 marked the first time that the series featured fully licensed real-life vehicles, which also led to a heap of its own problems in its own right. Initially, many car manufacturers were hesitant to license their vehicles for Midnight Club 3 due to the game's association with illegal street racing. This was a significant departure from previous games in the series, which used fictionalized or modified versions of cars. The narrative and aesthetic of street racing, especially in the context of Dub Magazine's influence, made some manufacturers wary of how their brands would be portrayed. Each manufacturer had different demands regarding how their cars would be shown. Some wanted control over the customization options available for their models, ensuring that modification did not negatively impact their brand image. Others had clauses about not allowing their cars in scenarios that depicted illegal activities too explicitly. Notably, BMW did not license their vehicles for this game, which led to the absence of popular models like the BMW 328i, Z3, and the Mini Cooper S from the final release. These cars were all referenced in game files, but never made it into the playable car roster. The complexity of managing these licenses also played a role in the game's life cycle. For instance, when Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition Remix was later released on PlayStation Network for PS3, it was eventually pulled due to licensing issues, showcasing the ongoing challenges with maintaining licenses over time. The game utilized an evolution of the engine from Midtown Madness 2, but was significantly updated to handle the new customization features and the increased detail of the environments. This involved a lot of rework on physics, especially vehicle handling, with added parts like spoilers and different tire types. There was a considerable amount of cut content that didn't make it into the final game as well. Apart from BMW, other vehicles like a Chevrolet Nova, Pontiac Grand Prix GXP, and a Chevrolet Vega were mentioned in audio files or game data, but were never implemented. Early builds show different UI elements, vehicle selection screens, and even different garage environments. Some features like better reflections were scaled back due to hardware limitations as well. There were plans for characters like Carlos to return, with specific vehicles like a Chevrolet Camaro Z28, but these were either changed or not fully implemented. The team faced a challenge of balancing the game's racing core to new customization mechanics. This involved a lot of back and forth on gameplay design, where decisions had to be made about how customization would affect racing dynamics without making the game too complex or unmanageable for the player. Early feedback from beta testers and internal sessions influenced the final product. For instance, the community's love for customization from the Need for Speed Underground series might have pushed Rockstar to enhance these features even more in Midnight Club 3. Upon its release in April 2005, Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition was met with widespread acclaim from both critics and the gaming community. Critics lauded the game for its expansive open-world environments, the innovative customization system in partnership with Dub Magazine, and its arcade-style racing that was both accessible and thrilling. Review aggregators like Metacritic gave the game a score in the high 80s, with IGN at the time awarding it a 9.2 out of 10.
Where the fuck did these dumbasses come from? They just magically appear, just fucking teleport. Cool. Awesome swag.
Highlighting the game's customization and variety, thus contributing to its reputation as a standout title in the racing genre. Sales figures were also impressive. Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition sold over 1.1 million copies on the PlayStation 2 and an astonishing 3.6 million copies on the PlayStation Portable, the PSP, reflecting its broad appeal across different platforms. The success wasn't just limited to sales. The game's online multiplayer component was praised for its seamless integration, a robust community experience that kept the game relevant relevant long after its release. The legacy of Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition has only grown over the years. It's often cited as a legendary title within the racing game community for setting standards in vehicle customization and open world racing dynamics. Fans reminisce about the game's detailed car modification options, the distinct atmospheres of the cities, and the memorable soundtrack that encapsulated the urban racing culture of the early 2000s. Even today, it's remembered fondly in gaming circles, with many players advocating for a remaster or a new entry in the series, underscoring its lasting impact and the nostalgia
that
it
tree
evokes.
probably fucked me up
This
hard.
enduring love has cemented Midnight Club 3 as a classic in the annals of video game
Fuck off.
history.
Cause here at 619s, we got it all. All aftermarket stuff, bodywork, and under the hood. Make it fast and make it beautiful. Hey, but I ain't no salesman. So go look through the cars, pick out what you want, and don't try to get funny with the price, cause this ain't the ghetto.
1 year after its initial release, the expansion for Midnight Club 3 titled Dub Edition Remix would release. It would add a heap of new things to the game, like more cars, more music, and even another city to race in. But we'll get to that a little bit later in this video. This game in general is such a difference in terms of vibes compared to Midnight Club 2. If you've ever played Midnight Club 2, you'll know that the vibe of that game is so mysterious and ominous. It's so dark, and honestly the best way I can describe
I might
it
as
is
well just
niche.
fuck it,
Don't get me wrong, I absolutely love that game, but this time around they wanted to be more mainstream, more in tune with the culture of the time to a broader audience.
Oh, gas
They
stations
wanted to
repair? What the
expand
fuck?
and no longer just be that mysterious niche racing game. The big artists featured in the game's soundtrack, such as T.I., Fat Joe, Sean Paul, Nine Inch Nails, Lil Wayne, Marilyn Manson, Queens of the Stone Age, and many, many more.
I lost so much fucking money. God
Ways,
damn
this
it.
game was
Dude,
able
this
to
game's fucking
expand to
annoying with
such
the
a
cop
large
system.
audience when in comparison to the first two games of the series. First things first, the main menu oozes character. Remember when games actually put effort into their menus? Yeah, good times. The backdrop for the menu will change depending on which city you last saved in, and has this cool zoom transition every time you click a different setting. When you see this, as soon as you boot up the game for the first time, it becomes very apparent Rockstar did not cut any corners when it comes to the effort they put into Midnight Club 3. Oh yeah, and you get blasted with this. There are 3 playable cities in this game: San Diego, Atlanta, and Detroit, along with Tokyo if you are playing the Remix Edition. Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition begins in San Diego, but unlike many racing games that follow a very structured progression where players take over one city at a time, this game offers a much more dynamic approach. As you progress and unlock Atlanta and Detroit, all 3 cities remain active with races available at all times. This means that rather than just being confined to one location for long stretches, you're constantly moving between vastly different urban environments, each offering its own unique challenges. This design keeps the gameplay feeling fresh and varied, especially in club races, where each city's distinct road layouts and terrain force you to adapt your driving style. Whether it's weaving through the neon-lit streets of Atlanta, navigating Detroit's industrial zones, or cruising through San Diego's coastal highways, the constant change of scenery and race types adds a layer of unpredictability that keeps the session engaging. Beyond its sheer speed and technical depth, Midnight Club 3 is filled with moments that almost feel cinematic in their beauty. Few racing games capture the sensation of pure velocity like this one does. Picture yourself breaking past 225 miles per hour on the highways of Detroit, the city lights reflecting on your custom ride as traffic blurs around you. Then, as if on cue, the perfect song kicks in, a track that matches the intensity of the moment so well that it feels like the game is reading your mind. It's in these sequences where the game
Bro, I gotta listen to that
transcends just
soundtrack.
being a
Holy
racing
shit.
experience and becomes something more, a fusion of speed, music, and adrenaline that makes you appreciate the sheer artistry behind its design. The race layouts are also very nice. It's clear that the developers took the time to study every inch of these cities, crafting courses that feel organic yet exhilarating. Every checkpoint flows seamlessly into the next, guiding you through intricate alleyways, towering jumps, sharp hairpin turns, and wide stretches of open road. What makes this even more impressive is the game's open-ended race structure. Unlike the Need for Speed games, where tracks are often lined with restrictive barrier walls, Midnight Club 3 gives you complete freedom to find your own path. You can take shortcuts, improvise your route, and adapt in real time, making every race feel dynamic and unscripted. The result is a racing experience that rewards both skill and creativity, pushing players to master not just speed, but also strategy. The map design further elevates this freedom, featuring intricate road networks with interwoven paths and seamlessly integrated ramps scattered throughout all 3 cities. Every location feels handcrafted to encourage exploration, allowing for multiple ways to approach any given race. These ramps and hidden shortcuts aren't just placed for spectacle, they're functional, serving as a critical tool to gain an edge over your opponents. Whether it's launching off a highway overpass to land ahead of the competition, or taking an alternate route through a back alley, the city layouts reward players who take the time to learn their surroundings. What makes Midnight Club 3 even more special is how it constantly throws you into unique and unexpected scenarios. One moment you could be in the middle of a high-stakes muscle car race under the neon glow of Atlanta, and the next, you're weaving through the snow-covered streets of Detroit, trying to keep control of a high-powered sports bike as you compete against a fleet of 1000cc superbikes. The sheer variety of conditions and challenges keeps you on your toes, making every race feel like a new experience. Vehicle variety also plays a major role in keeping the gameplay engaging. Unlike many racing games where players tend to stick with one car for long periods of time, Midnight Club 3 constantly encourages you to switch things up. Certain race types, like club races, require specific vehicle classes to enter, meaning you'll regularly be forced to step out of your comfort zone and experiment with new rides. This not only keeps the experience fresh, but also prevents players from becoming too attached to just one car. Instead, you'll always be looking forward to your next upgrade, eager to try something new, whether it's a luxury sedan, a high-performance exotic, or a lightning-fast street bike, like a Ducati. In every aspect of its design, Midnight Club 3 refuses to be predictable. Whether it's through its ever-changing environments, exhilarating high-speed moments, expertly crafted race layouts, or its seamless integration of different vehicles and scenarios, this game ensures that no 2 races ever feel the same. It's truly a testament to Rockstar San Diego's commitment to delivering an immersive, high-octane experience that stands out even in today's racing landscape. However, it ain't all sunshine and rainbows, boy. In fact, allow me time to now go on a rant about how ridiculously infuriating this game can be. I'd say pretty much every
I thought this dude's voice was familiar. He used to do mostly Saints Row
and it would
games.
genuinely piss me off.
But then Saints Row sucks ass.
Time
so,
a video game has made me this angry before. I'm usually fairly calm when I'm playing games too. I'd say probably the old school Call of Duty days. Yeah, I'd rage back then for sure. Anyway, the thing is, even though I'd rage quit so often, I'd always find myself wanting to pick up the controller and try again. And so I would do exactly that every single time. Pick up that dreaded controller and try to win an event I have attempted 10 times but have now failed because of some utter bullshit.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Feels bad.
I've come
to fuck with
Midnight
you
Club 3
again.
Dub Edition is, without a doubt, one of the most infuriating racing games I have ever played. From the moment you start, the game makes it very clear that it's not here to hold your hand. The rubber banding is aggressive, traffic is out to get you, and the difficulty curve, it doesn't ease you in, it throws you straight into the deep end. This isn't the kind of game where you can casually breeze
It's
through
like the
races. No,
Dark
you're gonna be
Souls of
retrying
racing.
each one of them at least 5 to 7 times. I'm telling you right now.
Jesus, the fuck? Feels bad.
There is no exaggeration when I say that this game will throw some of the most bullshit challenges at you that you will ever experience in a racing game. I guarantee it. Well, that is until I eventually take on Midnight Club 2, but that's a conversation for another day. The AI is ruthless. The game's systems seem specifically designed to screw you over, and at times, it genuinely feels rigged against you. One of the most frustrating things is how traffic behaves. It's not just an obstacle, it's actively working against you. There are countless moments where you're flying through a straightaway and out of nowhere, a traffic car will magically decide to switch lanes right in front of you for no goddamn reason. It doesn't even make sense considering the direction they were originally going. It feels intentional, like the game is saying, yeah, you thought you had this race? Think again, Holmes. The unfairness doesn't stop there. The traffic system itself is designed in a way that completely favors the AI. Traffic cars only spawn near the player, meaning that when the AI pulls ahead, and they will, you'll notice that they suddenly seem to be moving at supersonic speeds. That's because they are. They don't have to deal with traffic while you're constantly dodging unpredictable cars at every turn. Combine that with the brutal rubber banding where the AI clings to the perfect driving line and never makes mistakes, and it turns every race into an uphill battle. But if you think the rubber banding is bad in normal races, wait until you see the police. The cop AI is insane. You will look behind you and see them pulling off some straight up Hollywood action movie stunts, defying all logic just to make sure you don't win. They will go from miles behind to suddenly flying up at impossible speeds, crash into you, and just like that, bam, your race is over.
Bam, my race is over. How much money did I get from that bitch? Alright, cool. Almost 20K. Dude, bring back fucking Twisted Metal.
This game doesn't just want you to struggle. It wants you to suffer. Strangely enough, though, something interesting happens towards the very end of the game.
I kept thinking
The
Metal Gear,
difficulty
but no.
actually starts to ease up. The last 2 to 3 hours of my playthrough were noticeably easier than the absolute chaos that came before. Now, I don't know if that's because of how insanely fast your cars become by that point, or if it's just that after enduring the hell that is the early and mid game, you've adapted. By then, you're so used to breakneck speeds and fighting against the game's bullshit that it starts to feel manageable. Whatever the reason, the shift is undeniable. It's there. After spending hours getting absolutely obliterated by rubber banding AI, unfair traffic, and overpowered cops, the final stretch almost feels, dare I say, fair. But don't get it twisted. Getting to that point is a test of patience, skill, and pure stubbornness. Midnight Club 3 is one of the most brutal racing games out there, and it's not afraid to let you know it. Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition is one of those games that once it gets its hooks into you, it refuses to let go. It's intense, it's fast, and above all, it's ridiculously addicting. The moment a race starts, your focus locks in completely. So much so, you'll find yourself subconsciously holding your breath, bracing for every sharp turn, dodging traffic at the last second, and barely keeping control as you blast through the city streets at breakneck speeds. Every race is a test of reflexes and precision, and because of that, the game has a way of making every victory feel like a genuine accomplishment. It's the kind of experience that keeps you coming back no matter how frustrating it gets. But when you step away from the chaos of the races and just take a moment to drive around, you start to appreciate something that often gets overlooked: just how well designed these cities really are. The high-speed nature of the gameplay means that most players never really take the time to stop and admire what Rockstar had built here. But when you do, you start to see the finer details. The way the neon lights reflect off the pavement, the way the architecture shifts from city to city, and how each one feels distinct yet seamlessly interconnected. Rockstar, as they always do, crafted 3 incredibly immersive cities, each with its own atmosphere, layout, and personality. Coming back to this game after taking a short break to finish my Burnout playthrough and video, which is out now, you should watch
Burnout.
that, by the way.
That was
It's
a
a
pretty
banger.
good game.
I was immediately hit with just how
I wonder if it's on
demanding this
Steam.
game is.
I'll have to
I
get
felt
it.
rusty, and it took a while to shake off that rust because Midnight Club 3 doesn't give you time to ease back in. This isn't a game where you can just pick up where you left off and expect to dominate right away. It's fast, it's brutal, and if you're not constantly in sync with its mechanics, it will punish you for it. And speaking of mechanics, something that stood out to me during this playthrough, especially when comparing to its predecessor, is that Midnight Club 3 doesn't really have much of a story. There's no deep narrative to follow, no compelling characters to get invested in. If anything, Midnight Club 2 actually did a much better job in that regard. That game had personality, it had memorable rivals, cutscenes that made you feel like you were part of an underground racing scene, and a sense of progression that made each new opponent feel meaningful. Midnight Club 3, on the other hand, is much more stripped down. The only character that really stands out is Oscar, and even then, well, that's about it. There's just not much to latch onto in terms of storytelling, which is a bit of a letdown considering how much flair the rest of the game has. But if there's one thing that makes up for the lack of narrative, it's the sheer learning curve of this game. If you're coming from something like the Need for Speed franchise, where tracks are more structured and the handling is a bit more sturdy, I guess you could say, less drifty, less slidey, Midnight Club 3 will throw you off hard. The open race structure, where you have to figure out on your own optimal path between checkpoints, is a huge shift in how you would approach racing in other games. And then there's the handling itself, slidey, drifty, and chaotic. It takes time to adjust, and for the first few hours, you're gonna feel like you're fighting the game more than anything. But once you start to get the hang of it, everything clicks in a way that's actually extremely satisfying. That being said, Midnight Club 3 constantly teeters on the edge of being outright unfair. The difficulty is relentless, and the rubber banding, traffic placement, and overall intensity
I fucking lapped them,
dangerously
dude.
close to being unfun, but it never quite crosses that line. Instead, it keeps you in the perfect balance of frustration.
Hey, Flip,
and
that's a
exhilaration, where
skateboarding
every loss
brand.
makes you want to try again, and every win feels like you've overcome something nearly impossible. Visually, the game is a perfect snapshot of the mid-2000s. Everything about it is chrome, flashy, and over the top. The menus, the customization, the soundtrack, it all screams that era in the best way possible. And speaking of the races, there's a decent amount of variety, though I do wish there was some more unique modes. Tournaments are straightforward, each race earns you points. Racer with the highest total points at the end wins, which will unlock you a new vehicle at the end of each tournament. Autocross races are the closest thing to legal racing
That
in the
kinda
game,
fucks with
set on
me, not
closed
gonna lie.
circuits with actual barriers. They're all about precision, forcing you
I'm
to master
visually
sharp turns and controlled speed.
weak.
There are very few of these. Unordered races are by far the hardest, requiring you to plan out the most efficient route on the fly while still dealing with aggressive opponents and unpredictable traffic. Ordered races are your standard checkpoint-based sprints, guiding you through a set path to the finish line, and club races add an extra layer of challenge by requiring specific vehicle types, forcing you to constantly switch up your car selection. As fun as these races are, I do wish Rockstar had a dedicated speed test mode, essentially a highway drag race with nitrous-fueled madness, would have perfectly fit into the game's high-speed nature, but unfortunately there's nothing quite like that here.
okay.
One of the standout features of Midnight
There's
Club
two
3 is in its customization,
paint
which rivals
art
even Need for
things,
Speed
but I'm
Underground
too
in
lazy to
terms
go
of
back
that.
and get
You
them.
can modify nearly every aspect of your car: body kits, spoilers, neon lights, engine upgrades. But what really stands out is how certain body modifications completely change the look of a car. Some bumpers, for example, alter the entire shape of the headlights or tail lights, giving your ride a unique personality. The wheel selection, however, is a bit weak in my opinion, with some notable omissions like BBS and work. And unfortunately, as you progress to higher tier cars, customization becomes much more limited, which is a bit disappointing after getting used to the endless options available early on. I assume this is due to licensing issues with certain cars and manufacturers, but I digress. And then there's the soundtrack, easily one of the best in any racing game. Let's put this into perspective. Need for Speed Underground 2 had 24 songs. Burnout Revenge, released the same year as Midnight Club 3, had 40 songs. Midnight Club
Burnout
3
Revenge.
Remix, 133 songs. That's
Jesus
insane.
Christ.
And it's not just about the quantity, it's about the variety. Hip-hop, electronic, rock, punk, dancehall, reggae, you name it, it's here. The inclusion of artists like T.I. and Birdman cement the game's place in the mid-2000s.
I wonder how many
car
songs
culture,
Saints Row
making
2
every
has.
race feel like it's straight out of an MTV music video. The sheer number of tracks also prevents the music from getting repetitive, unlike other racing games where you hear the same songs over and over. That's what makes this game feel so special. It's more than just a racing game. It's a time capsule of the mid-2000s car culture, a reflection of a very specific era where chrome rims, massive body kits, and over-the-top customization were at their peak. Dub Magazine was huge back then, and its partnership with Rockstar made Midnight Club 3 feel like a legitimate extension of the real-world car car scene. It's crazy to think how relevant dub was at the time, especially
I miss those
considering how
days.
niche it has become today. But back in 2005, this game was a perfect representation of the culture, and even now, it still serves as a
kinda miss
nostalgic look
MTV.
back at the time. And of course, no discussion about Rockstar is complete without acknowledging their legacy. They have never made a bad game, and even when they step outside of their usual open world
Wait, what?
crime
Wait,
dramas,
hold
they
up.
still manage to create worlds that feel alive,
The fuck was that game?
acknowledging their legacy. They have never made a bad game. And
Really? What the fuck? Austin Powers. The fuck is that? Jeez, so many GTAs. Holy fuck. Oh yeah, I forgot they're responsible for Max Payne. Monster Truck, what? Oni? The fuck game is that? Is that a... what the f... table tennis? Or... not tennis. Whatever. Oh yeah, Smuggler's Run. My buddy had that. It was a fun game. It's alright. State of Emergence? Thrasher skateboarding. The Warriors goated. God, that was such a good fucking game.
even when they step outside of their usual open world crime dramas, they still manage to create worlds that feel alive, interconnected, and beautifully crafted. Even in a racing game, their signature attention to detail shines through. The influence of Midnight Club 3 can even be seen in later Rockstar games. Take Franklin's driving ability in GTA 5 for example. It's essentially the zone ability for Midnight Club, just repurposed for a different genre. One of the more unique gameplay mechanics in Midnight Club 3 is the introduction of special abilities tied to different vehicle classes. These abilities, Zone, Roar, and Aggro, each serve a distinct purpose and add an extra layer of strategy to races. I'll just go over them briefly. Zone, exclusive to exotic and tuner cars, allows you to enter a slow motion state, giving you precise control over your vehicle when maneuvering through tight corners or dodging traffic. Roar, found in muscle cars, unleashes a shockwave that forces nearby vehicles to move out of your way. And Aggro, used by SUVs and trucks, lets you plow through obstacles and opponents without taking any damage, which can be useful in chaotic races. However, as interesting as these abilities are, there's a clear imbalance when it comes to their actual usefulness. Zone is, without a doubt, the best ability in the game. The ability to slow down time and correct mistakes at will makes it an invaluable tool, especially in a game where one small misstep can cost you an entire race. Cars that don't have Zone, especially muscle cars and SUVs, feel significantly harder to use. Not just because they lack precision, but because the alternatives don't provide nearly the same level of control. Roar can sometimes be useful, but only in very specific situations where you're boxed in by AI traffic, I guess. Aggro, while fun to mess around with, doesn't offer much of a competitive advantage in a game that prioritizes speed and agility, and as a result, players are often discouraged from experimenting with other vehicle classes because choosing anything other than an exotic or a tuner puts them at a noticeable disadvantage. Beyond the soundtrack, Midnight Club 3 also nails the small audio details that make the world feel alive. It's not just about the music, it's about the little chimes, the UI sounds, the engine roars, and even the way the nitrous blast sounds when you hit the boost. Every element of the sound design is satisfying in its own way, subtly enhancing the immersion without being overly flashy. The menu transitions, the way the cars react to different surfaces, and even the notification sounds when unlocking new content. It's all finely tuned to give the game a distinct auditory personality. Another thing that stands out when revisiting Midnight Club 3 is how refreshingly simple its open world feels compared to modern racing games. Today's open world racers like Forza Horizon and Need for Speed Unbound are packed with distractions, speed traps, billboards to smash, stunt jumps, radar zones, and dozens of other side activities designed to keep you engaged. But Midnight Club 3 came from a different era, before all of that became standard. And honestly, that simplicity is kind of nice. The world exists purely as a playground for racing, without any unnecessary fluff. There's no checklist of collectibles to complete, well, there kind of is, but there's no forced open world mechanics to pad out the experience, just pure high-speed action, and it keeps the focus on what matters most, the thrill of the race. Now let's talk about Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition Remix, specifically the Tokyo Challenge. This expansion introduces class-specific tournaments, a feature that significantly enhances the gameplay experience. Unlike the base game, where players often gravitate towards high-performance supercars, these tournaments require the use of specific vehicle classes or types. This design encourages players to diversify their garage and experiment with vehicles they might have previously overlooked. For instance, the Muscle Car Tournament provided me with an opportunity to finally drive the 69 Dodge Charger, a classic I hadn't utilized during the main campaign. This approach differs from the base game's club races, which typically focus on specific car types, such as tuners for example. In Tokyo, the emphasis shifts to entire vehicle classes, like Class B cars or Class A cars for example, offering a fresh and engaging challenge. Interestingly, I found the Tokyo Challenge to be relatively less demanding than the main game. This perceived ease stems from the flexibility of the purple races, which allows participants to compete with any car class of their choosing. Often, I opted for one of my supercars, which seemed to tip the scales in my favor. This game exhibits an intriguing difficulty curve. Races are generally more challenging when navigating slower to mid-tier vehicles. However, as players progress to Class A supercars and sports bikes and above, the difficulty appears to diminish, at least in my opinion, making the later stages of the game more manageable. The Remix Edition enriches the game with a wealth of new content. It introduces 24 additional vehicles, including models from brands not present in the original version, such as GMC, Infiniti, Pagani, and Scion. The soundtrack also receives a boost with 25 new licensed songs. This diverse musical selection further enhances the immersive racing experience, ensuring that players rarely hear the same song twice in a single session. One of the most significant additions is the brand new map, Tokyo. What makes this particularly exciting is that it's actually a ported version of the Tokyo map for Midnight Club 2, with a few modifications. This serves as a nostalgic throwback for fans of the series, while offering a fresh experience to those who never played the previous entry. Alongside the new city, Remix also introduces a new garage system, and even a new mechanic. I forget his name though, but he's kind of funny.
You're fired! Don't come back! Hey, cool friend. That Toshi, he's useless. Good riddance. Now I get real guys in here, not some girl. I could have beaten him up. I know.
Who's that voice actor? He sounds familiar.
The inclusion of Tokyo provides a much-needed change of scenery, breaking up the American cityscapes of San Diego, Atlanta, and Detroit with its neon-lit streets and high-speed highways. An interesting quirk of the Remix Edition is its inclusion of the Gembala F355. Gembala is a German tuning company known for modifying high-end performance cars, particularly Porsches. In the game, the Gembala F355 is a pre-tuned version of the Ferrari F355, but curiously, it isn't labeled as a Ferrari. This likely stems from licensing issues, which prevented Rockstar from using Ferrari's name directly. Instead, they opted to feature Gembala's modified version of the car as a workaround. At launch, Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition Remix was priced at $20, and for what it added, it was an absolute steal. The expansion didn't just throw a handful of new cars and tracks, it introduced an entirely new city, a fresh set of tournaments, and a significantly expanded soundtrack. The Tokyo Challenge alone feels like a mini campaign in a way, adding considerable replay value to an already content-rich game. For fans of the series, this was a must-have upgrade.
You can bribe cops and let you go at their service pursuit. If he isn't too high, if you've got enough bank, they'll take the money and leave you alone, but not for long.
Because there's actually some very impressive feats. The PSP port of Midnight Club 3 made its debut in June 2005 following the initial release on PlayStation 2 and Xbox. This time developed by Rockstar Leeds, the PSP port aimed to deliver the high-octane racing experience of its console counterparts to a handheld platform. Remarkably, the PSP version retained the expansive open-world environments of San Diego, Atlanta, and Detroit without compromising on size or scope. I don't know how the hell they pulled that off. All vehicles, including cars and motorcycles, along with their extensive customization options, were faithfully recreated, offering players a comprehensive experience on the go. Despite these impressive technical achievements, the PSP port did exhibit some differences compared to the console versions. Graphically, while commendable for a handheld system, the visuals were scaled down to accommodate the PSP's hardware limitations. Additionally, the PSP lacked online multiplayer functionality, a feature present in the console editions. This omission meant that multiplayer experiences were limited to local ad hoc connections. According to available data, the PSP version sold approximately 3.6 million copies worldwide, significantly outperforming the PlayStation 2 version, which sold around 1.1 million copies. This impressive performance underscores the game's popularity amongst PSP users and highlights its status as one of the best-selling titles on the platform. This game's success is further highlighted by its reception in the United Kingdom, where it received a Platinum Sales Award from the Entertainment and Leisure Software Publishers Association, the ELSPA, indicating sales of at least 300,000 copies in that region alone. These figures illustrate the game's widespread appeal and its significant impact on the PSP's gaming library. An interesting aspect of the PSP port is its difficulty level. Some players actually found the PSP version to be more challenging than its console counterpart. This increased difficulty could be attributed to the PSP's control scheme, which, lacking the analog triggers of traditional controllers, may have made precise acceleration and braking a little bit more challenging. So in conclusion, the PSP port of Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition is honestly kind of crazy when you think about it. They managed to squeeze all that speed, customization, and open world racing into a small handheld, and it still plays great. The fact that it outsold the console versions just proves how much people loved having this game on the go. If you ever want to relive that classic Midnight Club feel in a portable way, this version holds up surprisingly well. The Midnight Club 3 community has demonstrated remarkable dedication through modding and emulation, keeping the game alive and better than ever. Over the years, enthusiasts have developed various modifications to enhance the experience, from texture upgrades to gameplay tweaks. For example, Nexus Mods hosts a Better Engine Sounds and Balancing Tweaks mod, refining vehicle audio as well as an enhanced vehicle pack that updates textures and liveries for many cars. These projects bring a fresh feel to the game while staying true to its original spirit. In the realm of emulation, the progress has been incredible. The PCSX2 emulator, which allows Midnight Club 3 to run on modern hardware, has seen significant improvements. A few years ago, the game was almost fixed in hardware mode, with minor issues like occasional motion blur and texture flickering. Today, with advancements in emulation technology, it's possible to play Midnight Club 3 at 4K resolution with 60 frames per second, which is exactly what you're seeing on your screen right now. The difference is night and day, making the classic feel smoother and sharper than ever before. Beyond performance upgrades, fans have worked on visual and audio restoration projects to preserve the game's legacy as well. The HD Remastered Texture project upscales and refines the game's visuals, making it look crisp on modern displays. There's also ongoing work to restore the original soundtrack, including tracks that were either altered or removed. These efforts help keep the game as authentic as possible while enhancing it for today's standards. All of this just speaks to the passion of the Midnight Club 3 fanbase. Despite the game being nearly 2 decades old, it is still being improved, optimized, and enjoyed by thousands. Whether it's through modding, custom texture packs, or playing in stunning 4K 60 FPS, the community has ensured that Midnight Club 3 remains one of the greatest arcade racers of all time. Midnight Club 3 isn't just
I was
a
jamming,
racing game,
dog.
it's
The
a
fuck?
moment in time, a product of an era when street racing was at its peak in pop culture, when car customization was everything, and when Rockstar was firing on all cylinders, crafting worlds that felt alive, even in an arcade racer. There's just something special about this game. The aesthetic, the attitude,
Man,
the
I
sheer
love video
sense of
games.
speed.
Or
It all comes
older
together in a
video
way
games,
that
at
no
least.
other racing game really
Well, there's,
has. It's crazy
some
to
pretty
think
good
about how
ones,
much this game
modern
accomplished.
ones.
It wasn't just about fast cars and flashy customization. It was about a feeling. The feeling of blasting down a highway at 220 miles per hour, weaving between traffic with nothing but your instincts keeping you from wiping out. The feeling of racing through neon-lit city streets where every shortcut, every alleyway, every jump felt like an opportunity to turn the tides. The feeling of pushing your luck just a little too hard, narrowly missing a wreck, but oftentimes crashing, and somehow still pulling off the win. And honestly, that feeling hasn't been replicated since. Midnight Club 3 is a perfect blend of chaos and control, where every race is a test of skill, reflexes, and sometimes just pure luck straight up. It's punishing, it's frustrating, and at times it's downright unfair. But that's what makes every victory so damn satisfying. It doesn't hold your hand, it doesn't slow down for you, and it definitely doesn't care if you're struggling. It expects you to keep up, to adapt, to get better. And when you do, when everything finally clicks, that's when the magic happens. What makes it even crazier is that we haven't seen anything like it since. The Midnight Club series has been dormant for over a decade now, and while open world racing has evolved, nothing has quite captured the energy that this game had. The over-the-top customization, the reckless speed, the way every city felt like a playground built for racing, it's just unmatched. Yet, despite being nearly 2 decades old, Midnight Club 3 refuses to die. Fans are still playing, still modding, still pushing the game to new heights through emulation. Whether it's playing in 4K 60 FPS, restoring lost content, or even just revisiting on its original hardware, the game continues to live on through the passion of its community, and that says a lot. So if you've never played Midnight Club 3, or if it's been years since your last ride, maybe it's time for you to come back, to relive the insanity, the intensity that wasn't just about racing, but about the pure thrill of the ride. Because at the end of the day, that's what makes Midnight Club 3 special. It's not just a game, it's an experience, and honestly, it still holds up. Because games like this don't just disappear, they linger, tucked away in the corners of our minds.
How long has this video
waiting
been
for
going
that
on
one
for?
song, that one sound, that one fleeting moment to bring it all rushing back. And when it does, you realize some things aren't just nostalgia, some things are timeless. And Midnight Club 3, ladies and gentlemen, will forever be timeless. Well, thanks for watching, folks. Make sure to follow me on Twitter and subscribe because we are on the road to 100K. Bye.
You are invited to join a Warhammer 40,000 global battle. This summer, your first games of the new edition can help shape the lore of the 41st millennium.
Hell yeah.
War rages across Armageddon as a vast orc war clashes with a vengeful host of space marines sent to relieve the beleaguered Imperial defenders of the world. You can join the fight and help decide the fate of a vital hive city, Deathmire. Play your games at home and submit your results online, or join the action at your local Warhammer store. The campaign will run for 3 weeks from the 22nd of June. Battle over 4 locations in the city, 1 each week, with the 4th decided by events in local Warhammer stores. Play games with your new Armageddon set, or any other forces you like. After the dust settles, the Hive will stand or fall. Your battles will have decided the fate of a city on one of the most important worlds in the galaxy. Not only that, but each week, the side in the Ascendancy will be rewarded with new model reveals for their faction. And at the end of the campaign, the victors will unlock new rules for use in games of Warhammer 40,000. By taking part, you'll also qualify to win one of 40 1,000-point armies of brand new orcs or brand new space marines. The battle starts on June 22nd. That's the Monday after you've gotten your hands on your Armageddon box. You'll need a My Warhammer account to take part. Soldiers of Armageddon, make ready.
There's a story about Carl Jung that most people misunderstand. A woman once came to him completely shattered by betrayal. She kept repeating the same sentence over and over. I don't understand how they could do this to me. She wasn't crying because someone lied to her. She was crying because the person she imagined never actually existed. And Jung noticed something disturbing. The pain wasn't coming from reality itself. It was coming from the collapse of fantasy. Because deep down, the human mind does something dangerous with people it admires, loves, fears, or desires. It fills in the missing parts. You meet someone confident, and your mind assumes they are loyal. You meet someone attractive, and your mind assumes they are kind. You meet someone who understands you emotionally once, and suddenly you start building an entire personality around them that was never truly there.
True, baby.
Most people are not in relationships with others. They are in relationships with projections. And eventually, reality arrives like a knife, not loudly, quietly, in delayed replies, in disrespect disguised as jokes, in sudden distance after you stop being useful, in the strange feeling that someone only values you when you are emotionally available to them. You've probably felt this before without fully admitting it. That moment when you slowly realize the version of someone inside your head feels warmer than the real person standing in front of you. That realization changes you, because once you see it, you start noticing how often people perform versions of themselves depending on who they are around. The loyal friend around you becomes a different person in another room. The nice person suddenly turns cruel when they gain social power. The person who said they loved honesty becomes defensive the moment you speak honestly. And the unsettling part is this: most people are not consciously pretending. They genuinely believe they are the mask they perform. Carl Jung believed every human being carries a shadow, the hidden part of themselves they refuse to acknowledge. And the more someone avoids confronting that shadow, the more artificial their personality becomes. That's why some people feel strangely empty after you know them long enough, because eventually the performance starts glitching, the mask slips, and for 1 second you see the insecurity underneath the charm, the envy underneath the support, the control underneath the affection. People don't fear being seen. They fear being seen completely. And maybe that's why the moment you stop romanticizing people feels so unsettling. Because you realize how much of your suffering came from loving illusions your own mind created for them. After that realization, something subtle begins changing inside you. You stop listening only to words. You start studying patterns, and patterns reveal things people spend their entire lives trying to hide. You notice how some people only become affectionate when they feel you pulling away, how respect suddenly appears after distance, how attention increases the moment you stop chasing it. It becomes impossible not to see. Human behavior is deeply reactive. Most people don't value what is present. They value what feels difficult to secure. That's why kindness is often ignored until it disappears. Kindness without boundaries quietly teaches people how to use you. And the frightening part is how early this conditioning begins. In school, you probably saw it without understanding it. The quieter student becoming the target simply because they tolerated disrespect. The confident person receiving admiration despite treating others poorly. The one who constantly sacrificed for everyone slowly becoming invisible, as if human beings unconsciously organize themselves around power long before morality enters the picture. Carl Jung believed that what people reject in themselves gets projected onto others. And once you understand projection, social life becomes psychologically disturbing. The insecure accuse others of seeking attention. The dishonest obsess over loyalty. The controlling call themselves protectors. The people most terrified of abandonment often become the ones who emotionally suffocate others. Everyone reveals themselves eventually, not through confession, through repetition. That's why awareness changes your relationships forever. You stop judging isolated moments and begin observing consistent behavior over time. And consistency exposes reality. The friend who only contacts you during emotional crises. The person who subtly competes with you in every conversation. The relationship where vulnerability somehow always becomes ammunition later. At first, these realizations hurt, because your mind wants to defend people, especially the ones you invested emotions into. So you rationalize everything. They're just stressed. They didn't mean it. That's just how they are. But eventually a darker thought enters your mind. What if you've been translating disrespect into misunderstanding simply because you feared losing people? That question changes everything. Because many relationships survive only through denial, not love. Denial. Denial keeps families functioning. Denial keeps toxic friendships alive for years. Denial keeps people emotionally attached to those who have already stopped valuing them. Most relationships don't end when respect disappears. They end when awareness appears. And awareness creates distance, not always physically, psychologically. You begin feeling detached in conversations that once mattered deeply. Certain compliments start sounding transactional. Certain acts of affection begin feeling strategic rather than sincere. You stop being hypnotized by charm, and once that happens, social dynamics become impossible to ignore. You notice how groups silently punish authenticity, how people become uncomfortable when someone refuses to perform, how honesty threatens entire social structures built on polite deception. Because most social systems are not built on truth. They are built on mutual agreement, an agreement to avoid saying what everyone already sees. And the person who breaks that illusion first usually becomes the problem. That's the strange punishment that comes with seeing reality clearly. You become harder to manipulate, but also harder to belong anywhere. Because once you stop romanticizing people, you start realizing how much of social life depends on performance. Watch how people change depending on status. The insecure become overly agreeable around authority. The confident suddenly become dismissive around weakness. Even morality shifts depending on social reward. Someone will condemn betrayal publicly while secretly betraying people in private. Someone will preach honesty while carefully constructing an image designed to control perception. And most disturbing of all, many people don't even realize they're doing it. Carl Jung understood something brutal about human nature. The ego will protect its self-image at almost any cost. People want to believe they are good. So instead of confronting their darkness, they create explanations for it. Cruelty becomes being honest. Manipulation becomes love. Control becomes protection. Jealousy becomes concern. The human mind is terrifyingly skilled at disguising its true motives, especially from itself. That's why some of the most dangerous people are not the openly malicious ones. They are the ones completely convinced of their own innocence. And if you've lived long enough, you've probably encountered this type of person before. The friend who constantly tears you down for your own good. The partner who makes you feel guilty for needing space. The person who creates emotional chaos, then acts wounded when you react to it. They drain your energy while maintaining the image of being the victim. Because victimhood itself can become power. The moment you understand this, your perception of human interaction changes permanently. You stop focusing only on what people say. You start asking, what emotional outcome does this person want from me? That question reveals almost everything. Some people want admiration. Some want obedience. Some want emotional dependence. Some simply want someone beneath them so they can temporarily escape their own feelings of inadequacy. People rarely seek connection as purely as they claim. Often, they seek regulation, a way to soothe the emptiness they cannot face alone. And this is where the illusion of romance begins collapsing too. Because many relationships are not built on love. They are built on unconscious psychological contracts. I will make you feel valuable if you make me feel wanted. I will save you if you never leave me. I will admire you if you protect me from loneliness. This is why people change so suddenly once the emotional transaction stops benefiting them. Not because they became different overnight, because the mask was attached to a condition, and conditions eventually reveal themselves. You can see this most clearly after success, failure, or transformation. Become successful, and hidden envy appears. Become vulnerable, and hidden disrespect surfaces. Set boundaries, and hidden entitlement reveals itself. Nothing exposes human nature faster than changing the role people assign to you. The quiet person becomes confident. The agreeable person starts saying no. The insecure person begins healing. Suddenly, the people who claim to love them start becoming uncomfortable. Why? Because some relationships were unconsciously built around your weakness. People don't always love who you are becoming. Sometimes they love who you used to be when you were easier to control. And that realization doesn't make you hate humanity. It simply removes the fantasy. Once the fantasy disappears, loneliness starts feeling different. Not heavier, sharper. You begin realizing that being surrounded by people and being understood are completely different experiences. Some of the loneliest people have active phones, crowded rooms, relationships, conversations every day. but nobody around them truly sees them beyond utility, identity, or expectation. And maybe you felt this before without knowing how to describe it. That strange exhaustion after socializing. The feeling that you were present physically but absent psychologically. Like you spent hours performing a version of yourself that kept everyone comfortable while the real you remained hidden underneath. Carl Jung believed that the greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of the parents. But the same pattern continues everywhere in adulthood too. Society rewards masks early. Be agreeable, be attractive, be successful, be useful, be emotionally digestible. Slowly, people stop asking themselves who they truly are and begin asking a more dangerous question. What version of me gets accepted fastest? And once a person builds their identity around acceptance, authenticity starts feeling threatening. That's why genuinely self-aware people often make others uncomfortable without trying. Their presence exposes performance. A person who no longer desperately seeks validation becomes difficult to control. A person comfortable with solitude becomes difficult to manipulate. A person who sees through emotional games stops feeding them, and people notice this immediately, even if nobody says it out loud.
Do they?
There's a reason some individuals lose friends after becoming more confident, disciplined, or emotionally independent. Growth changes social balance. The insecure friend suddenly feels inferior. The controlling partner loses influence. The attention seeker no longer receives constant reassurance. And beneath all of this sits a disturbing truth most people avoid confronting. Many relationships are held together less by love and more by unconscious mutual dependency. One person needs admiration, the other needs purpose. One needs emotional rescue.
Come on, I should have gotten something for rep,
It functions until one person evolves. Then suddenly the relationship begins cracking in places nobody expected, because awareness destroys unconscious contracts.
With full
This is why healing can feel socially dangerous. When you stop...
Shut up.
Problem might be under control. Late last night, a swarm of racers took to the streets and caused thousands of dollars in property damage, leaving many to fear what will happen next.
What this shows is that my task force is needed.
Looks stupid.
Now, more than ever. This act was unforgivable. And I promise that I will do everything in my power to make sure that it does not happen again.
Gang. What the fuck happened to audio? Is this game just like broken or something? Whatever.
Stop tolerating disrespect. Manipulative people call you selfish. When you stop over-explaining yourself, insecure people call you distant. When you stop...
This just seems like a bunch of mumbo jumbo, so I'm just gonna skip it. Ooh, I want that shirt also.
For the first time, let me now unveil Xbox.
I should get the OG Xbox logo tattooed on my chest. What game is that? That's God of War right there. Wait, is that Silent Hill? Devil May Cry?
2000s were arguably one of the best times for the gaming industry. Grand Theft Auto was becoming a household name. JRPGs were entering its golden era with Final Fantasy, Persona, and Kingdom Hearts. Halo and Call of Duty were looking to be the biggest multiplayer games ever, and a lot of gems like Devil May Cry and Yakuza started off in the 2000s. Alongside this, we had the GameCube, the original Xbox, the DS, the PSP, and the best-selling console of all time, the PS2. Long before the age of DLC or loot boxes, back when you actually had to play the game to unlock new content, and the hidden characters were always those silhouettes. The 6th generation of consoles would be one of the greatest times for games, as during this time gaming was evolving faster than it ever had before. It defined and perfected 3D gaming, alongside having passion and personality with just about every single title. All sorts of stuff was being released at the time, and a lot of it was pretty creative and experimental. Developers were really open to trying new things, and it made everything feel really fresh and new. The Tekken series would be fully solidified as a competent fighting game series up to this point, and yet Tekken 4 would still have one of the most striking and unique aesthetics in the entire series. Companies like Rockstar were pushing out games left and right, each one better than the last, and graphics were becoming so much more detailed that it really felt like games were evolving into new heights. Look at Jill Valentine's in the 2002 Resident Evil remake, and look at her a couple years ago in Resident Evil 3 for the PS1. In only a couple years, Resident Evil would have one of the smoothest and most realistic looks for the generation, and Jill herself would be much more of a realized character in terms of appearance. But as I've mentioned before with my turn-based video, games at this time were undergoing a massive 3D transition. While some developers were pushing for 3D within the 90s, just about every developer was pushing for 3D within the 2000s, and with this heavy transition into the next graphical leap, there was a lot of very interesting concepts and designs that originated from this era of gaming. Some for the better and some for the worse. Menus and UI interfaces would probably be one of the most obvious aesthetics present in just about every single game in this era, and almost all of them going for a sci-fi look within its visuals and sound design. They also all had a very interesting and appealing look within its visuals. In my opinion, it had a very smooth look to it all, and it was realistic. Nothing like what we have today, but also not blocky messes like the 3D games were in the 5th generation. This applied for character models within the games of this generation, but also the environment. Tomb Raider Legends is a game that I grew up with on the PS2, and it has one of the most detailed and realistic looks compared to a lot of the other games on the system. With some environments and scenes that look so good, you would probably think that it's an early PS3 game.
So what kind of ancient artifact you got there?
The modern kind. Rutland's men must have been using it to move about. I've seen this before.
The fuck is that?
In my father's sketchbook. He has been here.
Darn, it wasn't Rutland.
Most developers were going for realism, but there was always a bit of an unrealistic, cartoony touch added to it that just made it look good and age well in my opinion. And honestly, that would go into just about every game of the generation, creating this level of nostalgia for a time where graphics felt like they were at their peak. Games looked really good in this generation and had an absurd level of depth and detail while also not being crazy expensive to make. This was around the time where you could have made an easy classic with about 2 to 3 years of development and about $2 million compared to today where it's usually about 5+ years of development and like $50 million due to how expensive games are to make. I realized this in games like Devil May Cry, Metal Gear Solid, and Final Fantasy X where they look extremely stunning for their era but didn't cost millions of dollars like they probably would today. Final Fantasy X did cost quite a bit to make actually, since it was technically a AAA game, but nothing compared to the budgets that they have today. I kinda see this as a sweet spot for the gaming industry, and I don't think it's something that we're ever gonna have again, especially with the advancements that graphics have undergone in the last 5 years and how Unreal Engine 5 is kinda changing the game. In terms of 3D games, a lot would be thanks to the 5th generation of consoles being the PS1 and Nintendo N64, and with those two consoles being the forefront of mainstream 3D gaming, they were able to experiment and test out a lot of this new technology. The N64 creating Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time was mind-blowing for the time, and of course the PS1's amazing capabilities granted us gems like Final Fantasy VII, the OG Resident Evil trilogy, Gran Turismo, and Pipe Dreams 3D. The only problem with the 3D games within the 5th generation would be that since this was the first time gaming really rose to this level, a lot of these games were doomed with god-awful controls, and very interesting voice acting.
My friendly card-carrying cupids! Oh, you, Harry Potter, stay there. I've got a musical message to deliver to you.
While there are a ton of actual gems here that were amazing, it wasn't until the 6th generation that really shaped 3D games and made everything
should have
The
included
controls
Resident
were better
Evil,
because now the system
first
had dual
one.
analog sticks. The characters and stories were more believable because they had a smooth and realistic look to them opposed to their blocky interpretations. The voice acting and music had a major upgrade because of the new sound chips, and it really elevated the stories into another level. Another important detail adding to the heavy aesthetic and nostalgia factor within the 6th generation would just be how developers managed to play in on the new technology. And a good example of this is literally within the start screen of the PS2 and what I like
PS2
to call
start
the digital
screen was
apocalypse.
pretty.
This was one of the biggest aesthetics of the generation, where developers would try to reel you in at hinting at an ominous and daunting reality. It's why the PS2 starts off with this earth-shattering sound as it sucks you into the digital play space. And to top it off with what I said earlier of how games went from these
Xbox went hard.
interpretations to these realistic and high-fidelity models, it felt like games were more than just games, but these virtual realities. While companies like Nintendo were always very inviting with their new technologies and their jingles and sounds, Sony was going all in on the digital apocalypse aesthetic with their system sounds and even their games at the time. Ridge Racer Type 4 is probably my favorite racing game of all time, and it's an arcade racing game from the PS1 that has one of the best soundtracks I've ever heard. There's a lot of pop, jazz, and drum and bass sounds that gives it so much personality, alongside having an amazing female lead singer for the opening. So why is it that when you open the sequel to it, Ridge Racer 5 for the PS2, you're greeted with this?
FM, broadcasting live from Ridge City. This is for all you race fans out there. Here are the Boom Boom Satellites coming straight at you with some wicked beats. Check it out now.
Just to be clear, this isn't a bad game by any means, but the drastic tone shift from the 4th to the 5th game is just really interesting, and this edgy tone would kind of apply to a large amount of early 2000s games. Even Sega was trying to get in on this by creating Shadow the Hedgehog, and this was definitely one of their more interesting titles at the time.
Wait, does he actually have a gun? What the
hell? There was huge levels of edge for the games being made, and it was extremely apparent within a lot of the music and aesthetics that they had. And while I actually still really liked Shadow the Hedgehog for what it was, it definitely had some next level edge even for this generation. While there were of course a lot of lighthearted games, the bigger and more enjoyed games outside of the AAA were games like Devil May Cry, God of War, and Kingdom Hearts. Jak and Daxter, which is a pretty well-known platforming series, even joined in on this during their second entry, which is arguably the best in the series. Jak and Daxter 1 was a very safe and colorful game, and then the sequel comes along and changes the entire mood and atmosphere almost entirely. It's really interesting to see how a lot of the games of this era seem to fall under this aesthetic almost seamlessly. Games were overtly sci-fi, had a bunch of hexagons in their UI, and would have plots dealing with themes of simulation that would usually lead into something along the lines of digital control. The music for the games of this era were also pretty interesting as well. Going with the aesthetic of the digital apocalypse, a lot of the soundtracks for certain games were infusing drum and bass with electrical sounds to create a unique kind of music. Some games even having music that has a computerized feel. There is a song from Yakuza 3 soundtrack that actually embodies this extremely well, and while the game did come out in the later parts of the 2000s on the PS3, Ill Treatment embodies this digital apocalypse vibe extremely well with its rock sounds and how the vocals comes off as distorted and messy. Second 4, for example, is literally perfect for this, as it has so many moments where their music and sounds like it's breaking up and it's struggling to play at some points.
It's the final lap.
Silent Hill would also have many moments like this in all of their music, with their song Eternal Rest in the original Silent Hill having lots of influence from the band Portishead, and it's also one of my favorites from that soundtrack. I think it goes without saying that the Silent Hill series is one of the most influential horror games ever made, and they're often overlooked because the series has been pretty dead since PT. The first 3 Silent Hill games were known for its atmosphere and aspects of psychological horror, with its sound effects, thick fog, and disturbing imagery, and of course, like like I mentioned before, the music within these games are insanely good. There's just so many good tracks within these games that give off the helpless and haunting vibe, while also having this trippy and almost otherworldly sound to it. It's surprising because horror games aren't typically known for its soundtracks, rather its atmosphere, story, and sound design, etc., but these 3 horror games were special. Special in the sense of having lots of amazing music that can bring different vibes and tones.
I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real. Don't you want to touch me?
I don't know.
Come and get me. I can't do anything through these bars.
The creativity within these consoles made for some of the best and most memorable experiences to date, back in a time where you had developers who actually wanted to make good, finished video games.
Goddamn, 5
games
minutes.
existed, of course, but gaming was still growing as a medium, and companies didn't have these enormous budgets to work off of, unless you were like Square Enix or Rockstar. But the smaller budgets to make games worked well in the favor of these companies, as there just wasn't too much to lose. Developers were able to experiment to create some of the most interesting concepts imaginable without the fear of losing millions of dollars if the concept failed. Shadow of the Colossus, Kingdom Hearts, Okami, these are all games that can be labeled as abstract to an extent, and probably would be nowhere near as big if they released today. Nowadays, with how every company is playing it safe, it's damn near impossible to get something even slightly creative and new, because if the risky concept fails, it could lead to the end of a franchise or the end of a company altogether. And just off the top of my head, the last time we got something new and creative was probably Stray, Baldur's Gate 3, and Hi-Fi Rush, and even then, games like that don't release all too often, unfortunately. But with how almost every developer in the 2000s were trying to get a hang of the new technology, a lot of them were trying everything they could and seeing what sticks. This would end up creating a lot of consistent but really cool environmental scenery within the 6th generation, one of which would be the iconic beach levels. This may sound weird, but I swear almost every game in the 2000s had a beach level, and they were always one of the highlights of the game. It may be an odd thing to reminisce about, but it was always something about how the water looked in the 6th generation that just kind of tickled my brain. The water levels in Majora's Mask, Besaid Beach in Final Fantasy X, the opening act of Kingdom Hearts, and Planet Pokitaru in the original Ratchet & Clank. Not to mention all of Super Mario Sunshine and Zelda Wind Waker. The generation itself even started with the Sega...
I have to use the bathroom real quick. BRB. Never mind, it's occupied.
Dreamcast, and their launch title was Sonic Adventure, which had the first level of none other than a beach. Maybe it was because of my age and how these stages or levels would naturally be a little more relaxing and chill than the others, but I really enjoyed them and how everything felt within them. They also had some of the hardest art for their respective games. And to top it off, these levels would have some of the best and most relaxing music I've ever heard.
I don't sound relaxing at all.
Yeah, beach levels kinda peaked in the 6th gen, but outside of the stages or levels, there is one game in particular that released in the year 2000 and completely embodied an early 2000s vibe. From its unique art style to its soundtrack to its gameplay, this is a game that's pretty fondly remembered during the 2000s, and that game would be Jet Set Radio.
Going on with the game? Why can't I
move? Segment, I'll just throw it out there that I haven't really beaten this game, and I don't have that much experience with Jet Set Radio. But with how Jet Set Radio was so influential and distinct, it's kind of impossible to make a video like this and not mention what it did for the 6th gen. I've seen a lot of Jet Set Radio from my friends who are heavily into it, and even though I haven't really played it myself, other than the 2 hours I have it on Steam, the impact that this little game had even time any game in the abstract visual and
the music's
the same premise. It aimed fast games their own version of Success and Stock. Aesthetically, games are realistic enough to catch the attention of everyone in a 5-mile radius, but also not absurdly realistic, and the music and atmosphere here still rivals some from our current generation. And a lot of the franchises that are so big today have really started back in the 6th gen. And I mean, there is a reason on why the PS2, for example, is one of the most emulated consoles ever. And I didn't even really mention it before, but this was basically where the whole character action genre started, with the first Devil May Cry, which was one of the most influential titles of its era, as for the first time an action game was released where you had a plethora of weapons to choose from, melee to range-wise. One of the main focuses would be how it plays off of how stylish you are during combat, which is very new for the time. Combining an extremely fun combat system with combos and a variety of weapons, alongside how stylish you are during combat, was able to spawn a whole new genre that I don't even think Capcom saw coming when they created this game. From here on, we had DMC 2 and 3 come out, with DMC 3 being known as one of, if not the best game in the franchise, then God of War 1 and 2, which were amazing games for their time. Bayonetta would eventually come in later by the same creators of DMC, and then games like Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, Wonderful 101, Ninja Gaiden, all seemingly coming off of the hype that Devil May Cry started back in the 2000s. Due to the power of the 6th gen consoles, we had the biggest graphical leap in gaming from the 5th gen to the 6th gen, and developers were more creative due to that fact, and were able to pump out creative masterpieces on the hardware that would be remembered for years to come. Dual analog sticks were becoming a necessity in every system in order to more properly play the games coming out, and the budget cost significantly less to make a good video game than it would now, and the developers were able to make good games that genuinely looked amazing for the time and didn't have to sacrifice their budgets on gameplay. Thanks to the crazy level of experimentation as well, so many new ideas were greenlit because chances were it probably didn't cost so much money to the point where the publisher would go out of business if the idea failed, leading us to some of the most creative games ever. Like Fugitive Hunter on the PS2.
How do you think it feels? Anything is easy to play. How do you think it feels? Any day from 9 to 5. Why do you cry and steal? Many kinds of good days.
I'm gonna see if the bathroom is not occupied anymore.
Soldier, if you can get that part for me by closing time, I'll let you date my baby sister.
Have you ever taken the engine out of a car or roamed around in a liminal fever dream of a city within a racing game? I definitely didn't, until I went down the rabbit hole of finding some of the strangest games in the street racing genre.
Like and subscribe for more trash.
The early 2000s birthed potentially the most interesting era of car culture and video games to exist. Games like Need for Speed Underground and the Midnight Club series made street racing one of the most popular game genres of its time. But for every popular racing game that was played by millions of people, there's a lesser known game that's been hiding in the shadows. I probably could have lived the rest of my life never knowing that any of these games existed, but some of you guys made it really clear that I needed to check these games out, so that's what we're doing. Do you like the aesthetic of Final Fantasy, the street racing elements of Tokyo Extreme Racer, and the RPG elements of Gran Turismo? Well, in June of '99, Square had you covered with their take on the genre, Racing Lagoon. I spoiled the premise within the first sentence, but this is quite literally the Final Fantasy of street racing games. Taking a break from the typical fantasy setting, Street Racing Lagoons brings us to the streets of Yokohama. But we aren't leaving that Square art style at the door just because we're heading to Japan. The UI, cutscenes, and character models are very stylistic, while the location and very well done car models keep us grounded closer to reality. The premise of Racing Lagoon is similar to that of Initial D. You find yourself in the midst of a territory war going on to uncover the new racing legend of the night. You and your buddy Kenzo are gearing up for your first race right before you get left in the dust by the new up-and-coming potential legend. It's made clear in the very beginning that this is going to be a racing game with a story premise unlike any other racing game I've played. Dialogue is laid on pretty heavy in the beginning between pre-rendered cutscenes, dialogue choices, and even the replay at your first race where you reflect on what just went down, which is a really creative use of the replay system. You're part of the BLR crew taking on the Night Racers. Yes, it's very anime, but your amateur skill in the beginning is very apparent and something you'll need to work on if you want to move yourself up the ranks. After your first race, you're free to explore the hub world of South Yokohama, visiting key locations that racers hang out at, most notably the gas station where you save your progress, the Denny's, and the tuning shop where you can buy and sell parts that you've earned from other racers. This is one of the unique gameplay features of Racing Lagoon. You can challenge racers in the open map by flashing your lights or, more likely, running into racers flashing theirs, which will set up a point-to-point race where the winner gets to take a part from the loser's car. It's a really neat system that takes inspiration from Gran Turismo's upgrade system and adds a real risk-reward element to it. So with an interesting racing system and a unique cast of characters with a striking art direction to go along with it, you may be wondering why this game hasn't gotten your attention over the years, or why you may not have even heard of it at all. It's of course me just making assumptions about you through the video. The main reason is that Racing Lagoon was only released in Japan. There was almost no chance you would see this game on a shelf here in the States back in the day, and even if you did, you wouldn't understand anything that was going on unless you could read Japanese. However, in 2021, thanks to a small team that goes by Hilltop, we would get a fan translation allowing us English speakers to finally experience what this game is all about. Apparently this translation project was pulled together in just 6 months, which honestly seems remarkable for such a niche game that was long past its glory days. But people were getting real bored post-COVID, so I guess there's that. Nonetheless, we now have a fully preserved and translated way to experience this unique game, and I think that's fantastic. The team even provides an easy mode save file with a much more powerful car to start, which you might want to consider if you actually play this for yourself. This has to be the first racing game where I've lost every single race that I've played. I'm not joking. No matter what, the opponents always seem to be faster than me, which is a problem amplified when I'm losing performance parts with every race. Please stop taking my parts. The driving itself can also feel a little jank with really aggressive collision and sloppy steering. This could partially be me just not spending enough time with it, but I could not for the life of me get used to the handling model. The e-brake either felt like nothing or it was sending me straight into a wall. But vehicle handling aside, there is so much to love about Racing Lagoon. The world building is fantastic, the characters are interesting, and even things as minute as a test track are given lore and a backstory about the design of the track and the person behind it. The soundtrack is truly phenomenal, featuring top-of-the-line composers from their era, given this nice jazzy jazzy vibe to it, reminding me a lot of Gran Turismo. And everything about the art direction, from the car models to the locations you visit, are crafted with care and attention to detail. Character animations are weird as hell though. If you can get past some of the dated driving physics and load times, Racing Lagoon is a great way to experience some of that immersive Square storytelling from a different angle.
He's got two things in his crib that I don't. A waterbed and a girlfriend.
But if you're looking for something a little more modern, there's plenty more to rush into. Coming highly recommended from the comments section of my Y2K Street Racing Games video, LA Rush is a game that I've somehow never heard of until now. Developed by Midway and released in October 2005, LA Rush was competing with the recently released Midnight Club 3, as well as all of the other street racing games at the time. The story starts off with a lavish house party, showing your character tricks in the garage, talking about your rise to the top from your S14.
When are you gonna let us rework the cart, T?
Yeah, man. This thing makes my eyes hurt every time I come in this place.
By the way, I don't know what's going on with the subtitles. They follow the text, but it's off, and that's just how it was in the video. This is when you're introduced to the villain of the story, Lydell, who wants to buy his way to the top of the street racing scene.
Somebody should have told me this party was being held at a Snappy Lou.
LA Rush predicts the 2008 housing crisis by having Lydell bankrupt you after your 2-week vacation, leaving you to do the whole work your way up from the bottom story to take back the city. Who could have seen that coming?
One winner advances, the loser go home.
That's right, one winner. We already know who that is, so y'all might as well pack it in now.
The goofy early 2000s vibe with the wavy graphics and cheesy voice acting kind of feels like what Juiced would have been if it had a storyline and an open world. Yeah, similar to the Midnight Club games, LA Rush has a surprisingly big open world to explore, littered with pedestrians, destructible objects, and a lot of traffic. They even managed to cram this map into the PSP version of the game, which from what I can tell was a port done by the same team. There's also an obviously GTA-inspired wanted system when you encounter cops, but they felt more like set dressing than anything else because they never slowed down my progression or stopped me from entering races at all. The gameplay itself feels surprisingly similar to another street racing game set in LA. You're dropped into the world with your 240 and you're free to start exploring as soon as you finish your phone call. Where have I played this before? Racing is mainly done between circuits and checkpoints scattered around the map, very similar to Midnight Club. The handling model is also very similar to Midnight Club. It's arcadey, but also weighted to a point where you aren't slamming through traffic or streetlights without penalty. Crashing sends your car into an over-the-top explosion that you trigger, similar to what you do in the Burnout games. And all of these elements make me feel like I'm playing a Midnight Club LA demake, which makes you wonder if Rockstar was potentially taking any inspiration for their own game. Nah, it's just a coincidence. Racing format aside, this is where the Midnight Club comparisons kind of start to taper off. Unlike most of the other games of its time, unlocking cars isn't done by purchasing them, but rather earning them in races or finding your old cars in chase events where you have to escape from a convoy of Escalades and make it back to your house with as little damage as possible.
Nice work getting them wheels, T.
The funny thing is that these guys are significantly more aggressive than the cops. Your earned cash is instead used to pay for the damage you took during your escape with your car, as well as entry fees for races and for pimping your car out at West Coast Customs. Unfortunately, these upgrades are done in a linear purchase and you don't get any choice in the customization. Boo. There may have been a budget or even a product placement restriction to this, because there's some choice cars that you obtain through the introduction of the game. There's a number of licensed and Midway custom vehicles to earn in LA Rush, including some of the coolest trucks like the Nissan Frontier. I didn't realize that I was entering myself into an expensive endurance race against Vipers and Saleen S7s. Good thing I brought my Nissan Titan. Just kidding, I couldn't keep up with them even when I was constantly using boost. Sure, the story is a little bit silly, the performance is hit or miss, and there's some shortcomings with the gameplay, but LA Rush is actually a lot more fun than I thought it would be. Its presentation doesn't take itself too seriously, the progression is pretty good, and it's always marking something for you to do on your minimap, and there's even a GPS system to find your way around. You hear that, Criterion? Even LA Rush lets you set waypoints. Watch my Burnout video for context. It's one of those products of its time games that you just kind of had to be there to get. The vibe was very different when we had that tuner car culture clashing with the West Coast Customs Pimp My Ride influence. Speaking of which,
I don't even know where to start with this one.
Released in November 2006, Exhibit the Game, otherwise known as Pimp My Ride, might be the first game with cars that I've played where driving virtually has nothing to do with the gameplay. Your goal is to take a clap box and turn it into a clap box, but with shiny paint and a fish tank in the trunk.
That's so cool. I've been sewing machine in my car.
Pimp My Ride takes place in Pimp City, and the first thing I noticed about Pimp City is that you can slam into traffic for money. The gameplay loop is pretty simple. You build up a threshold of money, get a client, and then use that money in a number of shops that you race to within a time limit to out-pimp your nameless rival.
There's always someone who thinks they can do it better than you.
These pimping missions are oh god, why did I put that in there? These pimping missions are earned by the series of collectibles and missions you do throughout Pimp City, like using the dedicated cruise button to do a button prompt flyby.
You're not the only pimp in town wanting to make a name for himself.
Or by playing this ghost riding minigame where you hit button prompts when they come up.
The fuck?
I'd say it's a rhythm game, but there's no rhythm to it. However, after you've earned enough money through pimping missions, it's time to pimp your client's ride.
Yeah! I knew it! Oh my god! My ride's gonna get pimped! What?
You do this by performing this crazy taxi series of minigames within a time limit that involves you hitting button prompts. Yeah, this game sucks, but at least the characters are entertaining.
What happened to your window?
Yeah, I got hit on the side so the door doesn't open. So that's how I get into my truck. You just have to be careful that the glass doesn't get you when you climb through.
Marcia, all I can say is I hope this thing runs well enough to drive to the hospital.
I always had a curiosity for what this game could be exactly, and as it turns out, it's not a racing game, despite being developed by Eutechnics, the people behind Street Racing Syndicate. Yeah, that's a strange change in development, but if you were still wanting some street racing in your Pimp My Ride game, you wouldn't have to wait very long, because in 2009, we got Pimp My Ride Street Racing. Here's what I was able to find out about it. And when it comes to playing it, well, there isn't much more substance to it than that. First off, there's no exhibit or ride pimping in sight, unless you count the pimp section where you customize your generic car with generic parts you unlock from racing. Oh yeah, I unlocked Rim Type 3. Pretty cool. You get a series of different tournaments that you can race through, like Hood Stars, Sugar Babies, and Nasty Gangsters. I don't even know what to say about that.
I don't even know where to start with this one.
Yeah, do you want to race in the hood, or do you want to race in the posh area? The most entertainment you'll get from this game is the different names they decided to give everything, like the Skrilla you earn from racing, because the fun in this game definitely doesn't come from the racing itself. This has to be the most we made this game just to keep the lights on game that I've ever played. You end up racing on these wide, long stretches of roads where the laps take about twice as long as they should to complete, and you'll spend that time bumping into traffic that barely matters and using boost pickups that you don't really need. There has been a lot of instances at this point where I've complained about rubber banding, but in this game, they have the opposite problem. Within 30 minutes, I found myself overlapping the opponents on multiple occasions. Within 30 minutes, I just started the game. The driving mechanics are fine, but with long stretches of roads and no variety, you can't really take advantage of it. These levels could have used tighter roads with a few more chicanes. This game is like playing one of those $3 asset flip AI games on the eShop, except this was a real licensed product. I hate to say it, but even Pimp My Ride has more character than this.
Marcia, you remember your old ride, right? Man, it was finished, but not anymore. Take a look at your brand new ride.
That's my car! That's my car! Oh my...
That being said, this wasn't just a PS2 exclusive. Let's take a look at that DS version. Pimp My Ride gave racing a shot, but ultimately it didn't work out. But what about a game from a studio that's a little more familiar with racing games? Coming straight from May 2002 and from a long line of racing games, Test Drive Overdrive, the Brotherhood of Speed, that is a really long name, released to compete with the increasing popular street racing game genre at the time. Featuring racing across 4 different cities and an underground story in the bottom corner of the main menu, Overdrive is clearly separating itself from the previous entries. The story mode must take inspiration from secret agent movies at the time because your partner is a rich British guy that loans you all of his cars to go street racing for him.
But I guarantee after you've driven my stable of cars, you won't ever want to go back to hustling drag races in a Burger World car park.
The interesting thing about Overdrive stories is it seems that all of the drivers have their own names and personalities that you get to see within the cutscenes of the game.
These quasi-closed tracks are BS. The cops got me 3 times, man.
You guys not bad. Cute, too.
Guys, I think I just shit myself. These dialogue segments play in between races and it adds a lot of charm to the experience. When it comes to the gameplay, it's clear that the team has some prior racing game experience here, which would make sense because
Dude,
it was
my car
actually
drifts better
developed by
than the
Midway,
fucking other one I
same
was
team
driving.
behind LA Rush. I really like the driving mechanics in Overdrive. They feel realistic enough to notice the details, but arcadey enough to be easy to pick up and play. The Shelby GT will burn through first gear while struggling to gain traction, and your brakes will get harder to use with the faster you drive. But as soon as you see traffic flying all over the place, you realize that this is an arcade game at heart. Overdrive features licensed cars, licensed music, and surprisingly good performance to match its visuals. It almost feels Project Gotham-esque at times, and it had me forgetting that I was playing a PS2 game. The buttery smooth frame rate and handling model make the gameplay itself feel great, but that only matters if the tracks are good, right? Well, unlike Pimp My Ride Street Racing, the tracks feel like they were made with love and have a lot of variety to them. You drive through San Francisco, Tokyo, London, and Monte Carlo, with all of these locations bringing a different landscape with them. You have long stretches of highway that encourage cutting through oncoming traffic to get the best driving line, tight curving mountain roads, picturesque back streets, and plenty of verticality to match the location. Similar to Pimp My Street Racing, laps are completed in just a few minutes, but unlike Pimp My Street Racing, Overdrive earns every second of that time with intense head-to-head racing against your opponents. Rubber banding is a little bit noticeable here, especially when you're able to easily catch up after bailing out, but not as easily able to hold that lead. That being said, maybe it's necessary with how much you'll actually bail out, if you drive like me. I thought traffic in Underground was bad, but my god, they have nothing on Overdrive here. I don't know if I've ever played a racing game where I've run into so much traffic. Even the AI isn't immune to this. It feels like every time our group passes a car, at least one of us is going to slam into that family of 4, sending them flying into an opponent. In the beginning, I was thinking, wow, this traffic is actually a little hard to avoid. That's an interesting touch, but the more you play it, the more ridiculous it gets. I get that it's a street racing game, but damn.
I guess they don't call it the land of the rising sun for nothing.
The only other element that I wasn't really the biggest fan of is the drag racing mode. It's a good idea in theory, but it quickly makes you realize why the Need for Speed games dresses theirs up. Once you know where the shift points are, every race plays the same way, going as fast as possible and waiting for the timer to run out. But maybe that's just the drag racing experience, huh? Overall, I like the package that Overdrive delivers. There isn't a bunch of fancy customization or a big open world, just simple fun racing and an interesting single player experience. A very polished one at that. I like the laid back vibe of racing with a group that feels more like a hangout than a racing fight to the end of the other's career.
I just don't want to harsh the vibe around here. That's all.
Unless you count taking their pink slip from them.
I was wrong. This is bull. You totally cheated. Stop. How do you say it? Harshing the vibe, dude.
You can still progress if you come in 2nd or 3rd place, which is a nice break from the strict focus of winning from other games in the genre. You also get to play Pong on the loading screen, which
That's
I think
sick.
was a uniquely Test Drive thing. Shout out to Atari. Now, maybe Overdrive was more of an obscure experience for its series, but Test Drive and Pimp My Ride aren't necessarily the most obscure names in the genre. We're gonna have to search a little bit deeper. Which brings us to RPM tuning.
Whoa, pretty sweet ride, dude. Comes from Berg's place, right?
Right. How did you know that?
Forget it.
Published by Wanadu and developed by French studio Babylon Software, which would explain the weird translations.
Come on, you don't remember me? Elementary, baby, because we ain't been officially introduced yet. My name's Mac.
RPM tuning hit the PC, PS2, and Xbox around May 2004. This is a weird one.
We're fighting for the same thing, bro. Dollar signs, baby. Flow, Skrilla bling. And that's cool.
There was some special testing that Mac here didn't get done back in his day. Our story starts with a guy named Vince who was apparently on a mission to find a stolen car. I think. The grammar in this intro text is worse than mine. You walk into a shop to find Burke Lewis, the greatest tuner of all time, who wants absolutely nothing to do with you.
I'm busy. If it's for an oil change, find yourself another garage.
Until he finds out you're in the market for a new Honda Civic.
Well, maybe I can spare a minute. I always have time to find a car for someone who's interested in tuning. I've got 3 models you might like.
Why do they
Let's
just
take a
slow
look
the
at them
fuck
together.
down in the middle?
Your starting car choices are a hatchback SI, a pickup 150, and a sport 322 CSI. I think I have one of those outside actually. Yeah, there might not be any licensed cars in RPM tuning, but the models look so damn close to the real thing that it almost seems like they were planning on getting licenses in the beginning. So RPM tuning is a renderware engine game, but this isn't like a Criterion or Rockstar type of renderware engine game. This is more like a Roadkill type of renderware engine game.
Just trust old Mac, dog, and your pockets will be stuffed like a Christmas turkey. Oh, yeah! Race me to the track!
For starters, RPM tuning runs at 30 FPS, half of our last game, which is strange when you consider that the Burnout titles hit 60 FPS no problem, all while being much more visually impressive than this. Granted, they had a talented team that made the software over there, but regardless.
Tough break, man.
RPM tuning doesn't have much going for it in the looks department. The world geometry, textures, and track layouts are very simplistic and full of static objects that won't budge if you hit them. This can get a little bit frustrating when you accidentally run over a curb or get stuck on a road sign or a fire hydrant.
I was telling my friends here that you're a real demon behind the wheel.
You'll be doing this a lot because the driving feels very stiff and the slightest nudge against the curbs on either side of the road will send you spinning out of control. This wasn't something that I noticed in the very beginning, but once I got to the first tournament, I realized how much I felt like I was walking on eggshells during the race.
Allow me to introduce you to your victims.
The rough driving was amplified by the fact that the AI felt nearly impossible to keep up with. But this is RPM tuning, right? Let's do some RPM tuning to fix some of these problems.
You best be in top form. Know what I'm saying?
So once we get to the tuning menu, we can see that our car apparently has a Honda motor now, but also that the translation of these part names and descriptions are a little bit weird. The fuel pump is an inject, the cold air intake is an SPI1, and the sway bar is a Power Vibe Classic. You might get in trouble for looking that up on the Maybe it's a French thing. I threw on a bunch of performance parts, and not only did I notice the uptick in power, but I also noticed an interesting quirk that I haven't seen in another racing game. When using the nitrous, your car will start to overheat, and once it's in the red, it'll actually slow the car down when you try to use the NOS. It won't actually blow the engine though. You just wait for it to cool down, then you can use the nitrous again. It's not cheating, bud. It's just GT Grape NOS. There's also no turbo sounds, and I'm still struggling to keep up. Now my car is even more susceptible to spinning out, but no problem, right? We'll just throw some tires on there. So let's just add some Yokohama brand tires, and I'm not sure what's going on here, to be honest. Even though I have enough money for the parts, it won't let me buy the cheaper tires. It'll only let me buy the more expensive ones that I don't have enough money for. I've also accumulated a bunch of fame points for constantly spinning out of control, and I'm not really sure what these are used for.
Christmas turkey!
Another problem I have with the driving is that the physics are stiff and feel a little bit inconsistent. I feel like running into an AI opponent will completely throw me out of whack, but then they can run me off the road and quickly recover from it. And when it comes to the aesthetic upgrades, we see some interesting looking decals that we're able to put on, and after spending all of my money on performance parts, that's about as far as I got with it. Considering I still couldn't keep up with the AI and I didn't see much changing in regards to track variety or race types, I didn't really feel like this game was worth grinding out. That being said, seeing more of this oddly translated story is very tempting.
Cops, man, they got no manners. Interrupting us like that in the middle of our introductions.
Gameplay just wasn't doing it for me here. There's actually a free roam mode that lets you cruise around the entire city, which has an uncomfortable vibe to it that makes me feel like I'm traveling through a liminal space despite all the traffic on the road. The traffic will actually stop and put their hazards on if you hit them, which is a nice touch, I guess, and the damage model isn't too bad either. I'm trying to find the positives here. I find it a little strange that the two founders that are listed for Babylon Software are described as car physics and racing game specialists, but this is the product they came out with. It definitely feels like they were trying to create something special here, but for me, it wasn't that great to play. It's also worth reminding you guys that this game came out in 2004. If this was sitting on the shelf next to Underground 1, 2, and hell, even SRS, and this was the experience I got, I'd be a little upset.
Choice is yours.
Coming from a time where low-budget games were often printed for consoles, RPM tuning is a bit odd, but definitely not out of the ordinary. Where things really start getting obscure is when we move over to the PC.
Shit.
Lotus might be the most obscure racing game that I've ever played. I really hope that it's Lada and not Lada, because I'm going to be saying Lada a lot. Released around March of 2006 and developed by Galeos Media, Lada Racing Club is a PC exclusive to Russia. Therefore, I have no idea what I'm doing without a translation app. This game has one of the coolest intros I've ever seen, showing off shots of this kid transitioning between building a race car to take on the street and racing with a wheel on his computer. And that brings us to the gameplay, which Lada Racing Club takes in a direction that no other game has. The name being a dead giveaway, Lada Racing Club features, well, Ladas from the manufacturer Autovaz. From what I can tell, this Soviet-era backed manufacturer's cars are the only option you have to drive, despite passing traffic very inspired by other manufacturers while racing. You have a variety of modes to race in, but the most interesting part about Lada Racing Club is easily its location, taking place around Moscow. Creating a game where you can explore a familiar area that's typically overlooked in games was probably pretty special to the devs. And if you played a lot of games that are solely based in Russia, you probably think I'm really stupid saying that right now, but I haven't. Unless it was like one level in Project Gotham Racing or a 007 game, or Call of Duty. That being said, the experience in Lada Racing Club is a bit hit or miss. I'm not sure if this game supports gamepads, but mine doesn't work, so I opted to use the arrow keys on my keyboard. This game made me feel like I was a kid again playing NASCAR Heat on Windows XP. The driving physics are manageable, if not a little floaty. Hitting traffic didn't give much resistance, but running into static objects or the lowest curb against the road could stop me dead in my tracks, and getting back up to speed would happen at a snail's pace. But maybe that's accurate to how fast these cars actually drive. One frustratingly static object is the rails that you get between the sidewalk and the road, because I would constantly find myself not being able to cross back over until I found an opening. The car and damage models have a decent amount of detail to them, and there's even cops that'll try to stop your racing. Man, I'd hate to be the guy that got stopped by the sexy Russian police officer. By the way, the soundtrack in this game slaps, even if I have no idea what they're saying. There's tuning and other gameplay elements that I don't really understand how to interact with because I don't speak Russian. But maybe there's a Slavic YouTuber out there that can give a little more insight here. It seems like there's a fan-made English patch that I can install, but I think I've spent enough time in Lada for now. Why don't we take our 100th look at a street racing game in LA? Coming to us from our Hungarian friends at Invictus Games and our Canadian friends at Groove Games, we have a collaborative effort to bring us LA street racing. A little strange with the countries considered, but could be pretty cool, right? This is, of course, a 2006 PC exclusive that you may or may not have received in a bargain bin. After picking from a diverse selection of drivers, you're treated to a slideshow that presents you the immersive and gripping story of LA street racing. This game is truly the Tony Hawk's Project 8 of street racing games, having you move your way up a massive list of racers to get your shot at taking on Matt Peacock. I wonder if he's related to Drew. The gameplay loop is pretty simple. Select an area to hang out in, wait for a racer to challenge you, and then wager your parts against theirs to progress yourself into a faster car. As a nice surprise, I was able to map a controller with analog support for triggers and thumbsticks. Unfortunately, I had to Google how to change the camera view, because like most early 2000s PC games, they don't tell you that you gotta use the function keys to change it. Visually, LA Street Racing doesn't look the worst that I've seen for its time. It actually let me run the game in a modern resolution, which is a plus. The damage model is actually more impressive than you might think, crushing panels together depending on where they get hit, as well as flopping the doors around, which I found very entertaining within the cockpit view. Another entertaining element is the steering animations, which are hilariously sensitive, and the handling model itself is better than I expected it to be honest, and there's a good reason for that, which we'll get to later. But understeering, pressure-sensitive braking, and suspension dampening all play a role in the driving experience, which is generally tight and responsive, outside of the wheels feeling like they're on ice in some instances. Something that surprised me is that your opponents can get very aggressive. They'll lay on the horn and attempt to push you out of their way if you block them, which also is an element that reminded me of Juice. Damn, maybe that game really was ahead of its time, huh? That being said, the driving experience starts to get a little bit weird when you start changing the camera angles. The cockpit view is probably my favorite, keeping me feeling planted to the road and giving me the ability to accurately judge my cornering, but I'm not sure how usable the backseat camera or the action camera is when you're actually trying to race. The chase camera is okay. It doesn't follow the car when you look side to side, which is a little bit weird, but a bigger camera issue is that when you turn with the chase camera, the car looks like it throws itself into a sharp angle that you definitely don't see the same way in the cockpit view. Maybe the steering is trying to compensate for the camera change, but I don't think it's great. The camera also shakes worse than Kane and Lynch 2 whenever you hit the nitrous, which is honestly an incredible achievement. I never thought I'd see worse camera shake in a game than that. This might sound harsh, but I don't really understand why this game came out in this state. Lotta Racing Club also came out in 2006, but at least it had the benefit of a good soundtrack in a location that no other game has. You could tell that there was some passion behind that one. LA Racing Club is just another LA street racing game, which by this point we've had a ton of better examples of. Location aside, everything else about the game is just plain boring. You initiate races by sitting around and waiting. Your story is delivered through broken English one-liners. Customization is barely existent. Performance upgrades are barely noticeable, and progression is unbelievably slow. You'll spend half an hour racing the same 2 or 3 tracks over and over to earn the chance at getting a new part. A part you may or may not get depending on how fast the person challenging you is. And then if they get your part, that just sets you back. Alright. In my opinion, it feels like a weird game to be throwing any bit of a budget at. It just kind of exists, which is even stranger when we take a look at our next game. Saved the best for last because I went into this game not expecting much and I walked away from it very surprised. And it's actually coming from our friends over at Invictus Games again. Originally this was going to be a segment on the game Street Legal Racing Redline, but there were a few quirks to consider with that. For starters, it doesn't have controller support, so we'd have to give that back up for the classic keyboard controls. But unlike the other games we looked at, Redline isn't a standalone game. It's actually part of the Street Legal series of games, the original one having a modern re-release. So the first game is technically an older game with a newer release with features not supported by the newer title, which is technically an older release. My head hurts. I figured it was only right to take a look at the beginning of this series, so let's jump into Street Legal Revision and see what it's all about. Originally released in 2001 from Invictus Games, Street Legal is also a PC exclusive racing game that puts a focus on modifications in your car's damage model to a surprising degree. Unlike LA Street Racing and a lot of the other games we looked at, Street Legal actually has a cult following behind it and a mostly positive rating on Steam. So after the lackluster experience with LA Street Racing, you're probably wondering the same thing as me. With the positive reviews on Steam, what the hell is going on in this game that makes it so special? Well, instead of breaking down every element of the game, I'm just going to tell you how my experience played out within the first hour. I started a single player game which offers an array of game modifiers if you're familiar with the vanilla experience. I picked out my car from the buy here pay here parking lot, I thought about having a Coke drink, and then I headed back to my garage. Now I was ready to hit the streets, but not before backing up and flooring it into my garage door. Oh wow, I already ruined my front bumper. I drove around a little bit to get used to the controls, and then I bent my control arm on a curb. That's when I realized I needed to honk my horn at an NPC to set up a race, which after doing so I decided to do even more damage to my front end, leaving it undrivable. After realizing I couldn't sell my car to make enough money to get a new one, I decided to start a fresh game. Now that I'm experienced with the game's controls, I found an opponent for my first race. While racing, I noticed him wreck his car not once, but at least twice. He still beat me. Then a cop chased me into a curb where he flipped my car into someone's lawn, gave me a $200 fine, and then left me there to tow my car back to the garage. As you can see, Street Legal is quite the experience. But if we take a look at our car here back at the garage, this is where things get even more interesting. You can take almost every part off of the car, sell it, and then browse the catalog full of parts to replace them. It's interesting to see real brands like Borla and Bilstein here. Then again, RPM Tuning also had some, so I guess licenses were a little more obtainable back then. But the only comparable game to this that I can immediately think of is BeamNG, which didn't come out until 2015. It feels remarkable that we have a game that not only has a damage model that lets you smash up every panel on the car in great detail, but also lets you pull multiple engine components off, sell them, buy upgrades, and then take the car out to smash it up again. And the craziest part of all is that all of this is happening in a game from 2001 that I'd never even heard of until this guy left a comment on my Street Racing Games video. Why is it that with all of the technology we have now, we haven't iterated on this experience? Sure, we have Wreckfest, but Wreckfest doesn't let you tow your smashed up car back to the garage to fix it yourself. Sure, Gran Turismo lets you do engine swaps, but you aren't manually pulling the engine out yourself and changing the head on it. Need for Speed has plenty of open world games, but you aren't scared of slamming through traffic knowing that you'll have to limp it back to your garage and buy new parts for it. For the first time in a racing game in a long time, Street Legal had me genuinely curious about what else I could do in it, which is shocking when you consider that the game they released 5 years later had me falling asleep while playing because of how painfully simple it was. Of course, that's not to say that it's perfect, because Street Legal is far from it. The reason I was doing so much Google searching was because the game doesn't explain itself very well. You'll honk at NPCs on the street for directions or to find racers, as well as just to have basic conversations about your car or general happenings around the city. Sure, the English is still imperfect, but it's a neat RPG-style concept that a lot of racing games opt out of. But outside of this random guy yelling instructions for an effective engine build at me, I had to figure this stuff out on my own. When it comes to the gameplay, there's no getting around the fact that this is a budget game from 2001. There's a fair amount of jank, the steering feels really off, and the visuals leave a lot to be desired. But despite its flaws, the amount of detail that you do get within the customization on this game from 2001 is still impressive, and the gameplay, while definitely jank, has this charm about it that explains why so many people are still playing it. All of this experience has been had on the free Steam demo, by the way. There's still a whole ass game as well as the DLC and the Redline sequel to check out. Outside of all of the games that I've played throughout this video, Street Legal might just be my favorite. Maybe it's worth doing a deeper dive on the Invictus games and seeing everything they have to offer, but you guys can let me know if that's something you want to see. They're actually still operating today, believe it or not, which is something I can't say about a lot of developers from this era, except for David Goodrich. Shout out to Sandra for this comment that put me on game for all of these weird street racing games, as well as all of the other comments that pointed me out to LA Rush and all the other games I didn't even think of. If it wasn't for these comments, this video probably wouldn't exist. So if you have any ideas yourself, let me know what you think. If you want my opinion on video games that aren't so obscure, you can check out my video on the Burnout series as well as the Y2K street racing games that I played. I also got to give a special mention to Scotty, Joking Bomb, Exeat, and Not a Clown 2 for their continued support on the channel. If you want your name immortalized in the credits, become a channel member. Otherwise, if you guys got any opinions for more horrible games I should check out, drop them in the comments. I'll see you in the next one. Be sure to like and subscribe. It's been Josh, aka T, baby. See you in the next one. This is an HP stream that I actually bought to download diagnostic software for my car on. Turns out, there's no storage on this thing to even update it. Don't buy an HP stream.
What the fuck?
That's what he was making.
Yeah, it does still say yeah.
And we found some illegal substances in it.
And narcotics?
yep, 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 yep.
What is this?
Yep. You know what this is.
I can hear
You
you
know what time
from
it
my
is.
car.
I'm preparing. We have a big auction ahead of us today, Tyler. Another storage unit auction.
Just one?
Yeah, just one.
No.
Yeah.
I win.
No, it's not a challenge this time. It's just an investigation. Come on in. I have my studio set up.
Studio, you just moved the chairs in front of the...
This is a studio. As you can see, I got you a seat and I got me a seat. Same seats.
Oh yeah, because we're gonna be the same height, because I'm so much taller, so I...
No, actually, maybe that's my seat.
Yeah, no, I'm too late.
Tyler. As you can tell by my necklace, we're about to make money. This is real gold. This is real gold. Real gold. I've been perusing on the internet, you know, my favorite website, storageunitauctions.com.
I thought your favorite website was Backdoor Sluts 5.
That's my second favorite now, because this one makes me money. Lots of money. We've made so much money off. No.
Have we made any profit?
No, I don't think we've made any money. I think we've lost a lot of money.
We've made theoretical money.
The last one went really poorly.
Speak for yourself. I actually made money
that's
back
where I
now.
get.
Well, we did actually technically make money back, didn't we? But it was a lot of money to acquire it. This time I'm going to hope it's going to be less. Here, let me just put this on my tiny TV here. Sorry, high-tech studio things. I might need to call Devin, our tech guy.
Devin.
Yeah, I need to get. Okay, no, never mind.
How much money do I have?
Smells bad.
Good amount.
Boom.
Whoa!
The auction.
That's it.
Yeah, that's what we're getting. Look at that.
Fridge
See, there's
or
a
3D printer?
That's the main reason I'm doing it.
Okay.
I want to know what that is. It looks very beefy to be a fridge. I mean, look at that handle. Stainless steel. Got LEDs around the side. Somebody chose to sticker bomb it, so it can't be worth that much.
8 5-gallon buckets.
Oh, yeah. See,
There's
look at
so
all those
many.
buckets.
Woo! We need
Yeah, this is
more
a good
buckets.
one. That's the only picture. That's all they give you. It looks too beefy to be a wine
Yeah, it's
fridge to
pretty
me.
beefy.
And orange is a weird color for wine. It has this like McLaren looking logo over here.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's the only logo. I've done a reverse image search, all kinds of stuff. Sent it to my team, the forensics lab, and they came back with nothing. They don't know what it is. So they said you have to buy it.
You're just gonna have to buy it.
The audience must know what it is. It's already up $250, so somebody knows what it is. I mean, look at that. That's a quality looking air conditioner. I then noticed a model number on whatever this thing is and decided to do a little more digging. RTE 111.
Cops must
The
just not give
RTE-111
two shits during day-
is a circulating chiller,
day
air cooler,
mode.
liquid lab chiller. What is that worth? Oh yeah, that's what that whole thing is.
Daytime
yeah, there it
mode,
is, right
day-
there.
whatever.
It's $1,300 on here. That
Well, you know
exact
what?
thing.
Fuck you.
It looks cleaner here, but it's $1,300.
I think I'm on the wrong side.
That's the same thing. We're getting rich, boys. I think that orange thing is some sort of medical, like, cooler. I think there's a lot of medical shit in here. This looks like a foam cooler they put organs in right here.
Ooh.
All these people who have bid on this
Someone's
are
behind
gonna be
me.
sorely disappointed because they are not winning.
Wait, take a screenshot and tell AI to...
They're no longer behind me.
AI, make up information about this. Still no more bids. That's good.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and place the bid just in case there's a problem with my bids.
All right, let's see.
Success.
You're winning at $500.
I thought it would incrementally raise it.
Yeah, nope. I think you didn't hit auto bid. You just did a single bid.
Is
for
that a
$500.
garage? Is that a
I
shop?
think, yeah, I
Is
did.
that-
I did do that.
Get him the fuck out
Part
of here.
shop?
Just made myself pay double for no reason. Yeah, we only got a minute 30. We might just win this one. I might actually have my webcam on, and all they're seeing is.
Oh,
I'd be
so
interested. Here we go. I was hoping.
I don't
for
have to
a bidding
go
war.
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't
all
have
the
bid
way to.
$500
Alright,
and scared
cool.
everyone away
Cool.
immediately.
It's very anticlimactic.
5, 7, 6, 3,
It's over.
Alright,
4. I won.
Wow.
I probably could have had that for $300.
Yeah. I'm gonna add it for $260.
At least I won. And that
Take
one's already
on
worth $1,300.
Oscar,
So we're
take
already
on Noah. Who
$800
the fuck are
profit.
they?
Guaranteed. Woo! We can go.
Oops.
All right.
And get it. After we find our way out of this desert. Oh, no, I'm in my living room still.
It's so realistic.
The immersion. Hello, I'm coming at you live directly from the middle of the forest with a very important message about our sponsor, Dude Wipes.
Why is bro talking like that? I don't like
Hang on.
it.
What? Oh. Your butt called. It wants an upgrade. That's because you're probably still using shitty old regular toilet paper.
Zero.
Emphasis on shitty, because it's just dry.
Can I just get these?
Spread shit around everywhere. It doesn't do anything. But that can all be changed with Dude Wipes. We're talking no more skid marks, no dinkleberries, and no angry butt syndrome. Just clean confidence. pants down. I mean, just think about it. Water cleans a whole lot better than air. You wouldn't just clean yourself with a dry towel. Dry toilet paper just smears. Dude Wipe clears. And not to mention, these wipes are bigger,
133
wetter,
yeah,
and
no.
better. The triple fret that your cheeks deserve. Because grown adults deserve grown wipes. Plus, they've got so many
Customized
different
rating?
flavors that your ass is gonna love. Like shea butter, which we've already gone through an entire pack. Mint whole. That's another. Or my personal favorite, Poopsicle. And wherever your cheeks wander, they've got you. Big packs for at home, on-the-go travel packs, and singles to stash in your wallet for those emergency stops. Trust me, you're one questionable restroom away from being a believer. And not to mention, they're made with plastic-free, plant-sourced fibers. So Dude Wipes are sewer and septic safe, so you can flush them with confidence. They break up like toilet paper. So what are you waiting for? Join the over 4 million butts that wipe with Dude Wipes every day. And remember, don't be an a-hole to your b-hole. You can buy Dude Wipes on Amazon and nationwide retailers. They're everywhere. Go get some. Thank you, Dude Wipes, for sponsoring this video. All right, we're here. Got the unit number, I got the code. They're insulting me again with this passcode.
Oh yeah?
It's fat again. Don't know why they keep saying fat. So we're gonna go inside.
This thing sucks.
Our lovely fortunes.
Let's go. Short doors. It feels great.
These doors are tall.
Oh yeah.
Crazy.
8-foot tall doors.
After searching through all these insanely tall doors, we eventually found our unit. Found it. Well, he's answering. I think I know this code.
We're out in the open.
How much time do we have to?
I'm just thinking about if you add 1 and 2, you get 3, 3 and 3, you get 6.
Fat. We're in. What is it? It's like an oven.
Huh.
It's huge. Oh, that's thick glass.
I know what it is.
What is it? Terps? Oh, is it weed?
I think so.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, 'cause that is all weed stuff. We would soon find more clues about the contents of this unit.
Oh, sweet.
Nice.
Can we upload any of this?
No, that's how you water your flowers. Yeah, it's the New Testament.
Oh, of course.
There's more buckets. Those look like they have things in them.
Oh, the Hulk.
Just dab it. Okay, that wasn't it's definitely something with weed. Based on the stickers, this orange thing is definitely not a wine cooler. Oh wait, model name. Vacuum oven.
Same gun, but it's broken. It's like all gummed up with some kind of waxy
I
stuff.
want to waste my money on a vehicular device.
It's a little different, a little smaller.
Nah, not right now. Cart? Maybe in the future.
Yeah, sure.
We're already off to a fantastic
Oh wait,
start
fuck!
with
I
this
gotta.
first item. As long as we don't find anything
I'm
actually
gonna fast travel.
illegal,
I don't
this
wanna
could be a
fuck this
very
vehicle.
profitable
I don't
unit.
wanna.
Also, watch your head over hit my head on that place.
Drive it.
It's very short.
Well, yeah, we're fine. I'm in no danger.
I'm sorry.
Hey, more glass. More flower-based accessories. I can't wait to accessorize my flower base with all these accessories.
Got a new nipple clamp.
I really like ours, though. We've just broken them in.
Yeah, we can never have too much variety.
You know, this clock looked a lot bigger in the picture.
Yeah, it really did. I thought
All of this looked bigger. That looked like a full-size computer, I thought. But this is a receiver, I think.
You think some dude's just sitting, getting high with his buddy? He's like, "You paid our bill, right?"
Old receiver. I'll look that up later. Maybe it's probably not worth anything. All right, you ready for our first tote? Rollerblades!
Oh, they're a little small.
Green iced tea.
Ooh, why did you keep that? Without doubt, we get a reel every time we get fishing supplies. There's also like a propane tank. What? Nunchucks! Imagine if we had those when we were 10.
Even better. We got them when we're 30.
If this mirror could talk, things it's seen. Oh, that's heavy.
Pop that bad boy open.
Oh, damn it. It's all kids' toys and clothes. And John Cena.
Oh my god. Yeah, if John Cena was the same height as Kevin Hart.
There's like an old wooden box in here, too. All right, get this shitty box out. This one sucks. Oh, a hoodie for you.
8, yeah.
You can wear that.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Pink. That's not pink.
That's copper.
It's got balls.
That's a hell of a Nerf gun. God.
Yeah, it is.
That thing's loaded.
That's a actual
that's like
chemistry flask. Or I don't know. You watch Breaking Bad?
Pièce de resistance. A round bottom boiling flask, 5,000 milliliters.
Oh, there's a lot of glass in here.
Wow.
Yeah.
That has wax in it.
Yeah. That's what he was making. No, that's honey. What are these buckets full of then? Oh, a guitar! It is a nice guitar.
Oh, yeah.
Those are probably worth a good bit. I know glass is worth a lot, but you'd have to get the illegal substance out of it. All right, well, that was a fun one. This one's going to be even more funner.
All right.
It's...
Oh, Jake
It's not even a word.
All right. Oh, we got fucking snorkel equipment and Christmas lights. Yeah, that's mostly all Christmas stuff. Looks like flammable gas in here.
Nice.
DVDs. Ooh. And PS3 games.
Super Troopers?
Here's a bunch of buckets. Oh, wow, this one's heavy. Oh, my God.
Boots?
I don't know. There's a spider on it.
That's epic.
USA Lab equipment.
Oh, yeah.
RE. Yeah. I hope we can find the rest of this. Holy shit. That's it. We need to find that.
All right.
And it's $1,500.
Well,
That piece you just had.
That's in the tote.
Yeah.
That's right there.
And that glass piece. We just have to clean it.
Yeah.
There's a light. High pressure sodium. We got some sheetrock joint compound. Hey, joint compound. Oh, man. This thing could be a safe though. It's got like a big ass metal door that like a garage door that closes. More lab stuff.
This like ceramic bowl.
Yeah, like some sort of thing that heats a bowl. One of those round bottom. And I'm a little concerned with the styrofoam boxes. More glass. Yeah. This isn't like smoking glass. This is like equipment glass.
It's manufacturing glass.
We haven't called it cops. I haven't found any waxy substance, but I don't know what that is.
Yeah, it's like, who knows?
But once I open up this next box, I don't know what that is. I could.
Yeah. We're just antiquers.
Yeah. We'll realize we definitely have to call the police.
Wow.
More.
Fungal spores suspended in
Is he growing
solution, probably.
Mushrooms?
Fungal spores.
Oh yeah. There's something floating in that.
It's psilocybin.
Yeah, it does psilocybin. Yeah, okay, so no, that's.
Yeah. You didn't see that.
Yeah. No. All right. I'm gonna make a load to the trailer.
Oh, Jesus' cross.
Don't have a cart for that.
This is my cross to bear.
Yeah, good unit.
Yeah, great unit.
Yeah, very entertaining.
Careful of that butane. All right. So, slight issue, didn't expect this to happen. There's a lot of illegal substances inside this unit. Yeah, we're gonna go through it and pull it all out and then call the cops, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the safe thing to do. I'll be elsewhere because, you know, brown.
Why are you gonna be elsewhere?
Because I'm a little brown.
Yeah,
so
you probably should,
it's
actually.
scary, yeah.
There might be some white paint in there. Some sunscreen.
White face, yeah.
Smother it. And so we continued digging through this very illegal unit so that we could at least film everything before the cops potentially seized it all. Back. They won't take that. It doesn't have anything in it. Really, it's probably just, oh, this is full of glass. It says glass. This is brand new. No, not brand new. Oh my God. Definitely making stuff. 500 edibles.
Okay. Now
500 edibles on it. And it's leaking? Well, it's not 500 edibles. Just another more glass. He scraped off the... Oh, had a power strip in it. And then, with my flashlight, I was able to notice that all of these 5-gallon buckets are full of some sort of liquid.
Oh, those are full of
PS2.
shit.
Oh yeah, that's liquid. I can see the liquid moving.
Cool.
What is in that?
Cool.
They're all full of liquid. I really want to see what's in this wooden box, what I'm trying to get to. Yeah, this was a small business owner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're robbing the local economy of a productive member of society.
Maybe it was a legal operation.
Yeah.
There's like some metal tube thing. Looks like it has weed in it. Yeah. I'm gonna open the mysterious wooden box.
Oh, I want to see this.
You want to be here for mysterious wooden box?
Blankets.
That's full of blankets.
Shit.
Actually, what's under the blankets?
Yeah, like, are they wrapped in glass?
Yeah. Like a picture thing? Jewelry. Looks like fake shit, unless that's real pearls. Oh, hell yeah! Alright, well, we don't know what's in the freezer.
Or the buckets.
Or the bucket. It is literally liquid.
Buckets are pretty
Like,
scary.
look.
Oh, yeah, you can see the line.
Yeah.
We can leave.
They're all full.
We can leave them in here and the cops get here.
Yeah. Yeah, we got buckets of something.
Hey, open this and tell us what's in it. Fentanyl.
Oh. That's like $250,000 just sitting there. Hey, this is 1921 tequila. Oh, it's actually full of tequila. Little boxes.
Whoa, actually. Please don't be an empty bottle.
It's empty. They drank it. This one feels not full. It's a cool bottle.
Yeah.
Wait, you think that's what it's feeling with?
I bet it's full. Yeah.
All right.
Motherfucker. This is an antiquity. It's just a chemistry set.
Yeah.
Here, there's a few more boxes. They were drinking nasty water. They're in Flint, Michigan. Ooh, this is unopened. This is just a package. What the fuck? Oh. Something for growing. Yeah, they sell grow kits for mushrooms. Yeah, it's all mushroom.
All right.
So the mushroom stuff's over there. Yeah, that may have been legal in Michigan. It's not legal here.
Yeah.
I know that. It's a frog.
Oh,
a frog.
Big ass pump thing down there. Well, I think we got deep enough I could call the cops.
Yep.
I don't have to open the fridge. I'm not opening a bucket.
Yeah, no, don't open the bucket.
I know there's liquid in it.
Yeah.
Not that heavy. Definitely a 2-person job though.
Oh yeah.
I'm a little scared.
Yeah.
Blankets and
And
oh, a big thing of glass. That's huge. That's a 5,000 milliliter. We would dig further into this freezer, but it smelled heavily like chemicals.
Okay. Yeah, that's enough.
God. Get out of here.
Also like lighter fluid.
Yeah, it smells like gas.
Yeah.
All right. Time to call the police. I bought a storage unit at U-Haul, and we found some illegal substances in it.
Oh, okay. What's he up to, sir? Is it narcotics?
Mushroom stuff, like weed growing stuff, it looks like, so.
All right, I have that confident. As soon as I get an officer freed up, I'll send him that way. Just try not to touch anything, okay?
We didn't touch a thing.
All right, I guess we wait.
We wait.
A few minutes later, the police arrived. So we found some stuff in this unit. The really interesting stuff's over there. Like there's psilocybin mushroom spores, and then that one said 500 edibles on the side, but it's full of glass. Yeah, that styrofoam one. While he was looking through all of this stuff, we almost forgot about the most suspicious thing in the entire unit. Oh yeah, there's also like five-gallon buckets full of liquid in there. Don't know what it is. Inside, yeah. We led the officer to the crime scene so that he could investigate the mysterious liquid. And there's still stuff in this freezer too, a bunch of glassware it looks like.
You'll open this?
No, I was too afraid to open it.
I was gonna say, I'm probably gonna wait.
Yeah. I have no idea what this powdery substance could be, but given the context of the unit, it's probably not salt. Can't imagine they'd just be storing water, so.
Probably not. It's nothing, but it could be dangerous.
And so we took one of the buckets outside so that it could be investigated further. His name was Justin. Shit. That's kind of, it's very clear looking.
It's very clear.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's...
Need backup. Get back up. It'd be even funnier if they show up with like a box truck and take it all.
Just a shot of us staring while they just close the door.
And so we waited for a little longer until backup eventually arrived. Hey, doing good. He's in the main office. Yeah. Oops. It didn't break. Oh, now it broke. With backup here, they continued searching through the contents of the unit. And it was really starting to look like we might not get to keep our valuable items.
It looks like they were cultivating mushrooms. So many of them.
What's the sitch? Okay. Can it even be sold? I looked it up online. It's worth like $1,500.
It's just an oven, right?
Yeah, just an oven. Once the detectives arrived with their very blurry faces and weird voices. Yeah. Yeah. They came to a very surprising conclusion.
I would say if y'all have gloves, I'd just do that and just do what y'all do with it.
Okay.
They ain't gonna hurt anything.
All right. Wasn't expecting that.
No. No, not.
Now I gotta figure out what to do with it.
Don't.
I mean, they were saying is they feel like a lot of that stuff is no good anymore.
Yeah. I get to keep my best value back. Oh my God, this thing's heavy.
I got this.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You might want to take that just on its own. That's gotta be expensive. Look at that. That went with this thing that we got earlier. Honestly, a lot of this stuff is technically very expensive, but it's also incredibly dirty and disgusting. Plus, finding a buyer for used lab equipment probably isn't that easy.
Oh, it's a dryer.
Oh, see, it's just a clothes dryer.
No, I didn't say clothes.
It's a clothes dryer. See, clothes in there. See, it's just drying their clothes.
Oh, yeah, it's his banner for a store.
Ah! Breach! Breach of containment! Breach! This thing's cool. Yeah. I don't know what that powder is. It's like a ghost. Driving drunk. Come on, weak man. God damn. Must be heavy. Must be oak. How much money do you think's back there? It looks like somebody's hiding spot. No more illegal substances. Woo. Now they're all in my truck.
They're not that illegal. They let us keep it all. So.
We're doing good. Don't worry about us, Tyler. We got it.
Jesus Christ.
Salvation. Oh, God.
My favorite item was mystery liquid. So we just gotta take out that heavy thing and this heavy thing.
Oh, God.
That bump.
Thing is
At this point, we were already tired of moving heavy shit, and the more I looked at all this dirty garbage, the more...
I don't want to deal with it.
All right.
Yeah, because I know it's going to take forever. I have to clean it. It won't sell for a quarter of what it's worth.
Yeah, we get like a couple $100 bucks.
Maybe $1,000 out of everything.
Damn.
Well, that was fun.
What an adventure-filled day.
Yeah, what a good time. We didn't make any money.
Well,
spent money to get rid of it.
Damn. If you want to support us, just send money to this address.
Yeah.
Just in an envelope.
Yeah, or a box.
Or a box.
Full of money. That'd
Could be.
Fine. Yeah. Tune in next time for when we buy more illegal storage units.
Woo! Cops are gonna get real familiar with us.
Yes.
For over 50 years, sushi master chef Shimao Ishikawa has served it all, from classics like tuna, freshwater eel, and octopus to more exotic fare like sea urchin, fish spur, and even the infamous fugu, a poisonous blowfish reserved for the most adventurous diners. However, there is one fish that Ishikawa himself won't eat raw, despite it being one of his top sellers, and probably the most consumed fish in sushi restaurants in the world: salmon. You see, Ishikawa, who started his apprenticeship in Japan at the age of 18, is from the generation of Japanese who thought raw salmon was basically gross. I know it's hard to imagine now, but 40 years ago, the idea of salmon sushi was practically unheard of in the country that invented sushi. Without such an accessible, familiar fish, sushi might have never become the widely adopted and adored cuisine in the United States that it is today. So, who do we have to thank for this? Well, we have to thank a group of Norwegians running an incredibly successful marketing campaign who changed that perception for the
wait, no, he's
Japanese,
Sweden. I'm fucking
leading to salmon sushi becoming one of the most popular sushi dishes consumed around the world. This is the story of Project Japan, equal parts marketing campaign and market creation. And at its center were two men who overcame skepticism and resistance from Japanese traditionalists to prove that taste can evolve. Before we see just how Norway became the unsung hero of salmon sushi lovers around the world, I want to say hello everybody and welcome to the Great Sushi Psyop. Most of us are probably most familiar with sushi that contains salmon or tuna, but the concept of one of those two had to be sold back to the people who invented sushi in the first place, and the way that happened is pretty weird. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Let's start with a quick dive into the history of the beloved Japanese cuisine. The creation of sushi is said to have occurred between the 5th and 3rd centuries BC through a Chinese technique for preserving fish with fermented rice or salt. This method, which kept fish preserved for up to a year, allowed people to have readily available protein through the harsh winter months, when finding meat was scarce. The word sushi itself refers to, quote, a dish of vinegar rice served with various fillings and toppings. The first form of sushi making in Japan arrived in the 8th century as narizushi, which roughly translates to matured sushi, where rice and salted fish, usually carp, are pickled together through a mixture of rice vinegar and sake. As a result of Japan's various climate zones, local regions made their own specialized narizushi. For example, around Lake Biwa, people fermented whole fish, including their innards, to create a deep flavor and strong acidity. Along the Seto Inland Sea coast, small fish were fermented. In Hokkaido, the fermentation process is much shorter, resulting in a sweeter taste than the more pungent variations made elsewhere. Pickling methods, salt levels, and even the vessels used for fermentation also contribute to different flavor profiles, which were as varied as the country's regions. But unlike modern sushi today, the rice used in narizushi was not edible. Its sole purpose was to preserve the fish through the lactic acid bacteria breaking down in the rice for fermentation. By the time narizushi was ready to eat, the rice was a mushy sludge and too decomposed to consume. It wouldn't be until the Edo period, Japan's era of peace, stability, and social order that followed centuries of civil war, that other forms of sushi would emerge. One key invention, nori, which is seaweed pressed into sheets, helped create sushi rolls, also called maki sushi. One of the most popular rolls, the California roll, is a variation of maki sushi, in which the nori is placed between the seafood and vegetable ingredients and the rice. During this era of sushi, the most commonly used fish were tuna and sea bream due to their clean flavor and fatty texture. The most well-known type of sushi today, nigiri, was developed in the early 1800s. It translates to two fingers, or hand-pressed in Japanese. Nigiri consists of a hand-pressed mound of rice with a slice of fish or seafood on top. As for salmon, it was, of course, already part of most Japanese diets, but it was seen as an inferior fish that needed to be fully cooked before consumption. That reputation was well earned, because Japanese fishermen caught their salmon wild from the Pacific Ocean. The Pacific salmon was prone to parasites. To serve it raw was regarded as dangerous. As opposed to farm-raised salmon, which we'll get to later, wild salmon fed in ocean ecosystems that were abundant with prey filled with parasites, like the Anisakis herring worm. By subjecting the salmon to the extreme heat of the cooking process, these parasites in the fish were killed, making it safe to eat. The most abundant Pacific salmon found in Japan's waters include chum and masu, or cherry trout. If you look at salmon used in sushi today, you'll notice a significant difference between it and the raw flesh of Pacific salmon. Pacific salmon is generally dark red, lean, and firm. Atlantic salmon, which is used for sushi, is a lighter pink color and carries a softer texture and a milder taste. For centuries, Japan was content with keeping raw salmon out of its sushi. For the Japanese, cooked salmon had a purpose, as it was generally used to bulk out cheap meals. Plus, it was a sustainable source of protein filled with nutrients like omega-3s and vitamin D. But 60 years ago, the country would begin to reconsider its feelings on the famous pink fish. In terms of its seafood consumption, Japan was entirely self-sufficient in the 1970s. They were able to produce enough to feed their entire population without the need to import. This was fairly remarkable given the average Japanese person ate 60 kilograms of fish and seafood every year. To put that in perspective, the global average was 15. By 1970, Japan was in its fifth consecutive year of economic boom, thanks to its rapid recovery following World War II. After being left with practically nothing after their surrender in 1945, Japan grew in the following years at an astounding rate. The latter half of the 1960s and early 1970s were referred to as the Japanese economic miracle, due to an economic expansion rate of 10% a year. This growth was accomplished through strategic planning and cooperation between firms, the government, and citizens to become the third largest economy at the time. So why would Japan suddenly change its mind regarding the consumption of raw salmon? Why mess with something that wasn't broken, as the saying goes? There were no pressing economic circumstances within Japan to change the status quo. Salmon already had its place amongst the Japanese, low on the culinary totem pole. But the circumstances of a very different country almost 5,000 miles away would change the way Japanese people would consider the fish.
China?
In 1974, a delegation of Norwegian members of parliament traveled to Japan to strengthen relations between Norway and Japan. Amongst this traveling party was Thor Listau, who was a member of Norway's Fisheries Committee, which I know that Thor's like a fairly common name over there. It's just always funny to see it pop up out of context. Because now I'm imagining that when Norway shows up and they have their fisheries committee, the god of thunder is wearing a suit coat and discussing the benefits of Atlantic salmon. Thor noticed how, in Japan, tuna was regarded as a high-quality fish that demanded high prices at the markets. He also saw salmon being sold in large numbers at low prices, usually fried or dried. And it's here that Thor recognized an opportunity. Again, I just can't unsee that he's walking through the booths at the fish market with like a giant electrified hammer. See, back home in Norway, the country's developments in farming salmon had created an economic problem. There was a sudden surplus of their fish supply. Inspired by his trip to Japan, Thor came back to Norway with a solution. He would start selling his country's salmon to the Japanese. At the time, Norway accounted for half of the global production of Atlantic salmon, farming more than 400,000 tons. In addition to having more fish than it knew what to do with, there also just weren't enough buyers. A collapsing domestic market bumped against the Norwegian government subsidies and modern farming methods. And on top of all this, Norwegians were eating less salmon and more meat. I mean, salmon is meat. By meat, I mean like, cows and pigs. You get it, you know what I mean. The country's fish farming industry had started just a few years ago, in the early 1970s, when floating seed cages bred the first ocean-farmed Atlantic salmon. This operation allowed Norway to breed fish in a more scalable way, as opposed to wild fishing, which could threaten native fish supplies and required access to land in order to build the farms. For context, farming operations are split into four main areas: broodstock and roe production, hatchery production, roe-out production,
BRB.
and processing. In the first area, roe, or eggs from the female salmon, is mixed with milt, or the semen from the male salmon. Yes, it's exactly as gross as it sounds. It's a giant tub of fish eggs, fish milt, which, off the record, but have you ever seen a video of like a male salmon in heat and how people could just pick them up and squeeze them and they just...
I am the milkman. My milk is delicious.
Like a gun shoot out. It's terrifying. If I was the Japanese, I probably wouldn't eat these things either, but I'm glad they did because it is delicious. Then at a broodstock station, the fertilized eggs are incubated for a little over a month before transferring to a hatchery. Once the roe are hatched, the juveniles are fed until they are big enough to go to the grow-out production area. It's in this area that the salmon are fed until they are the desired size for processing, which is usually between 4 and 6 kilograms. Overall, it takes between 14 and 22 months for the salmon to reach the ideal size for processing. As the country entered the 1990s, salmon prices fell drastically, and Norwegian fishermen soon saw their livelihoods disappearing. Things got so bad that the sales union for both the fishermen and salmon farmers folded, and the banks who lent money to the fisheries sector fell under extreme pressure. In other words, the salmon bubble was bursting. What happened during this time was similar to the cheese caves in the United States. Where the government bailed out the cheese industry by storing its surplus in Midwestern caves, which obviously is a topic I'm pretty passionate about. Unlike cheese, Norway thankfully had the option to store salmon in industrial freezers. Like I talked about in that video, your production stage is typically the first step for a whole ecosystem of supply. If the farmers or ranchers who grow crops and raise cattle are struggling, then the trade routes that facilitate these products can become negatively impacted. This causes a chain reaction where the marketplace that sells these products suffer. So it's in the government's best interest to ensure that the production levels of farms remain stable. In that video I talked about how that related to cattle and dairy and everything that came after, but here it's the same thing, just the cows are more wet and shaped like salmon. To be clear, Norway was exporting salmon to Japan during this time, but nowhere near a level that would have helped the Norwegian surplus. This is where Thor came in. Again, like from the sky with a bolt of thunder, bolt of lightning. You hear the thunder. Again, you know what I mean. This is where Thor came in. Following his visit to Japan, Thor's task was to triple salmon exports to the land of the rising sun. But to accomplish this, he would have to change the way the Japanese perceived salmon, from an afterthought of a fish into something appreciated. After Thor saw how fish normally reserved for sushi or sashimi, which is raw fish served without rice, were priced up to 10 times higher than fish that were marketed for cooking, he knew what he had to do: get Atlantic salmon into the sushi game. And this operation was called Project Japan. So Thor created a thing called Project Japan to convince Japanese to buy his fish. I mean, it wasn't Thor doing this by himself. It was like, the country of Norway. And Thor probably wasn't dressed as the mythical Thor. But he might have been. Who knows? At the center of Project Japan was Thor Listau and Bjorn Erik Olsen. And side by side, those are the two most Norwegian.
Is that what PewDiePie named his son?
Thor, who was the
Bjorn?
son of a fish food producer, went to military school in the mid-1950s with a focus in communications, and his first job was a radio mechanic for the Norwegian Army. Following his time in the military, Thor went into politics and was the chair of the country's Young Conservatives local chapter in the mid-1960s. Thor would go on to serve 3 parliamentary terms, and in 1981, he was selected for the cabinet as the Minister of Fisheries. Thor's co-partner in Project Japan came from a vastly different background. Bjorn Erik Olsen's path to the operation was paved at an early age by his fascination with Japan and its culture. It all started in 1966, when 14-year-old Olsen saw a screening of the classic Japanese film Seven Samurai in his childhood home. From that moment, Olsen studied Japanese, trained in the Japanese martial art of Aikido, and even lived in Japan. In 1982, he studied at Osaka University of Foreign Studies through a Japanese state scholarship. For the next 2 years, he conducted aquaculture research at Kyushu University's Fisheries Division. Olsen's experience in Japan, plus a background in working on fishing vessels, as well as studying seafood and fisheries at the Arctic University of Norway, made him an ideal addition to co-lead Project Japan. With Thor and Olsen at the helm, the two men laid the groundwork for Project Japan in 1985 when they went to Japan to introduce Norwegian farm-raised salmon to the Japanese seafood industry. They were met with a response from the Japanese that would be emblematic of Norway's uphill battle. We don't eat raw salmon in Japan. It should be noted that, although Olsen and Thor are credited for bringing raw salmon sushi to the masses, some believe the idea came from a fellow Norwegian diplomat. Håkon Freihaug may have been the one to mention in passing that Norwegian salmon could work in sushi. Although Freihaug was not actively involved in Project Japan, it's possible that he made the suggestion to Olsen and Thor some years prior. The first thing Thor and Olsen needed to do was to explain the differences between Pacific and Norwegian salmon. As I mentioned earlier, farm-raised salmon from the Atlantic was free from parasites, unlike wild salmon caught in the Pacific. However, Thor and Olsen couldn't simply run advertisements and commercials that just said, "Don't worry, our salmon is parasite-free," which isn't very appetizing and also a weird thing to say in a commercial. In fact, for Project Japan, the Japanese didn't even like touching raw salmon from the Pacific because of the Anisakis parasites it carried, which were known to cause Anisakiasis, an infection in which symptoms included nausea, vomiting, and acute abdominal pain from the larvae attempting to penetrate the gastrointestinal wall. To spread the word on the veracity of salmon, Thor and Olsen targeted Japan's seafood gatekeepers, high-end hoteliers, food service influencers, and restaurant owners, bringing the Norwegian salmon to them. Despite their initial hesitation, when the group tried the raw salmon for the first time, they understood that there was a future in it. Project Japan also hosted tastings at the Norwegian Embassy in Tokyo, as well as putting on industry events with notable chefs. Chefs like Yutaka Ishinabe, famous for starring in the first season of Iron Chef. The idea was that if culinary professionals on the level of an Iron Chef were in favor of the salmon, people would see it as viable. But the process was slower than they had hoped, despite their efforts. Thor and Olsen only managed to win a few hearts, minds, and stomachs. It wasn't nearly enough. Olsen would later recall that, quote, "Those who worked in the industry claimed for their part that the farm salmon smelled like river fish, had the wrong color, and the consistency was not good." This would be an important experience for the people behind Project Japan, prompting them to shift their strategy. For Olsen and Thor, the mission was as clear as ever: to change a deep-rooted food habit in a conservative and tradition-bound culture, they would have to think outside the box. Mark Matsumoto, a Japanese food consultant and television host, was the first to publicly compare Japan's stigma with eating raw salmon to Americans' lack of interest in eating raw chicken. And if you're American like me, you may hear that and think that's disgusting. Raw chicken is terrible. Why would he even say that? Which in Japan, raw chicken is a delicacy called torisashi, which is thinly sliced raw chicken served sashimi style. In fact, torisashi literally translates to chicken sashimi. The Japanese chickens used for this dish are traditionally prepared using a specific breed of chicken raised in a controlled environment to reduce health risks. So when Matsumoto was saying that, he meant that the Americans think it's dumb to eat raw chicken, but we enjoy it. And we think it's dumb to eat raw salmon, but they enjoy it, or Norwegians enjoy it. Which there's going to be a lot of people who hear that and think that's disgusting. How could anyone eat raw chicken? And everyone in my life has told me I'm crazy for this over the years. But every now and then I will get out like a raw chicken breast, and not one that's wet or gross or anything, like a good raw chicken breast, and I'll throw that down on the cutting.
I love the fucking lava lamp
gross
there.
Or anything, like a good
Creepcast, fuck.
Raw chicken breast, and I'll throw that down on the cutting board, and it looks pretty good. I would never just bite into it because the quality of the meat's way lower, and I'm sure I'd get something not good for me. But if I was somewhere where they did it regularly and they knew how to do it, I would 1000% eat raw chicken. To the degree that sometimes I think the chicken looks more appetizing raw than it does cooked. Not to say I think cooked chicken looks gross, just every now and then that salmonella be speaking to me. Between that and all the talk I had on Creepcast about drinking lava lamps, I really need to start putting disclaimers in these videos. Olsen drew from the Japanese, observing how they raise their chickens, and incorporated this knowledge into his advertisement showcasing Norwegian salmon. These ads proudly boasted about how clean Norwegian waters were. He had hoped to dispel the perception that salmon was a dirty fish. Despite the ads, finding any traction in the Japanese market was proving extremely difficult. The culinary culture biases within the culture had been passed down for generations, and any change in perception of eating raw salmon would take a major force. It wouldn't be until 1992, almost a decade after Project Japan began, that Olsen and Thor would finally see their luck turn around, thanks to a Japanese food distributor. It's also 10 years trying to get the Japanese to eat salmon. You hear about projects like this, like the Culinary Board in Norway saying, oh, we should sell more salmon, and you don't think that that sentence carries 10 years of consequence. Back in Norway, the salmon industry was getting desperate. Several failed marketing campaigns later, and Project Japan stalled. Surplus of fish had gotten so bad that industrial freezers were packed with more salmon than they could store. Olsen and Thor wanted to move the fish, but they also understood the value of selling salmon meant to be used in sushi. Not only would it command 3 to 10 times the price of salmon sold for cooking, it would also give salmon longevity in the Japanese market. The Norwegians were looking for a real, long-term solution. Facing a critical junction in their mission, Olsen doubled down and went to a Japanese food company. That food company was Nichire, and Olsen went with a risky proposal. The Japanese conglomerate was, and still is, a major food distributor, especially known for their frozen food offerings. Dumplings, chicken nuggets, and even squid, with a large presence inside Japanese grocery stores. Olsen and Nichire had done business before, but not like this. Olsen made Nichire a swing-for-the-fences offer. 5,000 tons of salmon at unheard of, well below market prices. The only condition? The salmon had to be sold exclusively for sushi. This is an insane offer. Sure, the company is getting a good price on the salmon, but they are getting loaded with 5,000 tons of the stuff, and they have to sell it in a country where it's never been sold for that purpose before. But Olsen's thinking if 5,000 tons of this stuff gets sold just for sushi, then they're going to want more, and they're going to want more at a much greater price. And keep in mind, Olsen wasn't selling the 5,000 tons well below the market price of sushi salmon. He was selling it way below the, at the time, Japanese price of salmon, which was the bottom dollar stuff. So if this goes well, Nichire gets like 1,000% markup on all the fish they buy. But you know, to make that money, they just have to single-handedly convince a country that they want to eat this thing they've never ate for this purpose before. Well, Nichire took the offer, making it the first major Japanese company to sell raw salmon specifically for sushi. With Nichire committed, Olsen took this opportunity to double down on rebranding the Norwegian salmon. He asked Nichire to call the imported fish Norway Salmon, which is translated to Norwegian salmon. Olsen wanted to completely separate any association from the undesired Japanese counterpart, which is called sake, cooked or flaky salmon, not to be confused with sake, the alcohol which you might need if you were eating sake. The shift to targeting consumers through supermarket chains was a new strategy from anything that Project Japan had previously attempted. Instead of going after high-end traditional sushi restaurants, Nichire used its massive distribution network to make this new sushi ingredient accessible to everyday consumers. One such consumer, Tadashi Ono, who grew up in Tokyo, recalls trying salmon sushi in those early days. He said, quote, "Yeah, at first time I said, but, you know, second time, maybe, third time, okay, you know, it's actually buttery. It's creamy, melts in your mouth. You know, it's very soft meat." As more adventurous chefs began experimenting with Norwegian salmon, an economic crash in Japan in the early 1990s, followed by the rise of casual sushi restaurants, contributed to the rise of raw salmon in the Japanese diet. In other words, from the economy to the restaurants to the culture, the timing was just right for people to want a new, inexpensive sushi fish. After Japan's asset price bubble,
why are there fucking cops
as a result
like
of inflated
just
real
right
estate
there?
and stock market prices, the country's economy stagnated. Often called the lost decade, Japan's GDP only grew a little over 1% annually, well below that of other industrialized nations. Consumer behavior shifted, and Japanese spenders were becoming more sensitive to price. And since sushi was still considered a more expensive dining experience, usually eaten in restaurants that consisted of labor-intensive preparation and high-quality ingredients, consumers were now looking for cheaper alternatives. Which, trust me, I like my fancy sushi as much as the next guy, but every now and then, that Food City or Kroger sushi just be hitting the spot. The sushi industry in Japan had to adapt, giving rise to one such cheaper alternative that revolutionized the sushi industry forever: conveyor belt sushi. These restaurants became especially popular among Japanese families. Children love the conveyor belts that move like trains on a track, with plates of sushi like train carriages or boats in the ocean. Meanwhile, the motorized belts reduced labor costs and allowed for lower prices. Like the Japanese equivalent of throwing peanut shells on the ground in a Texas roadhouse, which you can't do anymore because of people with allergies or something stupid like that. Sushi suddenly became fun for the whole family. More importantly for Project Japan, Norwegian salmon was now reaching customers without the gatekeeping of restaurateurs or the sushi establishment. What Olsen and Thor noticed during this time was that the younger generation held no preconceived prejudices or generational distrust for the fish. Phrasing on that is funny. Generational distrust for a fish, as if a fish killed your ancestors long ago. Which, if the fish was carrying a parasite, I guess it could have killed your ancestor. Children simply saw the bright, vibrant color that defined Norwegian salmon and enjoyed the texture and flavor. During the 1990s, Norway's salmon exports increased.
Wolf.
By 2000,
Dickheads.
the country was exporting more than 45,000 tons of salmon to Japan. Olsen's big bet with Nichiri had paid off. The Japanese perception of raw salmon was changed. In 2017, a survey conducted by the seafood company Marua Nichiro found that salmon was the most popular topping for sushi, outpacing the more
I'll literally
traditional
just fucking
options
rage
like
quit
tuna,
right here, right now.
sea bream, and halibut.
I'm just
This
gonna
would be the
rage quit.
7th year in a row
I don't want to deal
salmon
with this
placed
shit. This is
first
fucking
in the same
retarded.
survey. Olsen would recall the moment he realized salmon had truly taken its place amongst legitimate sushi options. As he was walking around Tokyo, he noticed that the little plastic sushi replicas in the restaurant windows were now prominently featuring salmon sushi. Quote, "I saw there was salmon now. Plastic copies in the sushi shops. I thought, this is really a breakthrough. Even for Master Chef Shimao
Epic.
Ishikawa, who still won't touch raw salmon today, the demand for it's too great. He has no choice but to serve it. Project Japan helped pave the way
I
for
actually
Norway
just
to import
unironically
even
don't like
mackerel
this
to
game.
Japan. Today,
I'm just
Norwegian
kidding, it's
mackerel
fun,
is a
but this
staple in
is just
Japanese
annoying.
households, with a total
Just so
annual
fucking
consumption of nearly 130,000 tons. When you break this number down, it means that each Japanese person eats more than a kilogram of Norwegian mackerel per year. That's a long way from what it was before, which was practically zero. As for the success of Project Japan, Olsen and Thor accomplished what they set out to do. But an unintended effect of their operation was not only popularizing raw salmon into the Japanese diet, but in making sushi accessible for people in the United States. Because what's this story involving two countries that aren't us? We can't have that. Now it's about us, as it should be. Unlike the Japanese, Americans in the 90s did not share the same widespread fear of parasites in salmon. The idea of eating raw fish, a shocking concept to a world not nearly as globally connected as it is now, was starting to gain traction in the United States. Those in the US who could get past the core idea of sushi, raw salmon's fatty texture and buttery flavor was a welcome inclusion on restaurant menus. As a matter of fact, America's familiarity with the fish actually helped sushi feel less foreign to Western palates. Someone who may not eat raw eel or squid is more likely to eat raw salmon because they cook stuff so much. Salmon's approachable flavor profile was essentially the gateway fish that fostered sushi's boom throughout the 1990s. Without the work of the Norwegians, the cuisine may have never taken off the way it did in the United States, which began its Western origins decades earlier in a small restaurant in Los Angeles. In 1966, Noritoshi Kanai, a Japanese businessman, brought a sushi chef and his wife from Japan to open a sushi bar inside a Japanese restaurant called Kawafuku, which was located in LA's Little Tokyo. It would be one of the first sushi restaurants in the United States. Kawafuku was popular with Japanese
I give two
immigrants who
shits if
lived
I'm
in
going the
the
wrong way.
district,
I'm not dealing
which
with no
had
fucking
and has
cops.
the largest concentration of Japanese Americans in North America. As
I'll
more
rage quit
sushi
this game,
spots
I don't
began
care.
opening up in Little Tokyo, word had gotten back to Japan that there was money to be made in the United States. The traditionally rigorous apprenticeship in Japan to become sushi master had burned out many young chefs, and the opportunity to open their own business in a less restrictive environment in America was enticing. So all of those who didn't want to become sushi chefs in Japan made their way to the West Coast. It was also during this time that some of the most popular sushi variations emerged, like the California roll, which was somewhat of an innovation because it was made inside out by concealing the seaweed instead of the rice. This was something not done in Japan. The ingredients consisted of vegetables and seafood familiar to Californians, such as cucumber, avocado, and crab meat. But obviously, the California roll itself became so popular that the inside-out way just became now the way most people think of as the right-side-out way. Right side in. Wait, you get it. Another catalyst that sparked extreme interest in Japanese culture during the 1980s was the television adaptation of James Clavell's 1975 novel, Shogun. The show, which depicted Japanese wardrobes, food, and history with a level of authenticity that had never been seen on American screens, sparked a national interest in all things Japanese, including sushi. The series was not only a smash hit with audiences, but because of the academic research and historical accuracy that was put into the show, Shogun became required viewing in high schools throughout the 1980s. And yes, this video is about how all of this is to like help the sushi markets across the world, but this almost as a secondary effect certainly led to the creation of the modern weeb. That Olsen guy, the dude who saw a Japanese movie and became obsessed with Japanese culture and moved to Japan and learned the language and all that, that guy was a forerunner. Because that guy now is just really into like Attack on Titan and animes whose name I can't say in public without being embarrassed. The next time you hear someone say uwu unironically, or I guess ironically, just know it's all a consequence of the sushi game. That's how big this stuff is. The show's success was at the nexus of an economic boom in Japan that had seen many Japanese businesses come to the United States during this time. As a result, a new wave of Japanese immigrants who were homesick for the food they grew up on helped sushi restaurants become more popular in America. The demand for sushi has also brought some criticism against a fish farming industry that has grown and thrived under sushi's popularity. Critics have claimed that farming fish causes a faster spread of disease and parasites, destroys the surrounding environment, and contributes to ocean pollution. Just like other large-scale farming operations, animals packed together in a confined environment are perfect for the rapid spread of disease. To combat the possible spread of this disease, antibiotics are used in salmon farming to prevent and cure disease. However, this contributes to antimicrobial resistance, which is when bacteria, viruses, and even parasites evolve to no longer respond to the drugs designed to kill them. Countries like Norway reportedly use far less antibiotics in their farming practices, while other parts of the world, like Chile, have a much higher use.
Chile?
In fact, Chile was on track to become the fastest growing producer of salmon, but their operations were derailed between 2007 and 2009 when a major outbreak of an infectious salmon anemia, or ISA, swept through the country's salmon population. The disease, which is caused by the Isovirus solaris virus, carries a 90% mortality rate, which a 90% mortality rate of anything is absurd. Getting shot in the chest has to be like 85. The outbreak led to a 60% decrease in Atlantic salmon production, as well as the loss of 8,400 jobs. The biggest concern, however, was the risk of any diseased salmon escaping into nearby waters. If they were to infect the wild species, well, the consequences on the entire ocean's ecosystem would be devastating. The main cause of any of these escapes is mismanagement, like the incident that occurred on August 22, 2017 in northwestern Washington state. A salmon farm owned by seafood company Cook Aquaculture said they experienced extreme tides following a solar eclipse. The high tides ripped the farm apart, breaking open the pens
that was in
salmon
2017,
were being kept
wasn't it?
in. Tens of thousands of Atlantic salmon found their way into Puckett Sound and instinctively began swimming upstream towards local rivers in order to spawn, or in other words, breed, or in other words, do the weird shooty thing I talked about earlier. After an investigation, the farm's claim that the tides had been caused by an eclipse were found to be a lie, which is also a crazy lie. because if you give a specific date that you say an eclipse happened, literally everyone can check. According to the Washington State Department of
Wasn't there
Natural
an eclipse in,
Resources,
like, 2017
inadequate
or
cleaning
18?
of the pins had actually been the cause of them breaking. These holding areas were supporting 6 times their own weight in biofouling, which is the accumulated microorganisms, plants, or small animals that are not wanted on the ocean surface. In other words, they didn't clean the tanks.
Good
for
job,
a really long
dumbasses.
time. By the end of the ordeal, an
Artards.
estimated 243,000 to 263,000 salmon had escaped, much higher than Cook's initial estimate of 4,000 to 5,000. Which again, like the eclipse, people can check that. Hey man, how many salmon did y'all lose? Like 4,000 to 5,000? Okay, cool. Well, we just counted, and you're missing 250,000. Yeah, it's like close to what I said. Most of the salmon were caught, with the captured salmon being sold back to Cook for $30 per fish. Cook attempted to increase that offer to $42 per fish on the condition that the Lumi Nation, a Native American coastal tribe for whom the salmon is sacrosanct, agreed to abandon their pursuit of banning salmon aquaculture in Washington. The reason for this was the escape happened during a weekend, and it was the Lumi fishermen who had taken their boats out to the affected area and captured the large majority of escaped salmon. So when it's time to resell the captured salmon back to the company says they'll pay even more for it if the natives quit protesting the farming of salmon in Washington. Basically, they come back with the caught fish and ask for $30 a fish, and the company says, I will give you 42 to go away. Remember, always capitalize on a crisis, kids. The Lumi refused Cook's offer, and as a result, the Washington State Senate passed a law in March of 2018 that banned the farming of Atlantic salmon in the state until last year in 2025. But as harmful as escaped fish can potentially be to local ecosystems, one of the biggest points of contention aimed at salmon farming is the dye used in fish feed, which affects the final product used in sushi. Wild salmon feed on a diet of shrimp and krill, which contain carotenoids.
Fuck this stupid bitch game.
Compounds that prevent the color
So
of
fucking
salmon
stupid.
from
It just
becoming
knew
white.
where I.
The same thing that happens with flamingos.
Fucking dumb
The renowned
shit.
red shade that salmon lovers come to expect is due to something called astaxanthin, a chemical
So
found
fucking
in
stupid.
carotenoids, which is used to enhance the pink, red, and orange shades of the salmon. According to the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, astaxanthin is allowed in salmon feed as long as it does not exceed 80 milligrams per kilogram of feed. While astaxanthin is a natural ingredient, salmon farms may sometimes use a synthetic version which is derived from petroleum, and you can already see where this becomes a problem. The buyer wants the fish to look a certain color, and it can be cheaper sometimes for the farmers to use a food source
do I already
that's
have
based on oil to make the fish become that color. According to an industry consultant named Dominique Corley of Aquaculture Natural Solutions, the salmon industry could be at risk from, quote, people rejecting all salmon products regardless of ingredients out of an association with petroleum-derived additives. Corley believes the best case would be to, quote, increase production of natural ingredients and shift the salmon farming industry over to avoid any perception hits. A negative shift in perception could lead consumers in the United States to adopt a view similar to the Japanese perspective on raw salmon pre-Project Japan, which totally agree. It would be bad for the industry if people thought of salmon and petroleum in the same sentence, like all salmon eat is petroleum. Kind of like the way people think of catfish, right? Catfish are bottom feeders, and in farms they're often fed droppings from other animals, so a lot of people won't eat them because they're, you know, a dirty fish, right? I would say that it's also equally bad if I'm eating oil fish. Like, yep, if we think of salmon that way, bad for business, got it, makes sense. I also do not want to eat salmon that is fed petroleum to make it more pink. I just don't want to do that. I'll just eat the shrimp myself. Maybe I'll become pink. That'll be easier. Just cut out the middleman. What consumers in America also may not know is the myth surrounding the label sushi grade. Like Norway's Project Japan, sushi grade was a genius marketing tactic to help boost raw fish sales in grocery stores. The classification sushi grade is meant to reassure buyers that the fish is safe for raw consumption. However, the authority behind this label is not from an official grade like that of the USDA or FDA. In fact, Neither organization has any clear regulations as to what makes fish suited for raw consumption. Unlike beef, there's no national governing body that grades fish. It simply means the seller or vendor has deemed it safe to eat raw. So, you know, buy and eat that raw at your own discretion. Another myth regarding sushi grade or sashimi grade fish involves consumers freezing fish at home to guarantee the deconstruction of parasites. Unless they have a commercial freezer, fish can't reach -4 degrees Fahrenheit, which is the recommended temperature for FDA inspection, which ironically does not apply to bluefin tuna, yellowfin tuna, and farm salmon. Most people believe that freezing fish at home is better than nothing. However, when ice crystals form slowly, they grow large and cause cell walls to rupture, which leads to the flesh releasing all of its liquid and flavor. If you've thought your whole life that fish just doesn't taste as good after it came out of the freezer and people were trying to gaslight you into thinking it all tastes the same, you were right. You were scientifically right. Head up, King. An ultra-cold flash freezer is the best option to use, as it causes water to freeze so rapidly that the ice crystals are small enough to leave the cell walls
Finally
intact,
a challenge,
preserving the
goddamn.
flavor and keeping the food safe. But I'm willing to bet most of you don't have one of those in your kitchen. And if you do, then I apologize for underestimating you. My bad. People's taste for raw fish is not merely your craze, but a standard, as evidenced by the fact that people are risking illness to prepare it at home. A large part of that is because of the efforts from Olsen, Thor, and Project Japan. After Project Japan, Thor, former Minister of Fisheries for Norway, served as a director of Cermaq, a company that farms salmon and trout in Norway, Canada, Chile, and Scotland. Fish produced by Cermaq include Atlantic salmon, coho, and trout. Thor was the company's organizational director until 2005, and then he passed away in 2014 at the age of 75. As for Olsen, who I earlier dubbed potentially disrespectfully as the original weeb, well, his continued love for Japanese culture, particularly his studies in Aikido, led him to be appointed Shihan, or Master Instructor. Since 1998, Olsen has taught Aikido seminars around the world as the chief instructor of the Norwegian Aikido Federation, which I imagine this is also what he'll do to you if you talk bad about salmon. Project Japan inadvertently brought sushi to the global consciousness with its gateway fish, salmon. While it was previously held in low regard in Japan, considered by many as a dirty fish, it is now one of the most popular toppings for sushi, as well as highly desired for sashimi. Olsen and Thor's big gamble to change Japan paid off, and they changed how the entire world eats sushi today along with it. Putting raw salmon on vinegared rice is easy. Almost anyone can do that. Project Japan was not a product innovation, it was a marketing one. For Thor and Olsen, the challenge was to change people's minds, not sushi itself. And this change took time, innovation, and persistence. So the next time you're eating a salmon poke bowl or a fancy salmon tartare, make sure you raise a glass to the Norwegians, the unsung heroes of Japanese sushi, or potentially a hammer, preferably covered in electricity. It's what Thor would have wanted. And that's the story of Project Japan's gamble on their sushi psyop. I think this story is fascinating. I've always loved sushi, and I've always really loved salmon.
Fuck, that hurt my
I'd say salmon and tuna are my favorite variations. And it's so interesting to think that it was looked down upon for such a long time, mostly out of just cultural opinion. And it took someone from the other side of the planet to show up and present a different way to eat the same fish, and it caught on so much that I can't imagine sushi without it now. And now, with what I talked about, how sushi influenced American culture and American perception of Japan, there's a whole butterfly effect of modern culture that was solely shaped by a couple of guys trying to sell Norwegian fish to the Japanese. I think it's a fascinating story and a fascinating point of history that deserves to be remembered. And hopefully you did as well, and I think that's really cool, and we just want to say thank you for watching. This story didn't have quite as many highs and lows and conspiracies and dead people as my previous stories. Sorry if you're disappointed in that. But every now and then I just want to cover, especially on this channel, a story that I think is interesting because it's just interesting. Because it's a part of culture that we kind of take for granted, and all of these cool ideas and things came out of, but no one really talks about it, and it's just kind of assumed as something that always was. I mean, we eat sushi in the United States all the time, but you probably don't think about how that moved to the United States in the first place, or how that specific fish ended up on Japanese dishes to then wind up in American versions of Japanese dishes in the first place. I think it's cool to think about history.
That car's all
parts.
fucked up.
Hopefully you did as well. We appreciate you sticking around. New videos here Mondays at noon to the best of my ability, and I promise I try, and if I miss dates sometimes, no I didn't. You made that up. Uploads like twice a week over on Winter Glitch, and videos once or twice a month over on the main channel. I guess it's not really
where am I?
Main channel. It's the original channel, and it's the one that's like just me doing stuff. But this is a main channel in itself, right? Like there's certainly more team members over here. I guess the OG channel went to Goon, and then the collaborative channel went to
It's
Goon.
a helicopter.
That sounds more fitting. Anyway, new content over there. I have a lot of really cool plans in the coming months that I think you guys are going to be excited for, but stay tuned for that. Everyone who made this video possible will be credited in the description, so be sure to show them some love. I believe that should do it for now, but before I go, we just want to say
thank you
for watching. We hope that you enjoyed, and we'll see you in the next one.
Bye.
Bye. I bet you there's a place in the United States I can get some raw chicken.
So much, this is so stupid.
Like, no, I know I can go to a grocery store and just like bite into the raw breast, but I mean like I need someone who knows what they're doing to lead me on that journey before I'm brave enough to do something like that. I'm not saying I'll never do something like that. I just need to dip a toe in the water first.
Did I win?
I'll find that raw chicken.
Beat your first crouton. Yay.
It is the 41st millennium. For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth.
Oh. That wasn't actually him, was it? Nah, no shot.
He is the master of mankind in the war between gods. And master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day, so his may continue to burn. He is a rotting carcass, writhing with power, sustained by forbidden marvels from the dark age of technology. To be alive in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding.
That shit must be just so fucking loud.
For in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. No peace amongst the stars. Only
Why'd that go so fucking hard though, bro? Is this for tabletop? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's tabletop. That was so fucking hard though, bro.
Hunter Hancock, better known as Meat Canyon, is one of the most talented and original animators in internet history. First beginning to upload to his YouTube channel way back in 2017, his videos are dark, bizarre, and hilariously satirical.
I need you, SpongeBob.
Over time, they've managed to rack up over 1.5 billion views, with topics ranging from Bugs Bunny to Mr. Beast and Taylor Swift. Papa Meat has poked fun at some of the biggest names in pop culture. And today we get a first-hand look into the world of the man who is behind some of the most viral animations in YouTube history. So come with me as we go on a deep dive inside the life of Meat Canyon.
Buckethead, so Buckethead.
But first, let me give you a quick history of Meat Canyon's career up to this point. Hunter August Hancock, better known online as Meat Canyon or Papa Meat, is a YouTuber, animator, streamer, and voice actor. He launched his YouTube channel in September of 2015, but didn't upload his first video until January 2017. His style can be described as dark, disturbing, and weird. He's known for parodying iconic cartoon characters as well as celebrities. Some of his most famous works include Wabbit Season.
What's up, Doc?
You got a tight little man. See on you, don't you?
Oh, you're hurting me.
Which got copyrighted, causing fans to joke that the parody became official Bugs Bunny canon by technicality. This cartoon is unique because J. Cole sampled Meat Canyon on Hunt and Wabbits from his mixtape
really?
Might Delete Later, released April 5th, 2024.
I'm so sorry for
And Just Beyond the Golden Arches.
I used to like Logic. You know, the rapper. But the Needle Drop reviews him so poorly. I just don't really care for his music now.
His Taylor Swift parody stirred up real drama, with Swifties flooding his comments, insulting him, sending death threats, and even Tay voodoo spells, all while proving his point about their erratic behavior. His subscriber count grew fast, 1 million in 2020, 5 million by the end of 2022, and 7 million by April of 2024. He also co-hosts the Creepcast podcast with my good friend Wendigo. And Meat Canyon's career is a testament to how important grinding on YouTube is, because he had posted all of these videos and still only had 700 subscribers. He literally had posted 51 videos. Then he posts this Ed, and Eddie parody, and 2.5 weeks later he's at 100K. Can you imagine if he had given up somewhere back here?
All right, guys, we're here in Kansas City with the one and only Mr. Meat.
Hello, I'm Mr. Meat.
You got some geese and whatnot on this property?
We do. There's just animals just everywhere. These are barn cats. Apple.
Hello, Apple. So sweet.
Very sweet.
You have basset hounds as well.
I do have basset hounds. They run around and they do that mostly all day. And people are like, they're very cute. And then you hear them and you're like, gonna blow my fucking brains out listening to them all day.
You said their names are Tugboat and
Crawdad.
How cute. Okay, Crawdad. They're so sweet. I think I need to get a basset hound.
Because of this video, I actually did end up going out and buying my brother a basset hound named Biscuit, or as he calls her, Honkus Chonkus, and she is an absolute beautiful angel. Just look at her.
This is Tugboat. They're the cutest dogs. They kind of look like wiener dogs. You guys know I have wiener dogs, right?
Well, if you didn't know I had 3 wiener dogs, I'm going to take this moment to show them off because I'm incredibly proud of them and I love them so much. Their names are Pumpkin, Mochi, and Honey.
I have 3 wiener dogs. These basset hounds are like big wiener dogs. But yeah, Tugboat and Crawdad and Rowan. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. And he playing and having a good time. Oh, Crawdad, you're just a sweet. Get a shot of this. Get a load of this little sweetie. Herman, this a good girl. And this is Jack the cat. Hey, Jack, how you doing, bud?
Pop. Thank you.
What's this one's name?
Moonshine.
Moonshine is half stray cat, half Maine Coon.
Yes. Moon.
I don't know what that means.
So how many donkeys do you have?
Just 2. This is Jelly and Junebug. They're very sweet. Donkeys are very social. They love nice pets and they're very adorable. And they help protect the horses. Foxes will fuck up a horse. Horses are too like startled by small things. They're like, oh. So foxes will straight up like tear up their legs and stuff, but donkeys are very aggressive and they don't give a fuck. They'll just stomp out anything like that. So they're out here protecting, serving, and being cute, and they like nice ear scratches.
Oh, wow.
I know, they feel like a dog hair almost. You know, you'd think it'd be a lot coarser almost.
They're so nice.
Yeah, they're very sweet. Jelly's the sweetest.
Why do they call them jackasses?
For very rude for like very docile, extremely sweet animals, honestly. We adopted Jelly from an Amish dude who was just like, had her in a pen. He's like this 87-year-old Amish guy, Dutch Amish dude, who was just feeding her sweet feed. So she was just like morbidly obese.
Oh yeah.
So we thought she was pregnant, but no, she's just fat. And once a donkey gets fat, it's very hard for them to lose the like weight.
Have you ever gone down the Amish animal abuse rabbit hole?
No, but I'd believe it.
It gets pretty crazy.
I'm gonna go ahead and guess that Amish people don't look at animals the same way that like millennial girls do. I don't think that they say fur babies in the Amish community or anything like that.
Next, we venture into Papa Meat's studio that was in the middle of construction during the time of our filming.
So here we are in your studio.
Yeah, this is our new studio barn. Let me show you around.
Oh yeah, we're going meat mode activated. You ever watch the YouTube channel Balloon Shop?
Oh yes.
You know, and they're like, what's that? Meat.
Meat.
What you got there, Ben?
Meat. Kitchen set. We're just trying to find creative ways of making mundane content more enjoyable. So we're gonna put like a oven puppet that you can interact with and just kind of do normal YouTube shit, but be able to spice it up a bit.
Yeah, it's gonna be cool. You can do mukbangs in this hoe.
Yes, and I have met Nick Hikato. Maybe he'll come back. Those are probably one of the only times in my life I've ever been celebrity struck.
Really?
Legitimately.
Shout out to Nick Hikato Avocado.
Shout out struck.
Really?
And I have met Nick Hikato. Maybe he'll come back. Those are probably one of the only times in my life I've ever been celebrity struck.
Oh, really?
Legitimately.
Shout out to Nick Hikato Avocado.
Shout out Nick.
Collab?
Yeah, come on, Nick. Come on, Nick. This wall's just gonna be all paint that blue, so whenever you can just act like you're walking through the blue screen in here, and then we can composite out the thing and kind of connect it.
Were you a thespian at all in your younger years?
I wish I knew what a thespian was. No, I like old shitty horror films, and I like practical effects, and sets are fun, and even just like the construction of just like little sets like that I think are just cool. Bedroom set here, we have a big puppet being built currently, a study next door with bookcases and stuff, fireplace, fake card shop set here for Magic the Gathering, my second love in life, and then a bathroom set as well. So now we have a transitional thing. We put the grid system up so we can hang all those lights and just do some all kinds of bunch of crazy lighting stuff.
It's like Boy Meets World.
Yeah. That's a show to, I guess, shout out in this time.
It's just like that.
I would have said something. Yeah, it's just like Boy Meets World. I would have gone with like Seinfeld or, I don't know, something that I probably watched. I don't think I've ever watched Boy Meets World. We're really going to throw the
Never heard of it.
over the sheep's eyes here with fake walls. People are going to be like, oh my God, how did you get that stone on there? They're fake. So in the future, yeah. Well, in the future, I'm going to say, you dumb fucking idiots. These are fake walls. We just fool. $16 pieces of foam material that we just paint over. Well, let's go next door.
Turbo Man? Is that from the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie?
Funko made this way back in the day. Isn't that weird?
The Funko Pop Company?
The Funko. I didn't know that they were that old.
Right here we have Slayer, Ronald McDonald.
Ronald is just such a
now they just make dumbass
American
Funko
figure.
thingies.
He's the original Juggalo.
I'd like to think so. I'd like to think that that's a fair statement.
Woo woo.
He's a haunting figure though.
Hello. Hi.
Jacob Farmer, who works with me now.
Nice to meet you. I'm Brandon.
Nice to meet you. This is Harry in here. He's on the phone talking with the government.
What the fuck?
My right-hand man.
Nice to meet you, Nick. Brandon.
They're filming right now, so.
Oh, what are you guys filming?
We're live to 1,500 people.
Fuck just happened?
Really?
What's this room?
Okay.
This is the Idea Cave. This is where I think of all of the groundbreaking viral sensations you see online. And it's also mostly where I watch very bad horror films a lot. I did get into collecting vintage horror posters. That became like a hobby of mine. Here's 2 awards we got for our dildo. And this is the stock color. Very nice. This can go inside you. I've seen it happen.
A meat amalgamation?
A meat amalgamation of shit.
You got a Streamy Award.
From YouTube themselves, all right? They told the announcement during like an ad break or something. So it was like very quick. It was like 3 seconds long. Everyone else, got to do a speech, but there's that. So I'm glad.
2022. Can I touch it?
Feel free.
Oh, it's heavy.
It's nice quality, dude. Look at the construction, the build, the feel. That's what YouTube sends you when they're when you're deep in their pockets. Looks like a fucking you ever see the movie Metropolis? That machine?
Yeah.
Kind of reminded me of that when I first saw it. I was like, that seems almost dystopian.
So if you grind on YouTube for long enough, you can get a strange gender-neutral geometric human crotch.
This is a signed Gordon Ramsay picture from the 4 or 5 course meal you get. And let me tell you, they were all pretty bad.
Really?
I went to Vegas, went to every Gordon Ramsay restaurant, and they were all not very good.
Were you really rude to them?
Yeah, I should have been. No, I wasn't.
This is pathetic.
I wasn't as stern as I probably should have been, but I ate so many fucking beef Wellingtons. Jesus Christ, dude.
We talk about Melvin. You made him.
He's just my. I did make him.
Melvin debuted in the series Melvin's Macabre on April 16th, 2023. As of right now, the series has 6 episodes, with each episode gaining millions of views on YouTube and critical acclaim. Melvin is a short and anxious little fella with a large forehead and huge eyeballs. The tone of his series is grotesque and darkly comedic in typical Meat Canyon fashion. It's definitely worth the watch. And it isn't just a show. You can also enjoy Melvin's Macabre as a comic book, which I think is cool as hell.
One of my creations.
I really love it how they made it look like Berserk.
Which I think is cool as hell.
One of my.
You can also enjoy Melvin's Macabre as a.
Yeah, see, you were like, yeah, that's fucking hilarious. Love it.
Inspired by Hideshi Hino, who was a Japanese mangaka.
A lot of words I've never heard in my life.
Just manga artist. The true manga fans out there are really gonna get have a field day over that. But no, Hideshi Hino's sick. He's like a dude who inspired Junji Ito and stuff. But his book Bug Boy, which I do have a copy of, so you'll have some context. I just like the way he draws his characters and stuff, and then it's just fun. I just try to implement horror any way I can and stuff, and have a character who's kind of a little shrimpish, tiny man. Be plagued by horrible stuff is fun. Is it Has-Been Hotel? No. Is it Skibbity Toilet? No. But God damn it, does it have to be?
Melvin.
It's Melvin. I just called him Melvin because I like the band, the Melvins.
My Uncle Mel died in 2021. Rest in peace, Uncle Mel. You rocked.
Shout out Uncle Melvin, who is dead.
Unfortunately.
Shout out the Melvins, who are still alive and playing music. Shout out Cartoon Melvin. This is a puppet someone made of me, but I feel like I just look like a Mexican guy.
Yeah, what the hell? Is that like a crank anchor style?
I think so. I don't know. But usually he's just chilling here. And it's actually pretty unpleasant when you just walk in and that's the first thing you see. You want to come over and watch a movie? And this motherfucker's just sitting in the corner.
You smoke weed at all, ever?
Mm-mm.
Smart man.
I don't do drugs. I just do the healthy thing and I drink hard liquor.
Yes. Liquor guy.
Much better. I smoked weed when I was like 14 or 15, and then I was at my friend's house in his basement playing World of Warcraft, and he had a pipe made out of a Monster can. We were smoking out of that, but he didn't tell me it was like that shit that you'd get at like a liquor store, like
K2
fucking
yeah. Weed.
And I just
immediate psychosis.
I just went into a severe panic attack, and I was like, I'm dying. I got up, my little man tits jiggling around when I was a kid, just like, I was like, oh god, whatever. I'm like,
oh god.
That was actually probably a really good experience because then you
I tried that stuff.
Then I was
a
like,
couple
okay,
times,
well, I'm sure that was just a one-off
fun.
thing. But now, ever since then, anytime I've ever tried to do it, I get thrown as like a panic attack, so I just don't do it anymore.
Not worth it.
Nah. Videodrome.
It took me a very long time to not have panic attacks, but
and he has a little stomach pussy, which is pretty cool.
I do enjoy getting high. I just won't like get fucking
blitzed.
The Blob, classic. Every 30 years, the film industry likes to remake horror films. So in the 80s, they remade a lot of the 50s horror films, like The Fly, The Blob, that kind of stuff. The Thing, and Scanners, if you want to see people blow people's heads up with their minds. That's the movie that has like the most infamous head explosion.
Check it out. This is inside where the magic happens.
I don't know about you guys, but for a while now, I've been pretty down bad in the money department. But recently, I found out you can earn real money just by playing mobile games or taking surveys online. It's a website called FreeCash, and it sounds too good to be true,
and
but they
it's
have
a scam.
4.7-star rating on Trustpilot. It's like turning your spare time into free money. But make sure to enable app tracking to get your rewards online. Here, right now, I'm gonna check out this game called Domino Dreams. It's a pretty fun one. And once I reach $25, I can withdraw my payment via PayPal, Venmo, or even gift cards. This is such an easy way to earn extra money, and it's great for me because I'm just trying to get money to feed my daughter. Right now, if you sign up using my link, you get an extra $10 on your first offer. So click the link in the description or scan the QR code on screen right now for your $10 bonus. Do my butt. Big mistake, big mistake. Seriously, my underwear. This is not a part of the ad. This is not a part of the script. But you know what is a part of the ad? FreeCash, and it's not a mistake. You won't regret it.
Trust me. Thank you for sponsoring this video, Free Cash. Now, back to the episode.
Well, this is a weird question. Do you have any messages to the victims of your childhood bullying?
I'm sorry. I messaged one guy after I graduated and apologized to him.
Was that real?
When I was 18.
Oh,
yeah.
wait, shit.
I mean, I don't know. I was a dickhead, but I think I mean, obviously, it was just born from my own insecurities of myself or whatever. But then the schooling ended up being really good because I got to meet my wife. But then also, I feel like I don't know, man. It's like the one thing people lack in this fucking world is empathy and understanding and shit. So it was nice to feel like I could grow in that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know.
I would say the worst time of my life was probably in college. The least amount of friends I had, the most I didn't fit in.
I would say that definitely for my freshman year of college.
I just hung out with the wrestlers, but I never made friends with any of the art kids. I was like an outcast.
Art kids fucking suck anyways.
They liked me. They were like pretty nice to me. It's not like they weren't nice to me, but it was just like, oh man, I had a hard time. I just didn't connect to them, you know?
Yeah, no, I feel that.
I kept blowing out my fucking shit, my knees and my ankles. I was always hurt.
That does sound very painful. I've only ever had like a couple bad injuries in my life, and one of the times was I was just a baby. My clavicle was broken. My mom kept picking me up underneath my arms.
You broke
and I'd be like, ah, I'd scream. And she's like, I don't know what's wrong with this baby. And she'd put me down and I'd be like, give me rest. And she'd be like, hey, upsie. And I'm like, ah, I'd scream again. It was horrible.
That's insane. You broke your clavicle?
Yeah. My mom's always done that kind of shit. I remember this one time I was like, my
mom's always done that kind of
Well, yeah, well, she remember when I was younger.
Whoa, you
I was like, I
dickhead.
definitely broke my foot. I was like, it's such a fat kid story, too. Remember in PE, you'd have to do like, I don't know, like basic, guess
pacer test?
Wait.
Maybe it was like weird shit where it's like almost like there were set stations of like exercises you had to do, and one of them was
so
like
confused.
stepping
What?
up on these like little
fuck?
plastic
Did I
blue
miss something?
squares.
Wait, I thought that was the final.
Yeah, but it was on a gym basketball court floor, and it was hard plastic, so it's gonna slide around. So I was going up that, and I fucking rolled my ankle. It slid. I rolled my ankle, and I was like, oh! Just a fat kid falling, which would have been funny because could have seen it from an outside perspective. But I was like, I definitely broke my foot, and I went home, and it was like swollen. I mean, like black and blue. Ooh. My mom was just saying, put some ice on it. It's definitely broke. She's like, come on. I went to school for 2 weeks before she's like, all right, fine, we'll take you to a doctor.
Ugh.
And then I went to the doctor, like the x-ray of my foot. It was almost like a comedy movie. I mean, like they like put it up, you like turn it on, and like the bone was just like that. It's my foot.
Totally.
He's like, it's a clean snap. And my mom was like, ah.
Your mom's like, are you sure?
Wow. Well, then another time, I was like, my stomach it hurt so bad. She's like, yeah, you're trying to get out of school, aren't you? I said, no, it's like not nausea, it's in pain. She's like, yes, come on, go to school. Went to school, blackout immediately, go to the hospital, and they're like, his appendix is about to rupture. And she was like, oh. I probably should have took it there or whatever. It was like just a back and forth like that. The only time when she would believe me was when I was like, my testicle hurts. She's like, hey, you got kicked? And I showed her, I was like, just popped it out. And she was like, oh God. She was like, oh my God. She was like, get in the car. And we immediately went up to the hospital.
What's the treatment? You go to a urologist?
There really wasn't even, like, I just had a fucking morphine tap, and it was so embarrassing, dude. 7th grade, which is like really whenever you're like, I don't know, like you're starting to look at girls and all that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm in a children's hospital first off, so I already feel like I'm like, I don't even fucking be in this place. Like, took me to a real hospital.
I'm a man.
It was like Children's Mercy.
Yeah.
So I go in there and they're like, all right, we're the peach team. Like different color coordinated doctors coming in. Hot nurses.
My balls.
Hot nurses. And like, all right, let's just see it real quick. And they pulled down my pants, like pulled down the covers, and I had like the gown on. And like, can you see the testicles? And I'd be like, I don't really think that's. They're like, yeah, okay, come on. And they just like pulled out of the way. And I'm like, oh. Like just showing them there, my fucking tiny limp cock sitting there, and big giant ball, making my cock even more dwarfed in size.
Yeah, that perspective.
And they'd be like, the first time it was so humiliating. It was one of the worst days of my life. One reason. It was near my birthday, and for my birthday, the only gift I got were these AC/DC tickets on the Black Ice tour. Couldn't even go. So here I was in my 7th grader. I mean, that's like 7th grade heaven. Yeah. AC/DC music. I mean, come on. Yeah.
And you're stuck in the fucking peach section.
Well, hold on. They come in, the first person's like, we're part of the peach team, blah, 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 does that whole bit. He looks at the covers, whatever, and the girls do. The nurses gasp, and the guy does. Yikers. He said like that, and he like put it back over. He's like, we'll be back in tomorrow. And I was like, okay, that's enough. That's when the other team came in. All right, we're the strawberry team, or like the red team or whatever. And they did that in 5 different color patterns of people coming in, hot nurses, girls gasping.
Giving you morphine?
The guys basically, yeah, morphine tap. They're like, press this if it hurts. And I was like, going through it, and they're like, no more. You've already gone through so much morphine.
Yeah.
And it hurt so bad.
That sounds really fun besides the balls. Just the hot nurses and the peach team and the strawberry team and then morphine.
So insecure. I remember my mom came in to make me feel better. She was like she's like, yeah, I know, it's been hard here. And I had this, because you didn't have internet at my house or anything, all I had had a shit ton of DVDs. And she brought me my portable DVD player. It was like little screen.
Yeah, I remember those.
And I was watching Dragon Ball Z on like my stomach. People would come in and be like, all right, we need to take a look at it, whatever. And I'd have to I just put the DVD player like really close to my face and just pretend that I put the earbuds in, and they're like fiddling around down there, and I'd just be watching Vegeta like powering up and be like,
you're like, my balls are gonna be so much stronger after this. Say it.
What would Kakarot do? This is where I do my shit. I was gonna say, this is one of my favorite things I have in here. Is my fake hand. Looks pretty cool.
What?
We did it for a video for what does human flesh taste like. We just filled it with cheeseburgers and fries, but YouTube took it down because it was gory.
The first thing I thought when you peeled that back is, can I put this on YouTube?
Yeah, this should be fine, but we had like slime and blood and that kind of stuff, so.
And what's this drawing pad?
That's a Wacom Cintiq. You can see it's actually fine whenever it's not on. You can just see like where the pen is like scratched a million times in the center. You wear this cool little glove.
It's like a bowling glove.
It does look like a bowling glove, or it makes you look like I'm like an Assassin's Creed like fucking cosplayer or something like that. But no, it's just to keep your fucking gross oils and stuff of your hands off your screen.
Dude, this place is so cool. Oh, you have a Meat Canyon VHS.
All my cartoons are on that.
Did VHS Haven make it? Who made it?
Just a buddy, or this guy on Twitter, Dark Moon Home Videos on Twitter. I like VHSs, I think they're fun. And then yeah, this is just a little prop of the computer. The whole theme was supposed to be an idea whenever our set was smaller and we just had our one room. The idea was going to be horrifying stuff coming from the internet, since we usually just cover weird internet bullshit.
Is it pretty cool to see all of your like strange thoughts like come to life like this?
It's interesting seeing especially like 2D practical things come together in such a fun physical way, which also shout out Creature Kid. He's the guy who does like all of our puppets, all of the statues and stuff, and he's like fucking genius with making these puppets and all this crazy things. Like the character Cats over there, the amount of detail and just fucking like the skin, the hair, everything is just unbelievable.
And you got the Blood and Honey Winnie the Pooh thing.
I did. Yeah, I made a video on that, and then that same year I went to Monsterpalooza.
This is the Cats character. Look how realistic this is with the eyes, and the hair is actually like really in there. You can put your finger way in his mouth. Come real close. Look at that. There's a little flashlight. The attention to detail. I mean, look at his look at its nails. Speaking of cool, you have Cooler right here. The final form of Cooler.
That's right.
Frieza's brother.
Childhood staple.
Son of King Cool. Or maybe it's King Cruel. I think it's King Cool. I don't know. Right here we got Winslow.
Winslow XP, my computer puppet. It's all operated through a bike hose handle, so his eyes close like that. Then you go underneath, he's a hand puppet. You operate his eyes. So basically you hold your mouth like that and operate his eyes like that, so he moves around, and you just click and open his eyelids with this thing. And he's got his big old brain. What's kind of cool is the Melvin floppy disk, where you got a little Meat Canyon floppy disk there, and you can just flop it in.
That's so cool. I always imagined that the texture would be like a hard plastic. Everything is like flesh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it helps it over time too. So where if it was super hard, it would crack. I think a lot easier. Which in time this would probably deteriorate. I think the lore about him that we're trying to do for this house is that he. This is like I live in my grandfather's house, but he's dead. He used to be very close to my grandpa, so he doesn't like me. We don't have a very tumultuous relationship. It just was a creation probably from my grandpa or whatever. And he. That's how we also kind of picture everything else. All these other puppets are just like weird. It's like this weird kind of horror Pee-wee's Playhouse kind of thing.
If you guys want to get some raw meat gamer supplements, you can get that at Gamer Subs.
Unironically, very good.
What does Meat Canyon mean?
A lot of people think it means like pussy, but I don't know if that's. I can see how they could come to that conclusion. That's not it. I think it was like a name generator. That's how I came up with it.
Yeah, I don't know why I do the banana, but I used to do graffiti all the time in Maryland. I was a prolific graffiti writer, and I would draw bananas everywhere.
If you have something you like, just do it.
There you go, words of wisdom. 29 years old, that's me.
I'm 42.
Did you know he's actually 51?
Google will say a fake age that's wrong, but I am 42. There's that.
It's pretty cool.
There it is.
You're aging gracefully.
I think so. Fat don't crack.
How long have you been 21 years old for?
Probably. How long? Not very long. I would say I was 21 for, I'd say the first couple bits of my YouTube career, and then I changed my age to, I think it says 42 now on Google, I think.
You can change it yourself?
No, you just lie to people, like websites that are like, we're trying to figure out what, like, Jesus Christ, that fucking celebrity birthday thing emailed me forever, and every time I gave them a different name, they kept emailing me being like, hey, so we have like numerous ages here. And I'd always just be like, yes. So I think they just chose one and went with it. So then, yeah, it's 42. And now Google just says, if you Google it, I'm pretty sure it says I'm a 42.
Yeah, I know I already told you this, but for the viewer, Isaiah Wendigoon told me at Turkey Tom that he was 21 years old back in February, and I believed it until like this month, and it was really fucking my head up. Yeah, Isaiah, you had like the most confusing internet presence. I'm like, this guy's a fucking boy genius.
I know, I wish, dude.
He was like 13, 14, and I was also like, you looked really old when you were like 15 or 16.
You look rough for 21. I'm like, what?
Because there's videos, live action videos of you from like 5 or 6 years ago.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
When you look so old for a 15-year-old.
Yeah, that would be insane. That'd be so crazy. Yeah, I know. I told Isaiah that because at first too, I was like, I thought he was fucking with me. He's like, wait, how old are you? And I did. I'm 21. He's like, shut up. I did. No, I'm serious. You know, you are very well put together for your age. And I'm like, yeah, thanks, man. Wow. Okay. Well, at least now I know. I was like,
shut up.
I know. I was like, yeah, there it is. And then I forgot he told me, he's like, you know, you're a little jokester. Because I guess someone's like, he's definitely not that young. And he's like, oh, he pulled the wool over my eyes. But yeah, I forgot. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot I never told you that was a lie.
He is going around telling people.
Everybody, apparently.
I hear your circadian rhythm is really dialed in. How do you do it?
I don't know. I don't require a lot of sleep, but when I do sleep, I sleep like a rock.
You sleep good?
I think so.
Do you have sleep tips for us?
Don't drink. Every time I drink, I have horrible sleep. I'm like, even doesn't matter how much water you drink before, I'm always like, trying down and have panic attacks. I had this like weird period where I'd get like severe panic attacks. It would feel like I'd be like I was having a fucking heart attack or something or whatever. But I was just panicking. I wonder when that was. Was that before YouTube? That was before YouTube, wasn't it?
No, it was like shortly after you like kind of did it full time, and then it kind of seemed to just stay there for a long time until recently, really.
But I don't know. I feel like I'm pretty good sleeping. I don't know. Does that make sense? I don't know. Does that answer the
I think so.
Okay.
I was told to ask you that for some reason. I forget who told me.
Oh, okay.
I tried to be like Nardwar and ask people what questions I was
How'd you know? What about what?
How'd you know about my circadian rhythm?
What? Yeah. What is that? Yeah. What the heck? I look over at Allison. Al, did you hear what he said?
I've been emailing him.
Who you been talking to? I would love to do a Nardwar interview because everything he said, I'd just be like, every time. Wait, Mom? How you know that? You been talking about Mom? Brandon Buckingham.
Yeah.
I think he does that.
Yeah.
You're from Maryland?
Carroll County.
That's right. And that's why here I have this. And he gives you like a box of chocolates. Your dad gave you these when you were 4 years old, is that right?
Yeah. He pulls out a bag of heroin.
Yeah.
Like,
what does this mean to you?
I used to do heroin when I was little. Yeah, you sure did.
Here's a picture of you like naked in the bathroom. I took that.
Yeah.
It's like from 6 years ago.
Picture of your dick.
Yeah. Does this look right?
Shout out Nardwar though, the goat.
I do love Nardwar.
In the streets, they call you Mr. Steelio Girl. Why is that? Am I allowed to talk about that? Should we not talk about that? I was told to ask you that.
Mr. Steelio Girl.
I did it.
Yeah.
Who the fuck said that? Wait, fuck! I should have just did the straight face. Like, what? Who have you been talking?
How old were you when you first had unrestricted access to the internet?
By myself, it was probably when I was like 18, but I would go over to my buddy's house and we'd watch like E-Bombs World and shit when I was younger, but I didn't have internet by myself till I was like 18.
The fuck is
You remember the little mouse or the rat in the race car that was like a ring ding 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 ding?
Yeah. I remember my aunt had that as I think a ringtone, and Jesus Christ, so embarrassing.
Yeah, that stuff's good. So wait, why didn't you get internet as a child? Your parents restricted you, or you just didn't have it?
No, I lived on just like a farm. There just was no lines that went out that way. This is also before like fiber and all that shit too, so there just was, yeah, no lines at all.
So you've always been a farm guy?
Yeah, I mean, I've lived on a farm, but I'm not a farmer or anything. Like, my family, my mom and dad got divorced, and the cheapest place you could find was this farmhouse on the back of this cattle farm.
Pros and cons of your parents getting divorced?
Pro, 1, 2 Christmases.
Yeah.
2 birthdays.
There it is.
Pros also, I don't know, you don't have to hear parents yell all the time.
No more arguing.
That's pretty, I like that. Cons, depression. No, I don't know. Cons, nothing really, I guess. I'm focusing on this fucking deal too.
Incredibly inappropriate question to ask.
Well, I was like trying to make a funny answer of it, and I was like, this actually just sounds fucking horribly depressing. So I was like, oh, okay, well, just moving on, I guess.
My parents got divorced when I was 12. It was good.
Hey, mine too.
Oh, really?
Literally when I was 12, yeah.
We got a lot in common, except you're just better because you became an animator and I didn't.
What is your obsession with an animator? I feel like this is being an animator is not the.
It's so cool. It's like the coolest thing.
Why didn't you stick with it though?
I guess I just needed money.
I mean, that's fair.
I mean, is there anything in your life that you look at and you're like, wow, that's just like the fucking coolest thing ever? Because for me, that's like, I feel like that's probably animation.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. I would say mine's just like horror films.
Like you want to make horror films too?
Yeah, I'd like to.
For those that didn't know, I actually got my bachelor's degree in film and animation, and some of the first things I posted on my YouTube channel were these animations you're looking at right now. If
wow,
you're
they
interested in
suck.
watching them, you can find them in a playlist on my channel titled Animations.
How did it feel when you became prom king?
It was awesome. It was very weird.
Was it surprising?
I think so, yeah. I fucking loved my high school experience. I know a lot of people are like, oh, I didn't like high school. I fucking loved high school. I think my graduating class ruled, and I don't know. Yeah, I thought it was fucking awesome. It was weird though. It was like at that weird time too where you're kind of young and you want to like, I don't know, like everybody was like, just school dances just sucked. It was the worst. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got arrested at one of my school dances.
Why? For what?
I got blackout drunk.
Oh, there you go. That'll do it. I was too afraid to drink at my prom. And I was really too afraid to even dance with my date, so I didn't really.
Oh, dude, I was rubbing severe dick on some ladies.
Yeah, see, that I wanted to do that, but I was so insecure about everything that I was like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, I really enjoyed high school as well. I'd say I peaked in 5th grade, but also I probably had a second peak somewhere around sophomore year of high school.
Why 5th grade?
I was just fucking awesome. I just ruled.
It's really weird to think about yourself at that age.
Yeah.
It's like you're just unsettling.
I fucking ruled.
Man, if I could go back, what I wouldn't give.
I was so athletic. I was really athletic in 5th grade.
Really?
Like super athletic. And it was just better times. It was just good.
I do miss being younger and not having any responsibility.
And how athletic I was in 5th grade. You miss that?
Well, I guess more so putting my own perspective on it, but yes, I guess I do miss that you were that athletic at that age.
I'm only half joking, but totally serious at the same time. So how did you first discover your ability to control fire?
Oh god, dude, this fucking meme. I went to a Chick-fil-A and this guy, I was just in the drive-thru and I ordered it, and this guy was like, you have like this presence about you. You look like you can control fire.
I just do a chicken sandwich with no pickles on it. Dude, when I look at you, I'm just like a magic fire. Like you look like you would like control fire. I've never had anyone say that I look like I could control fire. It feels crazy.
And we were just so happening to record it, and I was like, what? He's like, I don't know, you just look like that kind of guy.
That's awesome.
It was like this 16-year-old, like super religious, like huge cross necklace.
Oh, they're gonna say tits.
He did have some big titties too. It was morbid obesity in children, but he's like sitting there and he was just like, he's like, seriously. I was like, okay, damn, I've never had anybody say that to me before. He's like, no problem. That's like I took it as a compliment. It's like, you look good. Oh, thanks. Yeah, no problem. I was like, I've never had anyone say that before. Yeah, no problem. You're welcome.
That's very audacious.
It was very aggressive. I was like, you did that in the club or something? I'm like, you better not say that to any of your classmates.
Say it to 50 Cent, you're gonna get fucking dropped.
You just fucking might.
What is a pipe dream of yours?
Make a horror film.
There it is. Why does your son Archibald refuse to speak to you?
My son Archibald, I don't think I've ever heard that before in my life.
There's nothing to that one?
I'm just trying to pretend he doesn't exist because they're having a huge fight.
Well, did you make that up for him?
Who's pranking me?
Did she give you that one?
No.
Oh.
I should have asked her a bunch of questions.
I'm
Okay.
just trying to play into it.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I was like, I've legitimately never heard of that before in my life.
Somebody's son that ended up made for stream. It was like one of the names you threw out.
Oh, maybe.
He's got like Leviticus.
Well, yeah. Well, that's how I know it's a made-up name, is if it's like a very heavy like biblical name. Yeah, usually I say like Corinthian. I'll say like Leviticus. That's like Gabriel.
Lemuel.
Is that a book in the Bible?
That's my grandpa's name.
That's a good name.
Lemuel.
Lemuel.
Will you rotate that and then we'll draw the Buckingham show and it'll be done?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Swear to God.
All right. Okay.
Send me the high-res PDF.
Well, it's fucked up because it's the perspective of this.
No,
I'm gonna have to redo the banana.
Let's be honest. You don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, buddy. Could you pipe down and just do what I asked? Thanks.
This is going right on merch. Right on merch. Sponsored by Meat Canyon. Sold on his website. All proceeds go to me and Mustafa. Thanks. You're a good guy. You know that. Hunter Hancock, you're a good guy.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you've ever wanted some cold-ass gear from the BuckinghamShop.com, well, now is your special opportunity, because for a limited time only, everything on the merch store is 50% off, including this cold-ass racing tee and these other amazing designs. So head on over to the BuckinghamShop.com right now to get 50% off everything for a limited time. From the fabric to the ink we use to print our designs, this stuff is super high quality. Give it a chance. Go to the BuckinghamShop.com and get that 50% off deal while supplies last.
I feel like you flew to Kansas City to get me just a draw here.
Yep. All right. Well, that's a wrap, you guys. Thanks so much. Again, high-res PNG, send that to me. Just legally, for legal reasons, I own this drawing.
You got it. It's yours, dude.
It's mine.
You can have it.
There it is.
I don't like how I drew that though. This part. I can send you this, and you can throw text on it and do whatever you want with it.
What?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Are you serious right now?
Call this the Magic Zone, aka Pussy Zone as well. Pussy Getter Zone.
It smells wet up here.
It's wet. Should smell like cash money, drugs, hoes.
Lil Wayne hangs out up here?
Pretty much. This is where the bitches do stay. They do reside. This is where they. This is where the cliques hang out.
What comes to your mind when I ask what the best card is? One's gotta pop in your mind.
Black Lotus. That's the most expensive one. Everyone has videos of people opening Black Lotus. I don't think there is a best card. There's a lot.
Favorite card?
I like Huntmaster of the Fells a lot. He's a werewolf type, so he can flip over. It's a double-sided card.
Fuck yeah.
Sorry, I'm just getting so excited about
That's
it.
cool.
Yeah.
Maybe Murlocs in Magic?
I don't. Yeah, probably.
I play Hearthstone, so
yeah. There's
actually a Hearthstone supremacist. You Magic nerds are total dorks. You guys don't actually get whole. You don't get slot. I do though.
We do definitely get tons of pussy. That's the way to do it. Hearthstone people just sit inside and yell about Koreans beating them on their computers and stuff like that. We actually have to go out to the card shops on the way. Get Taiwanese food, take them to the stores, get bitches, talk about stocks. Usually that's what happens.
You don't even have a auto battler version of your game like Battlegrounds.
I don't, because I like to be pressed in. I don't like to do anything auto. I like to make sure that it has my finite touch to it.
I'm an astute businessman, and I like to have some things automated.
You know, while I appreciate that in a business sense, I think that sometimes fun and pleasure, they have to come first.
For me, they overlap. They're synonymous with one another.
That's fine. That's fine.
That's why you need to buy the new Meat Canyon vibrating dildo package coming soon.
There's so many products that are just not going to be existing.
This is a big commercial. But yeah, this is cool. We get lots of stuff, lots of cards. Pick one up right now and let you know what it is. This is Elena Kessig Trapper. Useful.
Let me tell you about this. This is a human scout legendary creature with first strike. Yeah, you get to add any amount of red source equal to the greatest power among creatures you control who enter the battlefield this turn.
Game changer?
Let's just say if you played this on turn 5, things might go a little differently for your opponent. Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
End World Hunger or pull 5 Black Lotuses back to back?
Pull 1 Black Lotus once.
Not even own it, just look at it.
Yeah, just be in the vicinity of one once versus World Hunger.
I agree, and I don't even
keep people striving for wanting more is what I always say. This is where the magic truly happens.
So would you say you're going all in on Magic?
I guess in a lot of ways, yeah. It's always just looking for an excuse to play the game.
A lot of your people that work here play as well?
Mm-hmm. Everybody.
Is it a prerequisite?
At this point, it feels like it's become a prerequisite.
Why were you named Hunter? Is it your predatory instincts?
I'm like a hunter and scavenger.
Yeah.
Hunter and gatherer. I'm very worldly in that way, and I think about others before myself.
That's very sweet.
It's true. Very noble.
Do you think about Balmor, the Battle Mage Captain, before yourself?
Oh, yeah.
Flying. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, creatures you control get +1,
Whoa.
+0, and gain trample until the end of the turn. What's trample?
The overlapping damage. So, like, if something has 4 toughness, and something has 5 attack, it would deal that 1 damage over. Kind of a game changer.
I actually love not only collecting cards. I used to collect football cards and basketball cards, even though I don't watch football or basketball. I just love cards, and I'm a huge Pokemon fan. I was top 10 in the world in Pokemon Showdown. It's true.
Can you validate that?
I have a screenshot. 2017.
Yeah, I want to believe you.
I swear to God on that one.
So there's like a giant leaderboard, and you were on top 10.
I was 10th, yeah.
10th.
Over Dragoon was first, but he lost to me in the finals in one of the battles, so how about that?
Holy shit.
I fucking rock, dude.
That is awesome. These are cards I made of cartoons I did.
Elon Husk.
You guys smack, but they're really good for tokens. And on the back one, there's QR codes that take you to the video, so if you don't know what the video is. But they're good for tokens in the game and stuff, and that's nice. There's a Nick Kyle one.
Do you feel like a lot of your dreams have came true? Like you have all of these sculptures of your artwork,
sure.
you have these cards, you have...
Yeah. I would say I'm constantly living in like disbelief of kind of especially just the idea. I'm sure you feel the same way about, not that you shit on the idea of like the production of your videos or anything, but like that people are interested enough to actually click it or whatever and have that faith and trust in you that like they're going to be entertained by something that you're watching. That's mostly where I'm at with my stuff, is I'm always surprised that people continuously show up to that care enough about it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. People are taking time out of their day to watch.
Like the most valuable thing that you can ever have in life is time, and like to share time with people in that way is very cool. So I feel very lucky.
But not nearly as lucky as the people that are about to hear a Magic the Gathering pro tip from you. Give us one.
Magic the Gathering pro tip. Take a shower. Bathe.
Do you have any rare cards?
This real quick. I know we were using this. This is my dinosaur deck, so that's why it's in this cool Jurassic Park deck box.
Dino deck.
This is an expensive card.
This is a plateau card. You can add either 2 different kinds of mana elements to your mana pool. Counts as both mountains and plains, and is affected by spells. Why is this one expensive?
That's a very old card, but then it does a lot of good stuff. That's like $280, $300.
Whoa.
Yeah.
If you go to Jackson Ward in Virginia, they only make $480 a month. If only they had a plateau card.
What is where at?
Jackson Ward, Virginia.
You said that's the medium income?
Yeah, something like that.
That's
maybe it was $1,000 a month.
It's horrible.
I forget. It was like $6,000. It was like less than $6,000 a year. They had a billion. Yeah, they made their decision.
You know, I don't feel good about purchasing these things. Also,
I feel good about it.
You could be smart and just proxy your cards, and they could just be fake, and then you can play with them, and you don't have to have the real thing and spend all that fucking money on worthless cardboard.
Oh, that's sucker shit.
But I'm also, I like the collecting aspect a little bit.
Voice of the Vermin. They say this about you. You know that?
That's kind of a cool thing. It's like a cool insult or a cool thing to have. Yeah. You're the voice of the vermin.
I speak to the rats. Right now I'm in the heart of Kansas City at the Nelson Atkins Art Museum, and behind me is the world's largest shuttlecock. Over 18 feet tall and 5,500 pounds, it has become a symbol of the city in Kansas. The beautiful Kansas City, Missouri. Kansas City, Missouri, not Kansas City, Kansas. Don't get them confused.
No, sir.
Now we're gonna look at a metal tree.
It is very metal and very big.
Yeah. Heavy metal.
Yeah, come on!
Rising 56 feet into the air with a branch system spanning 35 feet, Roxy Payne's silvery sculpture Ferment acknowledges the power of human imagination and technological innovation. And that's what you see when you look at it as a fine artist. I see a big hunk of metal going up into the sky. Still pretty cool, though. What do you think about it, Hunter?
It's fucking tight. You trying to tell me that an all welded metal tree doesn't tickle your fancy at all?
It's pretty cool.
That's it? I think a guy had to sit there and weld that, and now it's constructed, and it's an unorganic living object. You know how crazy that is? It gets to be amongst all the other trees, and it's just a piece of art. And look, a fucking bird's gonna perch up on it. I mean, that's just sick.
It's like Pinocchio.
Don't know how that correlates, but it could be, I guess.
I'm a thinker.
Well, I guess he is he's made of wood though, so it doesn't really, I guess, make as much sense. But
trees are made of wood.
That's the
It all comes full circle.
It all does come full circle. And also, to me, I always thought it was interesting because it's the only it's like the only metal tree here, the actual only lifeless tree, but it kind of resembles a heart a bit to me. All the intricate, like the shape,
like a real, not a symbolic heart, like a real.
I think it looks like it. I mean, but in a way, it's symbolic of life.
You know where your seminal vesicle is?
Is that in the asshole?
It's in the heart.
Well, I had no idea.
The semen travels through that to get to your pee hole.
In your heart?
Yeah.
Does it just go through your heart?
Yeah, comes from the heart.
that makes it way more romantic. Whenever a guy bukkakis a girl face and she's just like, wow, it's actually kind of endearing now.
I love you.
Yeah, I love you. You're not supposed to cut through the grass, but I'm a bit of a rule breaker, so I like to do that.
Rebel. Were you still a whiskey boy when you were in college?
Very much so. I've always been a whiskey boy.
Would you ever drink till you puke?
In college? Yeah.
Yeah? Rock and roll.
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah, me and my boys would put on Motley Crue and just kind of go crazy. I don't know.
I love being fucking sick and having my stomach fucked up.
Yeah, I like having my stomach pumped because I drank too much alcohol.
Are you kidding me? Is this a prank? Is this a big prank that you're setting up on me?
See, it has almost a mirror-ish quality to it in there.
I also would love to come here with a hammer and smash it.
I would feel so sad.
No, I would want it to be repaired instantly.
If it was just like a magical mirror where I could hit it and it would be fixed immediately.
It would be.
I mean, breaking glass is just fun.
It would be really fun to be like, boom, boom,
fucking thick.
boom.
Look how thick that glass is. God damn.
I don't want to actually damage the thing, but imagine going just through the center.
I mean, I would love to just throw like a cinder block and just see it all shatter at one time, and then magically come back together.
Yeah.
My autism I would be stemming from that. It'd be like Minecraft. So that was actually kind of funny. They did a Native American art exhibit that was like very beautiful and like extremely tasteful. Proper teepees up all through here, and it looked awesome.
What?
But they had to close it early because homeless people were just, literally making it their house.
Yeah.
And they were like, you can't stay in here. And the guy's like, I don't give a fuck. I walked by one time, this guy had a portable DVD player in the teepee, and he was watching The Simpsons, and I was like, that's honestly, like, that seems like a fun fucking night right there.
You gotta respect the innovation of the homeless.
You kind of have to.
They'll make stuff into a good time.
They make you respect it.
Yeah, they'll force you to.
They do.
You didn't think I could do it, did you, huh?
Your shoulders getting stuck.
Yeah, I got that shit on right now. I really do. I'm dripping to the extreme level.
It's industrial metal drip is pretty sick.
Yeah, do you want to break down my swag as I try to exit this thing? I actually want to get out. It's hard to breathe.
What we see here is a beautiful trench coat. Brayden looks like a autistic David Blaine trying to get out of a giant piece of metal, but he will be able to do it. Just pull the hips there. There he goes. Really struggling. Yeah, it does look like ripping and tearing. Kinds of stuff. Cutting off circulation. God bless. Yep.
I wish I was like doing like pushing around.
I feel bad for you too. Push through a little more. There it is.
Cool. That was cool. Your turn.
Yeah. If you had a hard time, I feel like it'd be like a fucking can of sardines. I'd just be like, call 911.
I think I'm gonna have a big fucking bruise on my.
Did you scrape it pretty bad?
Yeah, I'd like really squeeze out of there. So yeah, pretty cool. I'm a tough guy. I do cool stuff. And I'm really badass.
I'm a wild, adventurous man who kind of doesn't have any limits.
So this museum was opened up in 1933. There was a trust, and it was the Nelson Atkins Trust and William Rockhurst Nelson, and then he ran the Kansas City Star, and then Mary Atkins, she had a trust after she passed away, and both of the money was made to form this museum.
Suit of armor and go gallop on somebody?
Sometimes. It's a cool piece. It's a really cool piece.
Really cool.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for the time.
Yeah, for sure.
Great to meet you.
Yeah. What made you come to Kansas City?
This frickin' guy, you know who that is? You know who that is?
Oh, no.
That is Wendigoon. Yeah, why does this guy have your physiognomy?
I noticed people used to tag me, though, because my hair used to be short, too, back when I was in my prime. Beautiful, beautiful prime.
You must have a lot in common. You must have done a lot of good stuff.
He's a bad man. The bad man, bad emperor, killed his brother, wife, and father-in-law, and pretty much set Rome into financial disaster. I'm pretty sure he fled as well. He fled Rome. I'm pretty sure.
You see, he had a metal breastplate.
That was pretty sick. Yeah, we were all pretty stoked about that.
It's all worth it. Yeah. It was pretty amazing how good they were at doing the sculpting. Wish it was like Harry Potter and they could talk and shit. Way cooler. Shit is fucking lame.
That's a very, very cringe thing to say. That like made me physically recoil. I felt like my soul leave my body for a second. Y'all wish this shit was like Harry Potter. It was actually pretty sweet.
What if these were like GIFs? Whoa.
Voldemort? Could be like Voldemort. It's a Horcrux.
We'd have to break the glass and smash it to kill Voldemort.
We're gonna commit mass treason in this museum, right?
Edit this part out. Shh. Oh man. What the fuck? Is that Jesus in between dying and rising from the grave? I don't mean to be blasphemous, guys. Man, they did Jesus bad. Whoa, tombs. Did you ever want to get tombs like this with your wife?
No. No, I'd make one for myself, and then I've actually never even wanted a tomb. I want to be in a glass case, and then it only opens from the inside, so that if there is ever a thing where the dead come back, I can open up.
Yeah, how are everyone supposed to rise from their grave if they're in caskets 6 feet in the ground?
Can you imagine? I'm claustrophobic, dude. Put me in a box forever, you fucking kidding me?
Put me in a metal coat, I'll just start to piss.
You kinda did.
Look at that guy. I don't trust him. Is this wood?
Yep. Jesus getting tortured, carrying the cross, dying on the cross. Really beautiful, but all in wood. Carving wood is just, especially wood, but to like now be in this condition after that long is just insane.
Why'd they do Jesus so bad?
1525. Yeah, why'd they do Jesus so bad? Yeah, wait, what? Yo, hold on a second. Dude. That's like some real dungal. Yeah, why'd they do Jesus so bad like that?
Dude, they were being mean as shit to Jesus.
They're all jealous of his beard. Everybody had a beard though. Yeah, but his was sick. It's Judgment Day, so she's like, "Hey, all you good people, go into the blue clouds. You all just crawl in here. Look how fucking whoa! Oh, this shit was sick. Also, like just the giant line of people. This dude's getting ready to get fucking clubbed.
Yeah, look at that one's face. Look at that. That's a girl. Look at the tits on her. That's crazy.
I love this big fat boy now.
Yeah. What's in his goblet? Fireworks?
It's a black cat firecracker.
Thank you so much for watching. The extended cut will be on Patreon as always. Subscribe to Meat Canyon's main channel, his second channel, Papa Meat. We'll see you next time.
Goodbye.
Pro. Hey, if you guys are enjoying this episode, head on over to my Patreon where you can watch right now the 1.5 hour episode of me and your boy Papa Meat hanging out, having a good time. And if you use code MEAT at sign up, you can get 50% off your first month as a patron. That's right, for only $2.50, you can unlock my Patreon podcast and extended cuts of all my episodes. So head on over today.
Tug, have you seen my keys? I can't seem to find them. I could have swore I put them over here. What the hell?
I can't give you your car keys. I know you're going to Disneyland to stuff your face again, and I can't let that happen.
Oh my god. What happened to your face? Did you get stung by a bee again?
Not this time, Hunter. I've been looksmaxing. God damn, I look good. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit.
What is looksmaxing?
It's the science of maximizing your looks. The only social currency is physical beauty, and right now, you're broke. Tell 'em, Clav.
Yeah, so you have prey eyes, negative canthal tilt, and too much fat in your face, giving you the appearance of a French bulldog.
Oh my god, seriously?
You couldn't mog anyone in your condition.
Yeah, well, at least I don't have giant testicles growing out of my neck.
I've been nutmaxing. It's an evolutionary peacocking method for picking up girls.
Oh, damn. Huh, I should try that.
Whatever, man, I don't have to listen to you guys, okay? My friends say it's not about what's on the outside, it's about what's on the inside. I mean, they're some of the most well-adjusted people I know.
Disney's gonna run out of mobility scooters.
Who in the hell are you guys?
We're the plus-size park hoppers. We range from 2X to 5X.
I've never seen Foyd's Fat Max at this level before. I'm disgusted.
You know, we go to Disney World to see if we can fit on the rides. I mean, we never can, but maybe one day they'll make the rides bigger for us.
It's fun to dream. Look, girls, I fit on this ride. Whippy!
Oh, yeah! That's awesome.
I still can't fit on that one.
Get out of my chair, piggy.
Tugboat! You can't say that about her. Bad! Bad dog!
Don't worry, Tug. She'll get out of your chair once she realizes she's being mogged.
Mug?
Oh, wait,
Root
fuck.
beer. Oh my god, it's my favorite.
My doctor said my blood is 80% root beer. That's exciting.
No, I said I'm mogging you.
Yeah, he's frame mogging and status mogging you. Can't you feel it?
Yeah, can't you feel it? I can hear my heartbeat when it's quiet.
Oh my God, me too!
I said I'm mocking you.
All right. Yeah. I said I'm mocking you! Oh my God! Are you okay?
Oh boy. Clive hit a woman again.
Talk about, get this guy out of here. He just hit my friend.
Just give him a minute. He's bone smashing. It'll help lower his cortisol levels.
What's wrong, little boy?
You didn't care that I was mocking you. You should be jealous of my looks, but you don't care. Why did I change if even girth-maxing millennials don't care about my looks?
Why are you trying to change for others? You should never change for anyone. The world should have to change for you.
What?
Based.
The world should change for me?
Yeah. When you outgrow the world, you make the world grow for you.
I mean, I think that we can at least change ourselves a little bit, right? I mean, we don't have to just stay like this forever.
I'd rather die than change who I am. They should change for me.
That's right! Let's make the world change for us with a hug. What do you say?
What's a hug? Is that some new biohacking protocol?
No, silly! It's the beginning of the ascension.
Listen, Tug, I'm gonna start losing some weight because this is a bit too much.
Yeah, I might have gone a bit too far with these surgeries. Oh man, my face hurts. Oh.
Yeah. Well, at least I think we learned a valuable lesson today. That.
There you go. Get on in there. Yeah. Oh. Yay!
You did it, Stephanie! You're a 10X now! That's the biggest a park offer's ever been!
Oh, come with me, ladies! Join me and we can ascend together! Yeah! Yeah!
Oh my God! They're big! They're so big! These fat bitches are gonna eat me! Oh my God. I've been in here too long. Someone needs to help me. The only way I can get out of here is if you go to meetcanyon.store and you pick up a new plush. Yes, we have a tugboat plush available right now. It's adorable. Look at it. Please, help me get out of here. There's also limited edition shirts as well. Please, for the love of God, help me get out of here. Or go to our Patreon and help us out as well. It can help us make more puppet episodes, and maybe I can get out of here. God, my lighter's going out.
There's a gym in Japan where
how do I
membership gets
bribe
you a
cops?
fully
Can I bribe
golden
cops?
shower.
Can't I?
No, not
What?
that kind. But an actual shower.
Oh,
made of
shit.
gold. And that's pretty much the sickest thing I've ever seen. So I'm gonna be flying all the way to Japan to experience what luxury must feel like. But before I earn that golden rinse, I'm gonna be testing every level of gym that Japan and Korea have to offer. Starting with this free outdoor gym in Korea, which we have to go find up that way. So I quickly put some bug spray on.
I don't know where I'm at. I don't know where I'm going. I'm
and
scared.
made my way up this hill, which was actually very steep. Like, this is the cardio. This is essentially a Stairmaster. Now, with this gym being $0, I have zero expectations, but maybe this will be a hidden gem. I see it. I see the gym, which looks to be pretty quiet because you're not getting up there unless you're in incredible shape. First thing that we see when we come up is this barbell that's already preloaded, as well as this really sick dip machine. I feel like if I touch this bar, I'm gonna be forever touched by it, but I just have to curl it.
Why?
Oh, that's pretty heavy.
Why?
See, here at this gym,
Can you go? Can you go? Can you go? Can you fuck?
I'm showing off to Mother Nature. I might even see a Korean Tarzan swing by. You never know. There's no AC, there's no mirrors. It's just raw strength and cute little Korean grandmas walking by, judging my form. I've always wanted to work out in the woods, and this is really hitting. I'm gonna try this dip machine now. You gotta avoid all the spider webs. Boom. Oh, this is actually incredible. Wow. At the beginning, I thought this barbell and dip setup was the entire gym, but little did I know what was up these few steps. Holy shit. It's an actual full gym. Korean people must be extremely trustworthy because if this gym is in America, someone is one U-Haul away from a sick home gym. Like, I would give it 48 hours before everything is stolen. Maybe 1 week if it was winter. So the fact that this is still here, it's insane. The dumbbells seemingly go all the way up to 10 kilograms, which is not much, but it's still exceeding my expectations. I really feel like I can't complain at this gym. That'd be like complaining about a free complimentary upgraded flight. Back at home, I'm just used to pull-up bars for a public park gym. Everything is in such good condition for being an outdoor gym. Oh my God, it's hot in here. The pump comes on fast. Even the bars are greased better than like regular gyms. So this is very well maintained, which is kind of surprising to see. They have a lot of plates, so you can really load up the bar and go super heavy. Like, I think that this could be actually someone's main gym. Like, there's like nothing that they're missing here. This thing burns fat. Wow, there's way too much jiggle.
Complete the drift driving story.
And then now you come outside, and there's this beautiful deck. And then a lot of other kind of machines out here, which looks super fun. But just all around, amazing vibes. What the heck is this? Well, I think it's an oblique trainer. This might be my new favorite exercise. Oh, my hip just cracked.
This place really is a little hidden paradise. It's peaceful, you can hear the birds chirping, and you're just surrounded by nature. And of course, the nicest people.
Muscle. Yeah, you, wow. Unit.
나이가 어떻게 되세요?
How old are you? Oh, 31.
31?
Yeah.
70세.
63?
70세.
63. Beast. The most impressive part about this gym is that how busy it is, and the fact that all these people actually made their way up here. And they're like in their 60s, 70s, probably even 80s. And they're making their way up this steep mountain to get to this gym, which is incredible. I think this is the first time I'm the biggest guy in the gym right now. Vibes.
All right. I'm gonna be done for the day. Goodbye.